Welcome to the JB&M Sports Fanatic channel. Appreciate you guys for tuning in for the stream. Glad to have you here as we have this Saturday filled with a lot of preseason action. So a lot of things to look forward to. Honestly, I'm excited. We get to see Justin Fields and the Chicago Bears. I mean, we've been waiting for a long time since he's been drafted. Been hearing a lot of good things about him, but obviously there's always questions when it comes to a rookie quarterback. Will they be able to live up to the hype? I know that the Bears, they have quite a good amount of injuries on that offensive line, so that's another thing to take part of. But we should honestly be able to see a lot of the Chicago Bears with Justin Fields out there in the lineup. So I'm expecting Andy Dalton, obviously, to get the first team reps, but that's probably going to be one series, maybe two. After that, I'm fully expecting for Justin Fields to get a good chance to go out there and really show what he can do out there. So really looking forward to that. And as for Tua Tagovailoa, yeah, definitely. I want to see how many snaps is the Dolphins actually going to give him in terms of an opportunity to go out there and try to get some chemistry going with the offense. Last year as a rookie, I mean, the offense didn't look the same with him in there, but he still went 6-3 as a starter, still was young, didn't have a full offseason last year. So I'm really intrigued to see how is Tua going to come out and look. So that's definitely going to be something that I'm going to keep my eyes out for out there. But yeah, we've got a ton of games, and not sure if you guys have actually been able to watch some of the more recent preseason games. But I mean, I know when I was watching the Falcons game, watching like towards the end, Felipe Franks, he really was someone that honestly impressed me. Just seeing what he was able to do, even though obviously it was late with the backups and stuff. But that pocket was really collapsing all around him. But Felipe showed some good movement in that pocket last night for the Falcons, and so was really encouraged by what I saw there in terms of that. So if he keeps playing like that throughout the preseason, then yeah, he's definitely going to be someone that can have a backup role. But what I saw from Felipe Franks last night, that was a good sign right there. So I was really happy for him. But yeah, definitely excited about today's matchup, getting to finally see Justin Fields on the field. That is what I've been waiting for a long time. And so this was the quarterback that I was most intrigued with coming out of college. And so I felt like he was in a great place there with the Chicago Bears. So this is going to be fun to watch. So let's see. Get things started with a question. All right, so the question I've put up there is to let me know, who do you guys have winning today's preseason matchup? You think it's going to be the Miami Dolphins, the Chicago Bears? So obviously, it's a preseason, so wins or losses don't really matter. But hey, you're going out there to compete, and so the object is to still win the game. So definitely, that is something to strive for still. I personally think that Chicago can win this game. I think they're going to get a lot of Justin Fields out there, so we'll get to see. Hopefully, I'm hoping that he at least drives, one or two touchdown drives. That would be nice to see, but definitely just want to see the command that he has with the offense, and so make that evaluation for ourselves in terms of who's the actual best quarterback fit. Let's see. We've got our first comment here. Okay, so Gardiki, thank you so much for joining the stream. Really appreciate you. You say the Bears 108. That's what's up. Definitely, you see the background here. I've got the Bears winning this one. Definitely. I feel Justin Fields is going to have a really good day. And after today, I think it's going to be really hard to try to tell the fan base that Andy Dalton should be the starting quarterback come week one, because I think Justin Fields is going to have a great game. Obviously, there's a lot of injuries that the Bears do have, particularly on that offensive line side of the ball, on the offensive line, but we'll see how he will be able to avoid that, because that pass rush, that's going to be something that to keep an eye out for, honestly. Let's see. Gardegi says, and Nick Foles definitely, they should audition him. I think that's what the fourth quarter is going to be all about, honestly, because honestly, they really want to try to trade him. That salary cap that he possesses, that is the only hurdle. Otherwise, I think he would have ended up on the New York Jets. They really would have liked to have him, I think, just to have that veteran backup quarterback. But yeah, that price tag that he's carrying right now is a lot for a lot of teams to swallow, honestly. As we get ready here for the start of the game, Tua Tagovailoa is going to get the first crack at it for these quarterbacks. So let me know if you guys can see the scoreboard here. You guys should be able to see the scoreboard above me, but let me know if that's not the case. As we get ready for a day full of preseason, a lot of things that we're going to watch with different games today. Obviously, another game that I'm looking forward to is when the Saints step on the field, see their quarterback competition, a true quarterback competition between Jameis and Taysom Hill. So that's going to be something to look forward to later on. As we get ready for the start of this game, Tua Tagovailoa is in the shotgun. They hand it off. Let's see. All right, so that was Malcolm Brown, the new addition from the Los Angeles Rams. I'm sure the Rams wish that they kept him if they knew that Cam Akers was going to get hurt. And of course, in the preseason, there's going to be teams left and right that continuously do not play a lot of their starters. I know and that's why when it comes to the preseason, the teams that have the rookie quarterbacks are the most exciting ones to watch because the rookies are going to get a good evaluation. A lot of the veteran players, they won't, be out there, but that's certainly one thing to see. Let's see. Pulling for, I definitely want to see Jameis Winston win that job. I honestly feel that Jameis Winston gives him the best chance to win because of the fact that Jameis, he has a strong arm. I mean, if he cuts out the turnovers, he probably still would have been in Tampa Bay, honestly, because he was able to throw it, light it up, get you some yards and stuff. Now, my only thing is Mike Thomas and his situation, him missing some games, I feel that's going to be a big hurt if you do take the Jameis Winston route because there goes your best receiver on the team. And so it's going to be really hard to overcome that for him early in the season. But if he can ride that wave out, honestly, then yeah, Jameis Winston, I feel should be the quarterback there. I mean, from what I saw when Taysom was in last year, I feel like the offense wasn't able to utilize Kamara in the same aspect as you would if they knew that they had to respect the deep ball. And having someone like Jameis means the other team still has to recognize he will go deep. It's just a matter of him protecting the ball and not turning it over. But yeah, as we can see, the Dolphins are already punting the ball. So the Bears will get their first crack. Now, Andy Dalton's going to go out there first. So we'll see how Andy Dalton looks. And I know we're all watching for Justin Fields. I mean, that's the main reason that I really was looking forward to this game. But it's important for me also to see when it comes to Andy Dalton, does Andy Dalton show me enough to where it can justify the fact that the Bears have seemingly proclaimed that he's going to be the starting quarterback right off the bat? Because honestly, I felt that when he was with the Cowboys last year, they had a lot of weapons around him, a lot of weapons, and he did not look impressive other than maybe a few games. And even then, that was just because our expectations were so low because of when we saw Ben Anthony DiNucci and they're a quarterback, you couldn't get lower than that. So, but definitely that's one thing I'm going to be paying attention to, the command that he has. Does it look like he's running the offense or is he just game managing out there? Because if he's just game managing, then I'm like, let's go ahead and give it to Justin Fields. Let's see. Gardicki says that Andy Dalton is good. And so he's definitely got that veteran leadership. I will give him that. And so obviously, the last thing I want is for the Bears to rush Justin Fields out there. I don't want that to happen. I want it to be when he's ready to go out there. When they determine that he's the best quarterback, that's when you make that switch. So certainly, and I want that for all the rookies, honestly. There's no need to force anybody out there. I know Zach Wilson, he's not going to have much of an opportunity to sit behind anybody, honestly, because there's nobody on the roster to sit behind. But if a quarterback can sit for a while, it could bode him some well. It's not good to see Montgomery over there hopping off, though. That's not a good sign. Doesn't seem serious, but still. Never want a guy to go down in the preseason. All right, so here we go. The Bears offense. They snap the ball, and the handoff goes for about 4 yards. And that was Williams. I believe it's Damian Williams over from the Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, man, just looking at the jersey number and seeing number 8 in the backfield, that feels a lot different at the NFL level. But it's something that over time you'll get used to. But, yeah, he did play a big role when the Chiefs were able to win that Super Bowl. Now, he wasn't, with them last year due to opting out from COVID, but he was a big role with the Chiefs when he was there 2 years ago. All right, we get to see Dalton make a pass. Tight coverage there by Miami. And that's one thing. These Dolphins, last year in the secondary, they was very good last season. So that's another thing right there, So we won't have the expectation of him just going out there and lighting it up against this team because this is a very good defensive team. I mean, and that's what helped Tua's transition last year, and that's what's going to really have to help the Dolphins this year. They're going to have to continuously create a lot of turnovers on the defensive side of the ball and try to help the offense as much as possible. To ask Tua to go out there and to average 30-plus points a game, that's not what you want to do. You want the Dolphins defense to remain healthy so they can continuously go out there, create turnovers that'll help the offense. And what a nice return right here. Okay, that's how you get the coaching staff's attention right there. Excellent return by Jalen Waddle. That's 22 yards right there. That just goes to show a glimpse of the playmaking ability that he's got. We all know that he's got speed. Obviously, last year for Alabama, that injury did keep him out. But even with that injury, what he showed us in the championship game is that he is just fast. Really fast, and he has great playmaking ability. So I'm excited for him in the season that he's going to have this upcoming year. So now we've got to see both teams with the ball. Both defenses are coming out looking strong. Offenses haven't been able to get anything going yet. I don't think we've had a completed pass just yet in this one, obviously extremely early. But, yeah, so far the defenses are coming out and picking up where they left off last season. But, yeah, my next question for you guys is anybody who's watched any of the preseason games, whether it's, this week or even the Hall of Fame game, what's a player that has stood out to you in one of the other games that you've seen so far in this one? For me, I mean, there's been quite a few, but honestly, what I saw last night when the Falcons were playing and they put in Felipe Franks, just the way he was able to move in the pocket and that foot, that pocket presence, that was really impressive right there, honestly. Like just seeing him be able to elude a lot of those defenders because the offensive line wasn't doing the best job at giving them some time in the pocket, but he was able to move around. He was really impressive, really impressive. I mean, sometimes some players, they're just, better at the pro level than at the collegiate level. So maybe Felipe Franks, maybe Atlanta found something, without having to really waste a draft pick or anything like that. So we'll see how that goes, but there's no reason why he can't compete for that backup spot. And speaking of last season, we also got to see Ryan Fitzpatrick, although for a short time, but with the Washington football team. And so he looked like he had good command of the offense in a few snaps that he did get with Miami. So that Washington team, they're going to be a dangerous team again this upcoming season. And I expect they're going to do better than they did last year, honestly. I feel like Fitz is the perfect quarterback for them in the situation that they have. As long as he doesn't try to do too much and just, keep it within the realm of what the coaches are asking them to do, I think they've got a good situation going down there as well. All right, so Miami's going to get another crack at this on the offensive end. And so Tua's out there for another series. I wonder how long they're going to actually play Tua, given his history of injuries. So that's another thing that I'm going to monitor. But they really do want to get some good reps in with him, you'd have to imagine. All right, so Brown with the carry. Malcolm Brown fighting for it. I believe that's Malcolm Brown. Could be Gaskins. Yeah, that's Brown. Let's see. All right, so just looking at some of the injuries that the Miami Dolphins currently have on their teams, We know Preston Williams is out. Ellington Roberts, he's out. And some of the guys they have listed as questionable. So in the preseason, questionable pretty much means you're not getting in. Albert Wilson is a wide receiver. Hunter Long, tight end. Running back, Salvin Ahmed. I remember last season he had, like, in fantasy football, like if you had that guy for that one game that he went off from Miami, that probably won you that game because, like, that came out of nowhere last year in fantasy football. They also have, let's see, cornerback Cravon LeBlanc, and also Vince Belgium and punter Michael Pollardy. So those are the guys for the Miami Dolphins that are currently on their injured list. It's 3rd and 4 right now. Tua's in the shotgun. Seeing a lot of shotgun right now for the Dolphins. Let's see. Tua takes a snap. He's looking. Offensive line did a great job of protecting him, and he's got that completion. I believe that is Kazicki. And it is. Nice completion right there. That was a great completion right there. That was absolutely fantastic. I mean, if you look at the way the offensive line was able to give him some time, and when you give Tua some time, you can expect that to happen. Let's see. Mike Stratton, someone to watch in the Colts-Carolina game. Nice. And that's right. The Colts, they do play Sunday, I believe, at 1 o'clock. They'll be the only game that comes on Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. So that's definitely another one to look forward to. And I personally, when it comes to the Colts, I'm really looking forward to seeing the quarterback situation. Obviously, Carson Wentz isn't going to be out there. So I really want to see who's going to step up and take that backup quarterback position because we don't really know for sure how long Carson Wentz is going to be out. So if it ends up being, closer to that 12-week expectation, which it doesn't sound like it's going to head in that direction, but say it's 7 weeks, 8 weeks or something like that, it's going to be important for the Colts, especially with the schedule that they have to start off the season. First game against the Seattle Seahawks. So, yeah, it's going to be really important to see how these quarterbacks are going to be able to do. And they've got 2 young guys, Jacob Eason, the arm strength that he had last year, his rookie year, then this year, Sam Ehlinger. Seems like both quarterbacks are doing pretty good in camp, so that's positive right there. And I'll be looking forward to seeing how that's going to play out right there. I also want to see how Sam Darnold's going to look in however short time they end up putting him in with Carolina. That's definitely someone that if Sam Darnold can go out there and end up having a type of season where he's like a top 20 quarterback, because he'll have better weapons than he had with the Jets throughout his career. And not to mention having Christian McCaffrey in the backfield as the Dolphins just get blowed up at the offensive line there, and it's going to be 4th and goal for them. So great stop right there by the Chicago Bears. If I was Miami, I probably would go for it just for the situational football type of thing to see, just so you have that feel and see how Tua can pass throughout that near the goal line and put him in that situation. But yeah, Sam Darnold is certainly someone that I'm going to be watching this season to see how he does with more talent around him. I know a lot of people have punted on him in his career, but Carolina obviously didn't. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to do. Yeah, Ellinger. I mean, if you watch the University of Texas, I mean, Ellinger definitely does, give you that excitement feel from what he's able to do from just a mobility standpoint. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him as well. I really want to see both quarterbacks, honestly, him and Jacob Eason, but especially as you mentioned, Ellinger, that's going to be fun to see if he can go out there and have some success for these Colts. Obviously they're competing for that backup spot, but hey, this backup spot might just guarantee you some reps. So you never know. It could be the chance that everybody needs just to go out there and change their perspective on their career. As a backup is these situations that you practice for, you work for, and then whenever opportunity knocks, if you get a couple games, you get to start and you go out there and light it up. All of a sudden teams start talking and then the interest in you starts going up. And at the very least, that at least increases, the amount of money that you'll be looking at the next couple seasons. So, but yeah, definitely this is something to look forward to. There's a lot of great storylines across preseason, honestly, to monitor. And having a backup quarterback is so important, especially with everything with the whole, players missing games, not just the injuries, but also the COVID, like last year. So you never know any given moment where it could be not just the starter, it could be the backup too. If you remember when the Broncos played last year and they ended up playing a game where a receiver had to start at quarterback because all their quarterbacks were out on the COVID list. So that's definitely a possibility. So you need every quarterback on the roster to be someone that you're comfortable at least starting a game or two if need be. So that's just where we've come at right now in the NFL. So it's important to have that backup quarterback that you have faith in. But I will go ahead and point out that Miami did get the first points of the game. They've got 3 points right now. So that's good right there for Sanders to connect on that 21-yard field goal. The offense did a good job to get, 7 plays, 60 yards, get in position. They just didn't finish on that one. So far in this one, Brown, he's gotten 4 carries from Miami for 4 yards. At the goal line, they pretty much stuffed them up. But what got them in that position was one of those 3 completions that Tua Tagovailoa threw, and that one was to Gesicki near the sideline. So excellent play by Gesicki to turn that into a 50-yard reception. And the backup for Miami is Jacoby Brissett. So I'm going to be really intrigued to see how he does in this game as well. Because just given the history of Tua, you never know if he's going to come in for a game, maybe a couple games. So it's important to know what you have in Brissett. Now, we know Brissett has some starting experience throughout his time with the Colts and even a little bit with the Patriots. So he does come with that veteran presence right there. And last year, Ryan Fitzpatrick was huge for Miami. When he was called upon, he performed. And so we'll see if they can get that type of backup production if need be this upcoming season. I wonder if the Bears are going to give Andy Dalton another possession out there. I think they should. All right, we have the kick return here. Gets it to about the 19-yard line. Let's see, another question. Okay, so generating another question right here. All right, so my next question is, which rookie do you guys think will win Rookie of the Year for both offense and defense? Let me know in the chat section. Meanwhile, Dalton throws a completion there. Nice little check down for about 2 yards, 2.5. And that's what you get with a quarterback like Andy Dalton. As a coach, Andy Dalton, he's going to make those check down reads. He's not going to try to force anything. And so he does come with that, plus his veteran leadership and his presence in the pocket. So that's encouraging right there if you're with the Bears. Obviously, having someone like Justin Fields, there's a lot that you can do with the playbook. But for right now, as he continues to learn, Andy Dalton is that quarterback that can provide that veteran leadership and lead your team to some wins. All right, nice carry right there. Yeah, that was a great carry right there. Absolutely fantastic carry. Up there's a flag on the play. But yeah, Williams is looking nice so far. Yeah, this one's coming back. Yeah, in terms of the pressure, though, like Matt Nagy has got to understand that this is going to be a very important year. I know last year, if had he not made the playoffs, that could have cost him his job. So he understands that the expectations for the Bears are extremely high this upcoming season, rightfully so. So he's going to have to go out there and pretty much show that he's that guy that should be coaching the Bears moving forward. It's 2nd and 17 thanks to the penalty that wiped out that good run that Williams had. Okay, Andy Dalton makes a good read on that one. Was quick getting the ball out. And Adams with the nice run after the catch there, a total of 15 yards. All right, 3rd down, 3rd and 2. I think it's important for the Bears to get this offense going, though. Like they really want to get this drive going because all they really want to see right now from Andy Dalton is just one good drive out there. And then I think after that, they'll pull him and put Justin Fields in. So I think they just want to see one good drive from him. Excellent defense by the Dolphins on that one to make that stop. So now the Bears will have to punt the ball back to Miami, and I presume that we'll get to see another possession of Tua Tagovailoa. Louis, I appreciate you so much for joining the stream and in the chat here. Thank you so much for joining. Who do you have winning this game, or who are you rooting for? And the Bears punt the ball. Let's see if Waddle will give us another great return here. I know last time he had that 22-yarder. Okay, yeah, that doesn't look like Waddle there. But, hey, that was a great return. These Dolphins, that was Grant Sr. there. But, yeah, these Dolphins, they are getting some great punt returns in this game. I will say that. That's an area right there that's extremely positive. And you can tell already they got some guys to choose from. So that is absolutely fantastic just for them to have some options for the punt return game. Special teams is definitely one of those positions where it's not really talked about as much, but when you have a guy who can, break one all the way and change the game by special teams play, that is a major flex right there. So, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so Lewis is walking with the Bears. Nice. I think everybody so far here is rooting for the Bears. Do we have anybody out there that's rooting for the Dolphins right now? So far, it seems like the Bears. Everybody wants the Bears. Let's see. Okay, took the I hear you there. Hey, I'm very confident in Bears in this one. I feel like the Bears are going to win, especially once Justin Fields comes in. They get a little creative out there and they play him for an extended time. I feel like the Bears are going to win this one. So, I mean, I've watched a lot of Justin Fields when he was at Ohio State. I tend to follow a lot of Ohio State when they play, and so I'm very confident and from what I'm hearing so far throughout camp, what I saw with him in Ohio State, I'm definitely looking forward to his NFL career. I think it's going to be a great one. Yeah, you really point out a great point there. Two good defensive teams. Honestly, both of these teams into the season, it's going to come down to the defense for both of these teams in terms of how far they actually go. Now, obviously, the offenses are going to have to play their role. But as a defense, you can make life so much easier and provide consistency by going out there and being a great defensive unit. If they can go out there and continue what they did last year, especially when it comes to the Dolphins and the turnovers that they created, that secondary, those interceptions that they get. A lot of times we saw last year the Dolphins defense, they pretty much either scored or they helped set up the offense to where they was in position where they had no choice but to score, just a matter of a touchdown or a field goal. So if they can go out there and play like that for a full season, then yeah, Tua's going to be like last year where he was going out there winning games. So yeah, the defense is going to be huge there. And as for the Bears, obviously in the division that they're in, that defense can come through, especially when you play a team like the Packers with Aaron Rodgers. That defense is so important for them. And it's really their bread and butter, honestly. Throughout the years of watching the Bears, defense has been, their calling card. Now what the offense does give in addition to that, that would be great, especially when Andy Dalton is in there. We're not going to ask Andy to go out there and score more than like 27 or more points a game. No, the object is for him to try to score 20 with the offense and let the defense take care of the rest. They've got that type of defense. But, yeah, look at the connection that Tua has on that left side of the field there. I mean, Tua's just throwing extremely well to that side. I know there's a flag out there. Yeah, they've got to do something about these holdings out there. That's going to be something that's really going to be talked about throughout practice for both teams. Can't be holding, wiping away big plays. Yeah, we've seen that a lot, especially throughout preseason so far. We know that once the starters come out, yeah, it'll be a different ball game in that second half. You better believe that. Because once these starters come out and the backups come in, then we'll get to see some scoring. So the first half is just really more of an evaluation of just making sure, one, your defense is where it is, and see how your offense stacks up against two very respected, very well defenses. Because if the first team is out there and they're getting completions, that's a good sign. Because these are very good defenses. Road Dog X Me, thank you so much for joining the stream. Appreciate you. Glad to have you here on the chat. Really glad to have you here. Let me know, who are you rooting for in this one? Are you rooting for the Dolphins or the Bears? And who are you particularly looking forward to watching to the most in this one? But glad to have you here. Feels great to be able to talk sports on a Saturday, guys. I mean, honestly, see some football. I know in a couple of weeks, college football will be here on a Saturday, but it's really good to be able to see a day full of some preseason action. Yeah. And yes, I'm excited about the preseason because I have missed football this offseason. And so far, from what I've seen, from just to point out a couple random scenarios from different preseasons that I've observed, I really like what I saw when I saw on Thursday the Patriots versus the Washington football team. From what I saw from Mac Jones, he looked very good. It was good ball placement, placing the passes where only his guy can get it. I mean, a couple of those deep passes, here or there, the receiver dropped one. Another one was, just a little ahead of the receiver. But hey, it's the receivers the Patriots have. They don't have the best receiving core in the league. So absolutely understand that. But yeah, I saw some promising things from there. Really encouraged from what I'm seeing from Dwayne Haskins down there in Pittsburgh. I mean, he's been playing really good. I know a lot of people were down on him early on. But hey, if he can stay out of trouble and keep his mind right, he has, some potential, even if it's just as a backup, a quality backup. Either way, I like what I saw from him and what he's doing with the Steelers. So really looking forward to that. Let's see, did Montgomery go out limp? Yeah, Montgomery went out very early limping. Now, the limp looked like something that, if anything, just enough to keep him out of this preseason game, just to, not to speculate too much, probably to where they'll be more cautious with him throughout the preseason, but it doesn't seem like nothing that would last into the regular season, just going off of the glimpse that I saw when he was able to limp off the field. Didn't seem like the worst kind of limp to have, honestly, but enough to where obviously it'll keep him out the rest of this because it is preseason. And that's one of the reasons why we don't see a lot of starters really in there for that long this time of the year. But yeah, Montgomery, he did go out the game limping early on. I really hope Tyreek Cohen comes back. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, really do. I mean, if the Bears can have all of these guys back by, that would be really a major flex, honestly, regardless of who's in at quarterback. Because he's definitely, I know when he signed that extension a little while back, I was excited for him. And so he's definitely has a really good role with this team. And so having him is really big for the Bears. And just for him and personally, honestly, I hope that he's, be back soon. Yeah, that is a big piece that's missing, honestly. It really is. But as we know throughout the course of a football season, especially when you have all these, random players that'll be missing throughout COVID and stuff, you really want to have all you guys out there, like all of these guys can really play a big role, especially for a team like the Bears, where, this year has been a good reason to be excited about the future of this team. And, oh, man, Tua threw a pass right there that I thought was about to be picked off. Hollins did a great job coming away with that reception, but man, that was a close pass right there. Let me see the replay on that. Okay, yeah, that was just an excellent pass. Now, if Tua can make passes like that, he'll definitely show the fan base that, yeah, they made the right decision drafting him. You think about Tua and where he's at right now. I know that there was a lot of chatter prior to the draft as to whether or not the Dolphins should consider, trading, bringing in another quarterback like maybe Deshaun Watson, or whether or not they should draft someone else. But ultimately, Miami decided, let's give him a real chance to go out there and show that he can light it up. Nice movement in the pocket and way to get that check down. And that's really important when you see young quarterbacks that are able to, okay, I'm going to make a guy miss, but I'm not going to try to force something deep. Just get the check down and let's go to the next down. Okay, so Tua, he's had a couple big plays here and there. He's looking pretty good, especially when you consider the fact that he's going against the Bears defense. All right, 2nd down and 3. Brown with another carry. And Brown's getting a lot of action tonight. He's gotten 7 carries for, I believe, 5 yards so far. Let's see. Bears going to be exciting to watch with Ball, that young talent. Oh, absolutely. They are going to be one heck of a team to watch, honestly. And this is a team that throughout the course of the regular season, I'm going to be monitoring, especially a lot of the teams that did draft rookie quarterbacks. I really want to see these guys play because I feel like all these quarterbacks ended up in the right situation. But aside from that, the Bears, they do have a lot of talent, though, a lot of talent. And I feel like it's at the point now where obviously I feel this talent can come together and take that next leap, honestly. So we'll see how things play out. Obviously, the play of Andy Dalton is going to be important in that, but hey, you still the Bears at the end of the day. Running the ball is what you do best, and playing great defense. Let's see, look at the White Sox. Absolutely. And since we're talking, Chicago here, I mean, if you're paying attention to the NBA and the offseason in which they're having, I mean, Chicago's got to be excited all around, honestly, because I mean, their sport teams are in a great position. If you talk about just across the board, yeah, their sport teams are in a great position. So I'm really excited for Chicago in general. And even when we talk about like college basketball last year, I mean, they was just watching some of the college basketball teams that came out of Chicago. Those were fun to watch. I was really excited to watch like Illinois, and then I forget the name of the school that they ended up playing like, but they've got quite a few schools down there in Chicago that can really ball when it comes to basketball. So that was what really impressed me when I started watching college basketball towards the end of last year. So, but yes, Chicago is in a great state right now when it comes to its sport. So that is really encouraging to see, and I'm happy for Chicago in general. And as for Miami, I mean, there's a lot, to look forward to as well for Miami. I mean, what the Heat did, they got really defensive when it comes to in the NBA, and just the guys that they brought in. They're going to have a great, like a mindset in which they're going to be extremely tough. They're going to be a matchup nightmares for a lot of teams, make things difficult, and they're going to be competitive. So I like what the Heat did. Obviously, when it comes to the Dolphins, they've still got that great defense, and hey, if Tua can take that next step, then look out. Miami can definitely be that team in the playoffs, this upcoming season if Tua can take that next step. But it's going to come down to Tua. He's the X factor for that team this upcoming season. But yeah, we're at the end of the first quarter. So Miami is currently up 3-0 in that one. I want to take this time to thank each and every person for joining me here on this stream. Really appreciate you guys. Having you guys here is just awesome. We get to watch football. I mean, most of what my channel consists of is a lot of NFL news, NBA news, but I do, plan on live streaming a lot more, especially once we get to the regular season. You'll start to see more consistency in terms of the games that I live stream, particularly Monday night games, Thursday night games, and then perhaps maybe even Sunday night football as well. I'm thinking that those would be a staple. And then if I see any other games in addition to that I can squeeze in, do that. And I'll also do the same for once we get closer to the NBA regular season. You'll start to see some of those as well. So definitely appreciate you guys and all the support there. So make sure if you haven't already that you do consider subscribing to the channel. Best way to stay up to date and be a part of these streams moving forward. And so Tua's going to get another crack here, hands it off. Okay, Brown is definitely getting his amount of carries here. They really want to take a good look at him, and I definitely understand that. Okay, so Lewis says that there's going to be a good battle for second place between Miami, the Jets, and the Patriots. All right, so I'll go ahead and ask you this question. Just, I'm personally a Patriots fan here, so maybe my answer is biased. But in the AFC East, if you could list just how you have it in your mind finishing out between from first to fourth place in the order of, first, second, third, fourth, definitely looking forward to hearing what you think on that. For me personally, obviously the Bills, they come in as, the best team in the division. There's no denying that. As a Patriots fan, obviously I can see that. I feel like the Patriots made some tremendous moves. Quarterback play is going to be the X factor. And I still have a couple questions about the receiving core for the Patriots, but overall, I feel like defensively they're going to be a lot better. It's just a matter of how much better. That's going to be a big difference. But Bill Belichick loves situational football. And so I feel like he brought in guys that he can use in different situations. I love the running back room there. And then Miami, obviously, it's going to come down to Tua. If Tua can come out there and really light it up and look like the Tua that we saw in college, or that a lot of people thought he could be if he's healthy in the NFL, then yeah, that's going to really help the Dolphins and their chances. But I feel like, yeah, in my opinion, I think it's going to be first to be the Bills, a close second to be the Patriots, and then a close third to be Miami. And then the Jets, Zach Wilson. I feel like for the Jets, they need to focus on just developing Zach Wilson this year. Obviously, they're going to try to win some games and stuff, but they should not get too discouraged if it doesn't play out that way. But I feel like the Jets will be better than what they've been in the past. And so perhaps if Zach Wilson comes out there and really just light it up, that could obviously change everything. And we know in football, it's a week-to-week thing. Injuries happen, projections change, a lot of that stuff. So one of the things that, to keep in mind there. Let's see. All right. So according to Lewis, let's see. He's got the Bills going first. He's got the Dolphins going second. And then he's got the Patriots third, and he's got the Jets, but he says it's going to be close. Okay, I can respect that. I can certainly see a case for, honestly, I can see a case for just about any order if you wanted to swap, Miami and the Patriots, or, Bills. I can definitely see a scenario for each one. But yeah, I can see that as well. As a Patriots fan, I hope that's not the case, but I can definitely see that being a possible scenario. And Tua's throwing. Oh, man, look at the protection he had. Intercepted, though. Yeah, and that's going to be one thing to watch out for right there. Tua is going to take some chances, and when you turn it over, that could really hurt you. But you're going against the Bears defense. We know what it is. The Bears got a tremendous defense, and so even with all the time in the world, he threw that interception. So that was a great interception there. And so the Bears defense creates a turnover. And we're not talking about the backups either. No, we're talking about against the starting quarterback of the Dolphins. So if you're a Bears fan, you got to love that right there. The bend but don't break and create a turnover defense. So here in the second quarter, this is where I expect that we're going to finally get to see Justin Fields come in. I think we got to see a quarter of Andy Dalton, even though he only threw like 4 passes. It was 2 of 4 for 18 yards. But honestly, I think we'll get to see an evaluation of Justin Fields out there with the starters now, so that way we can take a good evaluation of him with the Bears, and they can see him in different situations. And that's really what it's going to come down to for a lot of these rookies. It's just seeing how they're going to respond in different scenarios, different situations. And you really want to see how they look with the starters versus the starting defense, honestly. Like, that's what you really want to take a look at. Yeah, that Bears defense creating the turnover here. Yeah, that looks nice right there. That they're already in regular season form. That's got to be encouraging for Bears fans. And if you're a team that has to play the Bears, then yeah, you know what it is. When you play the Bears, turnovers is what they do. Defense is a staple of that organization. So yeah, that was a great play right there. I get why Tua threw it, but if you're going to make that throw, you probably would have thrown that ball a lot earlier and have a lot more zip on that ball to get that there. But that was too risky of a pass. And that's just something that he'll continue to learn over time. You got to be smart with the passes you make, especially in the red zone, because nothing hurts more than coming away with no points. We rather take 3 than to turn it over, honestly. Yeah, but in this one, it's been a very defensive game thus far. Miami was able to get the field goal there. We thought they were going to – they was driving there. They had every opportunity to go out there and try to get a touchdown, but the Bears defense is like, we'll give you 3. We're not going to give you a touchdown. So, Angel, thank you so much for joining the stream. Good to see you back. How's it going? I hope everything is going great. Who are you rooting for in this one? Are you rooting for the Dolphins or the Bears? And here we go. We get to see Justin Fields out there for the first time tonight with the starters, or those who did start. Obviously, Montgomery left a little early on, limping, but it didn't seem like it was something that, would be too huge. But obviously, if you're the Bears, you really want to make sure that running back position stays healthy, especially as that's a big part of what the Bears are going to want to do offensively. All right, so he gets the carry there. Williams chopped up there. Gain of about maybe a yard. Going to be second down. Justin Fields. And yeah, it's important when you have two quarterbacks that obviously, even though it's not a real competition, it's still competition. It's good to see them getting along on the sideline. You want that from your quarterback situation. I think that's what we saw last year with Miami with Tua and Ryan Fitzpatrick, and that really bode well for the success of the team when your two quarterbacks get along. And yes, Lewis says, let's go. Justin Fields about to throw it. Gets the check down there. All right. And they have him on the run there, trying to utilize, that speed and that mobility, especially with the injuries on the offensive line. And that's just a different element that you honestly get to see when you have Justin Fields in there, that mobility. I mean, he ran a 4.4 40, so he definitely does have that speed. And so that's a different element for Chicago whenever he is in the game. I have to wonder, though, if they do decide to stick with Andy Dalton, will there be packages that they choose to use for a guy like Justin Fields? Because you really want to utilize his skill set. 3rd and 8. Let's see if he can get this offense to get a first. Got Williams going in motion. Miami looks like, oh, man. Yeah. Couldn't get any more obvious than that. False start. Let's say Lewis says, looking at the schedules, New England has a slight edge for second. Hey, schedules do matter, honestly. Like, scheduling really does play a role. And then not only that, obviously injuries as well. But yeah, sometimes it's not just playing a certain team, but it's when you play a certain team that also comes into effect as well. And so I can definitely see if the schedule does make the difference, that's something that I'm all for. But hey, that's just what football is all about, honestly. There are some times where playing a certain team at home and on the road, you're seeing two different types of teams. Honestly, it feels like. So, yeah, definitely that does play a role into the schedule. Oh, man, how many penalties are we going to see? I mean, if we get any more false starts here, I mean. So now we're looking at 3rd and 18. So I expect they're probably just going to run the ball or throw something quick, get the ball out. It would be nice, though, to see him throw a deep ball. All right. The offensive line's giving them time. Okay, great job to get that check down pass there to Williams and gain something to give your punter a little bit more room to punt the ball. But yeah, what the Bears really want to evaluate with Fields right now is just how does he handle different situations. But yeah, that pass rush was getting there, though. And that was a 9-yard completion. So the punt's off. So far, Miami has gotten 2 great punt returns. Let's see if this will be the 3rd. I believe that's Grant Sr. again. Oh, man, look at that punt return. Wow. You have to wonder if they have some kind of competition going for that punt return spot. I mean, you've got obviously Grant there. You've got Waddle. They've got some options on that punt return. And I'm sure the special teams coach for the Bears, he's not liking that one bit. Let's see. I'll go ahead and ask another question here for you guys in a second. All right, so here's the question that I have for you guys. Let me just put it up there. All right, so the question that I have for you guys is, how do you have the NFC North division playing out this year? And so that is the question that I have. We talked a little bit about the AFC East. And so, yeah, let's talk about the NFC North here. Now, when it comes to the NFC North, we all know about the, obviously Packers. They're going to be competitive, and hey, the Bears and the Vikings last year, I felt like they were very good, and I feel like they're going to be very good this year as well. So obviously, being healthy is going to be a key part in that division. But it seems like a three-team race to me in terms of for that division. At a time that Rodgers did miss with the Packers, I think that's going to play a little bit of role in terms of just the chemistry. They didn't seem like they were able to really add too much to what they've already got, other than a couple trades here and there. But obviously, when you've got Aaron Rodgers, that still bodes well for the Packers. But I want to hear from you guys in terms of how do you think the NFC North division is going to play out this upcoming season? Let's see. So Lewis says that in week 3, you'll get an idea of how the Patriots season will go. Is that the matchup that they have against the Buccaneers, if I'm not mistaken? I think that is either week 3 or week 4, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, I really do feel like the first 4 games are going to be important, because to me, that's going to really like show me as to whether or not it's time to put in Mac Jones. By week 4, we'll have an idea of how Cam Newton's going to do, if he's going to be improved from last year. But that's really the X factor for the Patriots. That's just that quarterback position in general. If we can get some type of improvement from what we saw last year, I mean, despite of how Cam passing stats were last year, the Patriots still went 7-9. And that's despite the fact they had 8 opt-outs. They had a worse receiving core than what they have now. They had no tight ends last year, absolutely no tight ends. And they went and added 2 tight ends this year. So just off of that fact alone, I feel the Patriots are going to be a lot better than some people give them credit, especially now that they got the guys that they spent money on in free agency, the opt-outs, opt them in, with the exception of a few. So they'll be a different team. Let's see. Okay, so that's the Saints game. They got to beat the Saints. Yeah, and that goes to show, like, it really comes down to who the Saints are going to start at quarterback, how healthy they're going to be. If they're playing that early in the season, then Mike Thomas, I don't think, will be out there. So that'll play somewhat of a role when it comes to stopping them. You can focus more on Alvin Kamara and stopping him. And, oh, man, look at this run right here, this scramble by Jacoby Brissett. It's a nice little scramble right there. But yeah, that'll be a big game, not just for the Patriots, but for the Saints as well. And both teams still trying to figure out what's the expectation, honestly, for these teams moving forward. You've got the Saints trying to figure out their quarterback situation, and so are the Patriots. So yeah, that'll be 2 great head coaches now, no longer having either Tom Brady or Drew Brees like years past. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting and fun one to watch. Definitely one that I'm looking forward to, because I feel like it can go either way, honestly. Just going to come down to which defense would be better by that time. All right, so here we go. According to Lewis, he's got Green Bay finishing first, Chicago finishing second, Minnesota finishing third, and Detroit finishing fourth. So Green Bay still the team to beat in the division. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only thing that could have changed that is if Aaron Rodgers would have actually had gotten traded, but that did not happen. So he's going to be back there with them. And look at Brissett running again. I mean, he's definitely trying to work on that scrambling ability on Madden, I guess. So, but yeah, so I definitely can see the division playing out that way, honestly. And yeah, that's how I think it's going to play out as well. I think the Packers will be first. Probably not the same way that they dominated last year. It probably will come down to a little later in the season. But I can definitely see the Bears finishing second, then the Vikings third. But I do feel like the Bears and the Vikings, they're like 1A and 1B in terms of just, talent level. So I'm really looking forward to seeing those matchups. But for me personally, it's going to come down to the quarterback play. If they have whoever's playing the best quarterback, for the Bears at that time, if they can go out there and just play the position away to just to a pretty high level, doesn't have to be too much, but just at a high level, then yeah, I've got the Bears in that one. But if they fail to do that, and like Andy Dalton just doesn't look like what they're hoping he's going to look like, then I'd have to go with the Vikings on that one. But I feel like it's 1A, 1B in terms of for that second place right there. And Detroit, well, they get to look forward to the following season. I got a small glimpse of Jared Goff. I didn't watch too much of that one, but from what I saw, it looked like he was just getting harassed back there in the pocket. And so it could turn into a very long season for him and Detroit if that's the case. So we'll see how that works out for them. Week 4. Okay, so it's week 4 against Tampa Bay. And that's definitely one that I feel like by the end of that game, I will have a strong sense of, how do the Patriots really match up against against the, I guess you could say defending champs, so one of the best teams in football. And so if that game is competitive, or if that game is one that the Patriots are able to, because Bill Belichick, he'll pull something out to where it's going to surprise a lot of people, So I still have faith in Bill Belichick. I don't think a down year in which you really didn't have as much weapons to work with should, hurt him in terms of just his legacy. But I think he'll have something special for that game. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they're going to match up against Tampa Bay in that one. All right, so the Dolphins, they run that one, get about 2 yards. Lewis says he's got the Patriots on an upset. So I'm not alone in thinking that the Patriots really can upset Tampa in that one. I mean, I know it's crazy, and on paper, it's almost absurd to think, but I really do think that should the quarterback position be right, that's one that we could really see an upset happen for. I mean, upsets happen, all the time, left and right. So there's going to be games throughout this year that upsets do happen. Now, from every true Tampa fan that I've spoken with, they've got Tampa going undefeated. So anything less than that is just outrageous, it seems, for them. So we'll see how it plays out, though. I mean, will Tampa be able to make that run and actually try to go undefeated? We will see. The schedule certainly seems like they're going to be favorites in each and every game, as they should. I believe the Rams might be the one game in which maybe the odds makers might have the Rams be favored. I don't know if that still holds true now that Cam Akers is hurt. We'll have to see. But for most of the games that they play, they're going to be considered the favorites in that one. So we'll see how that works out for them. But, yeah, look at Jacoby Brissett. I mean, showing a lot of movement. He's in the pocket here. Got him on the run again. Will he scramble again? Yep, scrambles again. Yeah, Brissett is on the run. He's not looking forward to staying in that pocket, it seems like. But I mean, it's great to see that he's, able to move around like that. And so I want to see some more passes, because this could be very big for a team like the Dolphins, who had to rely on really 2 quarterbacks last year. And so you really want to feel comfortable with where he's at with the team right now. All right, snaps that one. And that is, I believe that's Gaskins. I wonder, does this mean that Gaskins is going to back up Brown now? And those are questions that I definitely got to find out before my fantasy season gets started, whether or not we're talking about Brown being the running back one down there in Miami, or Gaskins. A lot of great stuff. Tampa Bay versus Chicago, week 7. Yeah, I remember last year that the Bears, when they I believe, was that not the game that Tom Brady was confused about what down it was? Something like that. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to that one as well. The Bears versus Tampa Bay. Would not be a bad idea, I guess, to start Nick Foles in that one if he's available, just because we know how Nick Foles does against Tom Brady. Would that not be something? Yep, beat them last year. Yep, that is something that Bears fans get to say, like, hey, we beat them last year, and I would not be surprised if it does happen again. Honestly, I mean, the Bears have the talent, and like I said, upsets do happen. It's just going to be a matter of having a good game. By any chance, is that game against Tampa going to be a night game again, or is it going to be earlier in the day? Let's see. iStar Like UK. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Glad to have you here. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for joining. Let me know, who are you rooting for in this game? Are you rooting for the Bears, or are you rooting for the Dolphins? But either way, glad to have you here. Oh, yeah, he had to emphasize that one twice. Beat them last year. But, yeah, I mean, they really did. And so Brady was really frustrated in that game. I mean, that was one of the 2 games that I remember. Well, obviously, when they played the Saints each time last year, that was a struggle for him as well in the regular season. But the Giants almost came close to pulling that off as well. So some teams just really match up well. And it comes down – football is a game of matchup. So even though on paper one team might look way better than the other, when you get on the field, those matchups, those are what determine who wins and loses, So That's what it all comes down to. 'Cause I remember last year, I was absolutely shocked when the Jets had beat the Rams last year. I think it was the Rams. And I was like, first of all, I thought they were trying to tank for the first pick. And ultimately, that's why they ended up with Zach Wilson as opposed to Trevor Lawrence. And we'll see ultimately years from now if that really, changed, if it was that for the best. Because I feel Zach Wilson has every potential to surpass, whatever Trevor Lawrence has. But we'll see how that plays out, though. But that was interesting last year. So upsets do happen. Let's see. Lewis says, I've got Tampa losing 2. Okay, 2 games. I'm guessing to the Patriots and to the Bears would be the 2 games that I think that you've got them losing. Okay, I did a prediction on Tampa. I had them going 13-4 throughout my prediction. And so obviously Tampa fans were not happy with that prediction. But I mean, I took into account there's going to be a lot of upsets. I think when they play the Washington football team as well, that's going to be another interesting game to look out for because Washington certainly has a defense. And we know Ryan Fitzpatrick versus Brady, you know how crazy things can get. So I'm just saying, Washington certainly is another team to look out for when they play Tampa. Not saying that these teams are going to be favorite and that all of these teams will beat Tampa or anything like that. No knock against the Buccaneers because the Buccaneers are a great team. They won the Super Bowl for a reason. But I'm just saying in terms of the regular season, when the course of a season you have injuries and stuff that kick in, then obviously with COVID and stuff. So there's going to be some games in which you're not going to be 100%. And so these are teams that I feel have the capability of really surprising them. Hey, appreciate that. Appreciate that. Let's see. All right, nice. So we've got all Bears here. I wonder if it's my background that's scaring away Dolphin fans because I haven't seen one person step forward and say the Dolphins. But yeah, I mean, generally what I'm trying to do is for each home team, I'm trying to put their background there. And so if you watched my stream this past Thursday, I had the Patriots up here in the background. So, but yeah, I'm a Patriots fan though, but I really love Justin Fields and what he can bring for these Bears. Been a fan of Justin Fields ever since going back to him at Ohio State, and I like the Bears, and what they've got in general. I'm rooting for the Bears to have a quarterback throw for over 4,000 yards this season and have a great year. Because they need to have another quarterback to say this is the best quarterback we've ever had. Honestly, cannot rely on Jay Cutler to be that quarterback for too long. Let's see, like you, Preem, bro. Appreciate that. Watching Liverpool knocking Norwich silly. Okay. Bet. So bet. But yeah, nothing like watching football on a Saturday and even Sunday. I mean, I know tomorrow we just get one game in terms of, the Colts and the Panthers. That's going to be a good game to watch, though. I'm intrigued to see how both teams are going to do, whether we're talking first team units or even the second team. This is going to be fun to watch. But yeah, I think more than ever, the preseason now means so much. One, we get, one less preseason game, so it helps shorten that. But honestly, now as fans, after the season we saw last year, we understand how important backups can be for teams, especially when players miss games, not even just limited to injuries, but also, COVID testing as well, all that stuff. So it's important that you have backups that are capable of coming in and performing at a high level. Let's see. So, but Lewis says that I can see Tampa Bay losing 3 or 4. They have a target on their back. You're right about that. It's different when you're the team that, you're being the hunter as opposed to the hunted. Now, I think that Bruce Arians is doing a good job of keeping Tampa Bay motivated. You see Tom Brady over there throwing helmets, kicking helmets, all that stuff to keep these guys motivated. And so certainly I think Tampa Bay's they're definitely going to understand that they're going to have the targets on their back, but understanding it and then having to defend it, that's 2 different things right there. 2 different things. And so it's just going to be tough. You're going to get everybody's best game when you play them. And so that is going to be fun to see. And we'll see how they do with it. I mean, there's a reason why it's very difficult to repeat, but it's not impossible. Not impossible by any means. Okay, so let's see. Our season started today in the UK. Wonderful. And hey, shout out to anybody that's watching in the UK. Really appreciate you guys for joining in. It's glad to see that, my channel is being sought out all over. So I really do appreciate you guys a lot, really. Because I do notice when I'm looking at my analytics, there's a good portion of the people watching from the UK as well. So I appreciate you guys. Let's see. Any speaking good, bro. Got to go. Hey, I my apologize here. I've been up pretty late last night, but hey, I appreciate you. I'm definitely appreciate the subscribe. You guys are the best. Really appreciate you guys. So really appreciate you guys a lot. And up, what do I see here? All Boston sports fan. Thank you so much for tuning in for the stream. Really appreciate you a lot, man. Who are you rooting for in this one? Just out of curiosity. But hey, I like the cover there. Mac Jones, he looked really great. Honestly, Thursday, I was very impressed with what I saw. I mean, the poise that he had in the pocket, his ability to place the ball in places that only his receiver can get it. I feel like Mac Jones is going to be something special whenever it is his turn to take over at the quarterback position. So I was very encouraged. I just feel like the Patriots probably need to get a couple more receivers to help him out, but really encouraged with what I saw from Mac Jones and what he means for the future of this team. And yeah, so right now we currently have the Dolphins up 6-0 in this one. And so really looking forward to seeing just once the second half starts, we'll start to see a lot more scoring, honestly, because these defenses are both really good. And so that has to make you excited to see, if you're a fan of both of these teams, that hey, your defense, they both look very good, like they were, last season, in terms of picking up where they left off at. We saw the Bears create a turnover. We've seen a good amount of pass rush being generated by, especially by Miami, even going after a guy like Justin Fields, who's running a 4.4 speed. He had to use every ounce of that speed just to not get sacked near his own, end zone. So saw some great stuff out there for the defense, especially for Miami as well when it comes to special teams and that punt return. That's another thing that looks like a positive. And so when you combine great defense on top of also great special teams, being able to set yourself up with good field position for Miami, that's going to help this Dolphins offense out a lot this upcoming season if they're able to get that. So that is great. All right, so Lewis says, other than the Patriots game in week 1, you knew where I was going to go with that one. Which other game you think will be exciting to watch? Let's see. When I'm thinking about some of the games that'll be week 1, that's going to be exciting to watch. Let me pull up real quick some of the games that's going to be playing week 1. Can't seem to think of the actual teams that's going to be playing. Personally, not that I say that this is going to be the most exciting one to watch, but one that certainly is on my radar is seeing how the Raiders are going to be at home against Lamar Jackson and company. I feel like having the fans down there in Las Vegas, they're going to be excited, a new experience, a nighttime game, primetime game. That's going to be a big one right there. But in terms of just other than the Patriots, a game that I think is going to be exciting to watch, let's see. Got to look up real quick some of the week 1 matchups. I think personally looking at this, I think I've made my decision. Just checking. Okay, so obviously I could say the Browns and the Chiefs. I've got really high expectations for the Cleveland Browns. And yes, it almost feels weird coming into a season saying that. But I really like what they did last year. I like how they're built. I really love their combination of, when you're looking at the backfield that they have, those 2 running backs that they have, absolutely tremendous. And I do think that Baker Mayfield is going to go out there and play similar to what he did last year, maybe even a little better than that. And that's all they really need from him. You add OBJ back to the mix. And yeah, I like that matchup right there. Browns versus Chiefs right off the gate. That's going to be an exciting one to watch, honestly. And that's going to be one that I will be watching. Obviously, I'll be paying attention a lot to the Patriots and the Dolphins as well. But knowing me on a game day, my routine is I'm going to be checking out NFL Red Zone a lot because I play fantasy football. So I need to know what my guys are doing. And when they're in the red zone, I need to see what they're doing. But yeah, in terms of that, that's an exciting one right there. Cardinals and Titans, that's one of the earlier games that I'm really looking forward to watching. I feel the Cardinals are going to be really good this year. I think Kyler Murray's going to have an MVP caliber type of season. So that's an exciting one right there. Versus obviously the Tennessee Titans. They brought in Julio Jones. They got Derrick Henry. There's a lot of things to look forward to in that game. So that's another game that I'm really looking forward to watching right there. And then you also can throw in at night, you've got the Bears and the Rams. Obviously, the Bears defense, the Rams defense. If Andy Dalton is the quarterback, if he can go out there and he can beat the Rams at the Rams, then yeah, I will hold back my whole let's bring out Justin Fields speech, and I'll be like, okay, I understand what they're doing, and so I will stick with that. But hey, honestly, you put a game up there, I can probably make a case for each of these games in terms of what to look for, honestly, out there. But yeah, so those are some of the games that I'm really looking forward to the most, honestly. Let's see. Definitely agree with you. I'm rooting for the Chicago Bears in this one. Hey, absolutely great. We still have not come across someone that has said they're rooting for the Miami Dolphins in this chat yet. So we'll see if we come across someone that does root for that. But yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot to like about the Bears. I mean, I know I've been talking a lot about the offense, and I mentioned the defense, but I mean, you still got guys like Khalil Mack on defense. And as long as you got those guys, you're going to be in for a great season. Now, you guys survived Mitchell Trubisky and all of his, tribulations that he came with at having him at quarterback. You guys survived that last year, and then Nick Foles. So the Bears were great despite not having, these quarterbacks. So I do consider both the quarterbacks they got now upgrades from what they had, last year. And they still got Nick Foles on the roster. Should an emergency come up to where they need to put in him, you never know if COVID or something happens, you have to dig that deep into the depth chart. So, yeah, definitely do like what the Bears have. And they're not a team that's built to be heavily reliant on the quarterback. And that's a major flex for the Chicago Bears and their organization, because whatever they get from the quarterback position, and look at this pass rush, but Jacoby Brissett shakes that off. Incomplete pass, but just impressive just to see him just shake that off, honestly, as he was unable to get that first down. So they're going to be punting the ball. But yeah, back to that. The Bears, they're going to have an exciting season. And this is going to be a team that I think is going to for sure be in the playoffs next year. Let's see. Gardaki says that Janu should be busy. You're glad that he left the Titans. Oh yeah, Janu's he's gonna be busy, all right. Especially, I don't know how long Hunter Henry's going to be out, but the combination of them two, they're going to have a lot of work that they're going to have to do. They're going to be the primary focus of just about any team that does play against the New England Patriots. Oh, we got a fumble on that punt return. He was able to recover it, and so yeah, you definitely don't want to be out there fumbling the ball out there at all. You're going to make the special teams coach really look to see who can be put to replace you. But yeah, back to this. Janu Smith, he's going to be busy for sure. The Patriots didn't have any tight ends last year. Expect to see a lot of 2 tight end fronts this upcoming season. So yeah, he's going to be very busy, especially with run blocking, because the Patriots going to run the ball a lot. Let's see. Lewis says, I think Baltimore at the Raiders. Yeah, I that's going to be a good one, as I mentioned before. Especially with the whole Las Vegas and that crowd. I know a couple people that are Raider fans. They're really looking forward to it. And then Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. I just feel like it's at the point now where he's had enough of those rough matches in big games and stuff, to where Lamar Jackson, I know a lot of people aren't talking too much about him. I know when it comes to him, we want to see what he's going to do in the playoffs, but he's still Lamar Jackson. He's still going to be exciting. So that's going to be a very fun one to watch. And so I really want to see how the Raiders, look in that matchup, and how Lamar's going to do in that big time stage. As we got the Dolphins defense almost getting a turnover there. That was a careful one right there. Got to be careful with that one. But it's okay. I mean, he's a rookie out there, so this is what the preseason is all about for Justin Fields. I feel like he's going to continue to improve, so that's good. Let's see, Pittsburgh versus Buffalo. Yeah, that's another one right there. Pittsburgh's opened up with Buffalo. Let's see. And down in Buffalo, too, Josh Allen and company, Stephon Diggs versus that Pittsburgh Steelers defense that was so tremendous last year. And, I mean, even though we haven't seen Ben Roethlisberger this year, what we've seen from both Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins, that offense looks to be pretty good. Najee Harris is going to have to, see if he can run the ball. It's probably going to come down to which team in that game can get more from their running backs in that one. But obviously, Buffalo has a huge edge. You're talking about Josh Allen. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger at this point of his career, he did lose weight. So I'm really interested to see how he's going to look. And he does obviously have that veteran leadership. He's been on a big stage before, and the Steelers, they started off great last year. I'll put it this way. I think Buffalo's going to win, but in that game, I'm going to be rooting for the Pittsburgh Steelers because I am a Patriots fan. So I'm going to be rooting for Buffalo to lose any game that they could potentially lose to help the Patriots out that much more. But I do recognize Buffalo is the better team on paper on that one. And so Buffalo should be the favorites, and they will be the favorites in that one. But overall, that's going to be an exciting one to watch. Josh Allen versus that defense. That's going to be a great one. Let's see. Gardaki says the Seahawks at the Colts. And so obviously, like if you notice, I don't I haven't too much covered injuries, but throughout the regular season, I'll cover more injuries because I think people are more concerned about injuries throughout the course of the season when it comes to if it's not just their fantasy team, than just caring about their actual team. But yeah, the Seahawks and the Colts, it's going to come down to, if Carson Wentz is healthy, how healthy will he really be at that point? It's one thing to start a guy, but how healthy is he really going to be? And if I'm Carson Wentz, I want to wait until I personally feel that I'm at least about 90, 95%, preferably 100%, but about 90, 95%. Because once you step out there on that field, nobody's going to care if you were actually injured, and that's what really impacted your performance. They're just going to want to know whether or not you performed. And so if he's not 100% healthy or close to it to where he feels he can still, do just about everything he needs to do, then he needs to sit that one, wait until he is healthy. But that's going to be the key story there. But, aside from that, you've got the Colts defense versus the Seahawks. The Seahawks, they started off great. And I feel like the Seahawks, they either start off great offensively, and then towards the end of the year, they kind of slow down, or either they start off slow, and then towards the end of the year, they start going. But it feels like they get kind of streaky with their offense. Obviously, when you've got a guy like DK Metcalf, that's great. You've got a guy like Tyler Lockett. That's absolutely huge, a major flex for them offensively. And then the Colts and the defense that they have, they have a tremendous defense. This defense was built the right way. And so that's going to be fun to watch. Russell Wilson, he's been complaining about the offensive line, or at least that's been the narrative for him this past offseason. So that offensive line is going to be put to the test at the beginning. But it does bode well for the Seahawks defense if they don't have to worry about, Carson Wentz. But the Colts, they still got, Jonathan Taylor. Let's not forget the return of Marlon Mack. And then they still got Hines. So the Colts backfield is pretty crowded back there. And so they've got a lot of options that they can run. They've got a lot of receiving options as well. And so that's why I need to see these preseason games and see how these backup quarterbacks are going to look for the Colts. Because if they can go out there and they just look good, you don't have to look like a top 10 quarterback, but just look like a starting NFL caliber quarterback. That's all the Colts really need at the quarterback position. They don't need a guy to go out there and throw for, 35, 40 touchdowns this upcoming season. The days of having to rely on a guy like Peyton Manning and Andrew Luck seem to be over. They finally focused some of that money on the defensive end, and yeah, they invested a lot of money on that defense, I should say. So yeah, that's what's going to bode well for them, because in years past, if they were out there starting quarterback, that would have canned their season. But here, even if Carson Wentz isn't there for the opening game, they should still be in good hands. Old Man Mob, thank you so much for joining the stream. Glad to have you here. Yes, and so Old Man Mob has been a part of my channel for quite some time. So it's always great to have him on here. He's definitely seen some of my worser videos. I'm sure he's noticed the improvement there, but it's always great to have him here. So glad to have you here. Appreciate you. King, thank you so much for joining the stream. You've been a part of all of my football streams that I have done really so far, because I've only started football streams this season. So glad to have you here. This man, when he's in the chat, I know the chat's in good hands right here, because he will keep the conversations going. So I really appreciate you for joining here. Glad to have you. So definitely, Old Man Mob, King, let me know, who are you guys rooting for in this matchup in terms of the Dolphins and the Bears? We'll get started with that. Who do you guys have for this one? And we're seeing some nice passes here. That was a nice completion right there. Let's see. All Boston sports fans says, if it was a Bears versus Bills matchups, he says that I would take the Bills. You got to think about, in that matchup, what I would look at would be the quarterback position. And as high as I am on the future of the Bears at that quarterback position, right now, Josh Allen is the present. And then not only that, at the receiving position, Stephon Diggs, that connection between the two of them, that is as dangerous a combination as it is. And I obviously, watching the sports, I know that, but also in fantasy football, if you play a person that has both Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, look out, you're probably taking an L, because that 1-2 punch is dangerous. But yeah, definitely in that matchup right there, I'd have to give it to the Bills. Now, would I be rooting for the Bears? I definitely would. But in that matchup, I would have to give it to the Bills there, because the Bills, they are a very, very dangerous and complete team. They're definitely a top 3 team in terms of the AFC. Honestly, we all know that Kansas City is going to be one of the teams that's favorite up there, but the Bills, they're definitely up there in terms of just, pure talent. Now, obviously, through the course of a season, injuries do happen, things like that, so that's going to play a role as well. But in terms of just on paper, you look aside from the injuries and stuff, then yeah, that's certainly a team that, if you put them in a matchup versus the Bears, you got to think the Bills would be the favorite in that one. But upsets do happen, though. Let's see. Lewis says, yes, Bills are on the rise. I mean, yeah, for all the Bill fans out there, they have to be really excited for this upcoming season. I know last year, was pretty exciting to watch as well. But you talk about teams that match up against Kansas City very well. And I'm going to say Kansas City because, they seem to be the team to beat in the AFC year in and year out. But yeah, you want to talk about a team that matches up the best. I mean, you could probably make a case, I think, for the Browns as well, and yeah, I'd say the Browns and the Bills probably are your two best matchups in terms of facing against Kansas City in the playoffs, because obviously when it comes to both of those teams, playing in the cold does not bother them at all. They probably prefer it, honestly. And then by that time of the year, only thing that the Bills probably need to do is they need to get more production when it comes from their running back specifically. You're talking about whether it's Devin Singleton or we're talking about Zach Moss. If those guys can step up this year and, provide more, then that offense just expanded that much more. I mean, they did pick up a guy like Emmanuel Sanders, so that bodes extremely well right there. So yeah, good time for the Bills, honestly. So another team that's got a target on their back. I mean, I like what they did early in the draft as well, improving that pass rush. So that's going to be fun to see. And hey, we finally got to see a touchdown happen out here. I mean, you guys did state early on that obviously once the backups start coming in, we'll start to see some scoring. Jacoby Brissett, he threw that one. That was a good pass. And so we got ourselves a touchdown for the Dolphins. I know us here with the Bears, we want to see the Bears score. We want to see Justin Fields get in the end zone. But good job for Miami to get in the end zone on that one. Let's see. All Boston sports fan. There we go. This is the comment right here when I asked that question earlier about did you guys see anybody that stuck out? This guy, he really stuck out. Did you see how good Ramondre Stevenson was breaking tackles? Stevenson reminded me of when I saw him run the ball for the Patriots. He reminded me of, I believe it was Steven Jackson, who, when he was with the Rams in his prime, the way that he would break tackles and stuff and just how he looked out there. I mean, I hope Madden was watching, improve this man's speed because that was very good. I feel great about where the Patriots currently are right now in terms of their running back situation. And Ramondre is going to be a running back that's going to have a role with this team for years to come, and it's going to steady to improve. So I was extremely happy to see the way he was breaking tackles, that burst he showed in that long touchdown run. Hey, he looked really good. I mean, if anything, I want to see this man get some more carries, in the upcoming preseason games because that was just really good to watch. Let's see. Old Man Mob says the Bears. He says Dolphins are good, but I don't think they have the right guy at quarterback. And that's honestly the question that many Dolphin fans are going to have to find out that answer this season. I talked about earlier as to who's going to finish second, who's going to finish third in the division when in the AFC East, or possibly we'll just say second and third, or who's going to finish higher between the Dolphins and the Patriots because those two seem to be really close in terms of, they both have, the Dolphins have an established defense. Brian Flores has done a great job at that. Patriots, they have a great defense. They've improved their defense this year because they got a lot of those guys who were out last year that returned. They signed a lot of free agents. And from what we've seen so far, they look to be, a good defense. So I'll say they're a good defense as well this upcoming season. It's going to come down to the quarterback play. That's what's going to ultimately make the difference for both of these teams. I feel like for the Patriots offense, they're going to be designed to where it's not going to really – the quarterback position can only be a plus as long as they don't have turnovers. You can't have turnovers. I remember when the Patriots played the Bills last year, it looked like the Patriots were going to have a chance to win that first game until Cam Newton fumbled that ball. That really is what derailed that game. I was so upset. I had Buffalo Bill fans blowing up my phone the entire day. I did not like the fact that he fumbled that ball and cost the Patriots a chance to win in what would have been considered an upset at that game. And so you cannot have turnovers right there. But the Cam that we saw before he had COVID last year, if we see that version of Cam Newton, then I feel like the Patriots will be in good hands until whenever that day comes to turn it over to Mac Jones. But yeah, we're going to find out a lot about Tua Tagovailoa this upcoming season throughout the course of a season as he doesn't have Ryan Fitzpatrick here to save him. So he's going to have to go out there and really show what he can do. Let's see. What is my Patriots record prediction? Well, I actually did a video on my prediction for the Patriots, and I think the Patriots are going to end up going 13-4. I think that's my ceiling of them going 13-4, but I think it'll be somewhere between 11-6 to 13-4. I think that's the range that I have for these Patriots this upcoming season. So I say 13-4, to be optimistic, but I could very well see 11 or 12 wins for these Patriots this upcoming season. It's just a matter of being healthy because I have noticed quite a few amount of players for the Patriots are starting to end up on these injury lists. And so I'm like, we don't need to see too much of that. But yeah, 11 to 13 wins is what I'm predicting for the Patriots this upcoming season. Let's see. Old Man Mob says, and when I say the guy, I mean any of their quarterbacks is the right guy. I certainly feel that. Last year, because I know I mentioned fantasy football from here and there, but I'll go ahead and explain why I do that. Because I was a part last year of a 14-team fantasy football league. So if you had a quarterback, you wanted your quarterback out there. And I had Ryan Fitzpatrick as my quarterback on my fantasy team. So when the Dolphins took him out, like I was really not happy with that decision. I mean, Ryan Fitzpatrick was playing the best football he ever played. And I don't like when that stuff happens, and since we've got Bear fans on, I'll even reference a couple years ago, what's a little bit more than a couple years ago now, but back when Jay Cutler was there and they also had Josh McCown, and Cutler was hurt throughout most of the season, and the Bears were finally in playoff contention and they needed to beat the Packers, I think, to get into the playoffs. And Josh McCown had been the guy up until that point. He was red hot, but they decided like, nah, we're going to bench him back for Jay Cutler. I was not in favor of that move. I was like, you should have stuck with Josh McCown. He was playing excellent quarterback, and you never know. If a guy gets hot at the right time, you just let him keep it going. Why fix something that wasn't broke? But they decided to go back to Jay Cutler, and then they ended up losing that game, costing them, the chance at the playoffs. But I was like, you should have stuck with Josh McCown. That's what I would have did in that situation. But yeah, that's going back some years though. So, but definitely understand that, yeah, I mean, if Tua, there's so many things with Tua. I'm concerned about, can he stay healthy throughout the course of a season when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa. I know the potential is there, so I get that aspect of it, but I got to see what he does for a full season. Let's see. Boston Sports says that's a very good comparison. Appreciate you there. Yeah, definitely. And I believe that was a Steven Jackson comparison. I mean, yeah, because when you see the combination of that power plus that speed, and just thinking of what Steven Jackson meant for the Rams, especially early on in his career after he took over, after Marshall Faulk had, reached a point where he was, retiring or retired after that. And so, yeah, from what we saw throughout those years, he was very much reminded me of what Stevenson had showed us in that preseason game in terms of how he was running the ball. So that's the comparison I have right there for him. And so Old Man Mob says he reminds me, hey, that's a great combination right there. You talking about a Steven Jackson and a Blunt mix. That is an excellent. That's how I would mold the running back, because now you're talking more of your old school type of running backs that we've, seen throughout the history of just the NFL, those big bruising backs and stuff. That's the kind of running backs that I really enjoy having on the team. And I feel like for the Patriots, they have been at their best when they've had running backs that have been those bruiser type running backs. You mentioned LeGarrette Blount and what he had. My all-time favorite was having Corey Dillon. When we had Corey Dillon, that was just a different animal in the backfield. I mean, because before we had Corey Dillon for the Patriots, we're talking about, we had guys like Antoine Smith at the running back position. No knock on Antoine Smith, but Antoine Smith was just, you run him throughout the course of the season, you're lucky if he gets 1,000 yards, And back then that was the norm, I guess, sometimes. But we needed more than that. And then we brought someone in like Corey Dillon that ran with that bruiser mentality. That was big. Then LeGarrette Blount, he led the league in rushing touchdowns one year for the Patriots. Those were huge. And for the Patriots, they do very well when they get running backs like that. They try to get other running backs that can come in and, be more of those shifty type of runners. And so sometimes you get a guy, Patriots, they excel when they have a bruising running back, power back, and when they have running backs that can catch out the backfield, your James Wrights, and before him, your Kevin Falks, running backs like that. And so that's when the Patriots are at their best offensively. Let's see. All Boston sports fans says, I see a little Derrick Henry and Le'Veon Bell and Ramondre. Ooh, now would that not make for an interesting combination right there? Especially that Derrick Henry part. That would read. I mean, what we're all seeing right now is a lot of great stuff. And so I will give Bill Belichick props for being able to see that and to, even though we have some great running backs, in terms of that, just the talent of that depth chart already, that did not stop him from adding another great talent. Now, we know Bill Belichick has had his misses throughout the draft, But one of the things that he does very well is he loads up at the running back position. I mean, he was doing that even way back before, when teams used to have just one running back. Your days where you can see a Curtis Martin on the Jets or an Eddie George on the Titans, and it was just that one running back, even after that, Chris Johnson with the Titans, guys like that. Bill Belichick was still stocking up on running backs. He was using multiple running backs. When we had Corey Dillon, what did he do? He went ahead and got Lawrence Maroney. Did Lawrence Maroney last very long for the Patriots? No, but he did have like a year or two in which the combination of those two was really good. So Bill understands having multiple running backs is the key to being able to last, especially late in the season. I cannot emphasize enough, when the weather gets cold, the teams that have multiple running backs, those are the teams that really excel. And we see the Bears get their first points of the night. And so it's now 13-3 before the half. And so, it may have already happened, but I just now looked up there. So, but yeah, so that's where we're at right now at the half, 13-3. Obviously, Justin Fields going 7-12 right now, 52 yards. The offensive line's a little banged up, so I'm not going to hold too much against him. I want to continue to see some more of him in the second half and his evaluation, honestly. Let's see. Boston Sports says that he reminds me of Henry because he's also 6 foot and hard to tackle. I just love those type of running backs. You got your big running backs, your 6 feet, because I feel like these are the type of running backs that they will continue to get better as time progresses. Another running back that's already in the NFL. Last year, he didn't get many opportunities, but I'm still high on him, is A.J. Dillon for the Packers. And I know as Bears, a lot of people rooting for the Bears here. You don't want to hear that, but in terms of from him and the frame that he has, his size, I think that that's going to be a big flex. I think the Packers, now that he's going to be running back 2, we're going to see a lot more of him. But honestly, in the future, he's definitely going to be a tough running back to bring down, especially when Rodgers is gone, because it seems like he's going to be gone after this year. That's just what it seems like from how things are headed, unless things drastically change. Let's see. Gardaki says, I understand the Colts' concern. Honestly, in 2020, Colts were one of 2 playoff teams to have an overall top 10 defense and offense. That's very true. And Colts were very young in 2020. Colts actually got better this offseason. Yeah, I agree. And you bring up some very good points there. I mentioned the defense, but the offense was also top 10. A large part of that was also due to the fantastic running that they got from Jonathan Taylor as a rookie. I mean, that was really fantastic to watch. And I'm really looking forward to what he's going to do in year 2. And then the addition of bringing Marlon Mack back. I thought for sure that he was going to be a running back to go elsewhere, because he's no longer the starting running back. But he's coming back in addition to what they already got. So they're stacked at running back. They've got a lot of receivers. And if these receivers for the Colts can stay healthy, that's my biggest thing for them. I need for them to stay healthy. We know T.Y., if he can stay healthy out there, he's due to have a good year. I think he'll have a bounce back year this year. And because he started really getting it going together later on in the season as opposed to early on, and then just everything else they've got. I mean, I'm still waiting on Paris Campbell to show that, to represent for Ohio State, so they still got guys like him, obviously Michael Pittman. They got a lot of guys over there at receivers that, they can take another leap. And I like their tight end room as well. I feel like they've got a very strong tight end room as well. So there's a lot to like for these Indianapolis Colts. It's just a matter of being healthy and not letting injuries derail what you guys already have. Let's see. Gardaki says, invisible, and then I can't even say it right now. I'm struggling right now. But so we all know what the Colts are going to have to do this upcoming season. But I do love those matchups. I'm really looking forward to one of the matchups. I know it's not week 1, but I'm really excited to see when the Colts play against the Titans. I hope that they have, Carson Wentz for that game, but that's going to be a fun one to watch. You've got Julio Jones, Derrick Henry and company, Ryan Tannehill, A.J. Brown, versus that Colts defense. That's going to be a fun one to watch. That's going to be one that's going to sell some tickets, honestly. And so that's going to be one that I feel is going to live up to the hype. It's going to be a close game down to the wire. And the X factor is going to be, did Tennessee do enough to improve their defense to where it complements the offense? We know with Kansas City, they've worked on making that defense to where it can complement what the offense has. And your defense doesn't have to obviously go out there and be a top 10 defense, but just got to be enough to where it's not a liability to where it negates what the offense is able to do. And so we'll see how that works out. Let's see. All Boston sports fans says there are like 5 to 6 comparisons for him. Yeah, I mean, they're all good comparisons, though, honestly. I mean, if you got to be feeling real good from what we saw. I want to see him do it in the regular season, but I think that's going to be a major flex. I mean, imagine a situation where we're at a goal line. Think of what the Patriots did early in the season when they took their first loss of the year against the Seattle Seahawks, another game that came down to the wire, and like Cam just wasn't able to convert on when he tried to scramble for that touchdown. But imagine being able to run a play where it's some kind of RPO and you've got Stevenson in the backfield and Cam Newton to where, the defense has to look out for either one of them at the goal line situation, knowing that either one can run the ball. And both of these guys, it's going to take a couple bodies to bring them down. So just imagine the possibilities right now, just throwing that out there. And if Josh McDaniels happen to see this stream, that's a good idea right there. So certainly something to look for, something to use as well if you're using Madden, I guess, as well. This up for Madden 22 might not be a bad idea. Let's see. All Boston sport fans says that Le'Veon has some shifty moves that Ramondre can make. And yeah, I do see that run style for him as well. And it's just going to look so nice too with that frame that he has as well. And so, yeah, I'm all for, all of these comparisons for him. It really does work out for him. He's just has so much potential. And to be able to get him in the round that the Patriots were able to get him at, that was really good. So I will give Bill Belichick that for sure. Let's see. Your comparison is what I see in him mostly. Yeah. So these are all great comparisons for Ramondre, and so I'm sure he appreciates it for sure. But hey, I mean, aside from him, we still have Damian Harris. If Damian Harris can stop getting nicked up in a game, I feel that he could really be something special. I mean, I would want to draft him in my fantasy football league as a running back too, because I'm going to be playing a pretty deep league. But I don't know if he's going to be healthy or not, or if he's just going to be someone that, constantly is out there getting hurt. Because I saw a lot of that last season for him. So we're going to need for him to stay out there. But I really do love the depth chart of the Patriots when it comes to their running backs here. Because they're going to spread the wealth around. They really are. And use the running back that's most effective for the matchup that they have. And that's the way that it should be, honestly. As we see more of Justin Fields here, I'm just looking at the highlights and stuff. Let's see. I mean, he's making good decisions. Just a little bit, a little better ball placement would help. But I'm seeing some positive stuff. But yeah, you got to be careful with that. You cannot go out there and turn the ball over. And so yeah, but from what I'm seeing so far, I mean, I understand the Bears going with Andy Dalton right now. Let Justin Fields continue to get more time to just continue to develop, because there are some things that you just can learn just by, watching, continuously getting more practice reps in. And that's what's going to be key. More reps throughout the preseason for Justin Fields. And then just throughout the regular season, just be ready whenever your number is called. But Gesicki, I mean, he's looking great. I mean, honestly, Gesicki looking great in terms of what he was able to get early in the first half. Obviously, the Bears defense is looking fantastic in this one, especially with the starting unit in there. So let's see. All right, so King says, what about the Pacers? Well, yeah, when it comes to the Indiana Pacers, I feel that for them, just their goal for this season has got to be, just honestly, realistically speaking, I think just getting to the playoffs would be a win for the Pacers right now. They've got more work that needs to be done. And yeah, for the Indiana Pacers, just getting to the playoffs would be a nice season for them. I don't see them being one of the teams that's going to contend for, making a conference or anything like conference championship or anything like that. I don't see them making a deep run into the playoffs right now. So the Indiana Pacers, they've got a lot of work that they still need to do. And so that's where I feel about the Pacers at this moment. And so, yeah, one of the teams that, there's a lot of talent that was out there, obviously, this free agency. And so if they was able to obtain some of those talent, that would have been a different story. But yeah, Pacer fans, just root for your team to make the playoffs and just go from there. Hope that luck kicks in, because you never know. Let's see. All Boston sports fans says, Maybe we should play Ramondre at fullback if Cam might run. So that's interesting right there. Might have someone strong to create a lane. I mean, hey, there's different ways to get creative and use Ramondre, and then having Josh McDaniels as the offensive coordinator, that he's someone that can get creative. I feel like in special situations, they'll take that route. There's a lot of running backs that they can use, honestly. I mean, you think of Taylor, I forget his first name, but Taylor, he's another running back that I've seen. I saw him last year, and so this year I'm like, I want to see him get an increased role as well. There's a lot of running backs. It's just a matter of how you use them. And so, but if someone has to be gone, you have to think that the person to trade would probably be Sony Michel at this point. But that's just if they have to make that move. I mean, especially with everything going on, you want to keep as many running backs as you can. I feel that they should go into the season with 5 running backs. That would be great. But yeah, Taylor is definitely the guy. Hey, appreciate that, Boston Sports. Appreciate that. That's right, JJ Taylor. Don't know why I forgot that for a second. But yeah, JJ is that guy that I want to see some more of as well. He's very shifty. I like what he can do. He's a great pass catcher. We saw him utilized a lot in Thursday for those pass catching and stuff. So I really like this depth chart, man. These are a lot of great guys. It's just obviously there's only one football and only so much you can do in terms of spreading the wealth around. But there's no reason why we should not be utilizing all of these running backs throughout the course of the season. It should not be limited to just 2 running backs. No, this should be about 4 running backs getting carries throughout the course of a game. Then later in the game, use the 5th running back. So keep these guys fresh, especially with the extra game that we have this season. That's going to be extremely important that you keep running backs fresh throughout the course of a season, as well as, on the defensive line, mixing guys in. That extra game, that extra 1 game, that is huge. I mean, personally, would I have liked to seen 18 games rather than the odd number in 17? I'd have loved to saw 18 games and then add an extra bye week. I would have preferred to have 2 bye weeks in the course of the season and have 18 games, but that's an entirely different conversation right there. But 17 games and just 1 bye week, yeah, that's going to be a lot on these guys in terms of that 1 extra game right there. So we'll see though how that plays out in terms of the carries that get spread around. Let's see. Old Man Mob says that Janu Smith will be getting a lot of snaps at halfback this year. And so I'm really excited about Janu Smith, honestly. Like when I first saw, like at the very beginning of free agency, before we really knew all the free agents that was going to be, picked up by the Patriots and stuff, when I saw that, I believe Janu Smith, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he was the first free agent that agreed to, join the Patriots. When I saw that, I was already excited. I was like, we're going from literally nothing at tight end. I mean, we were sticking out guys like Matt LaCrosse out there at tight end. First one that came to mind right there. And those tight ends that the Patriots drafted, in the 3rd round and stuff a couple years ago, they have not contributed anything to the team. So we really needed some tight ends at that position. So, but yeah, definitely having guys that you can use at different positions. That's something that Josh McDaniels is going to have so much fun with. And I think that we're going to have to do that to make up for, we don't have I guess you can say, the number 1 wide receiver. We don't have the number 1 wide receiver that we need to yet. We've got some guys that can come in, do good, but at the same time, I mean, we need to have that number 1 wide receiver, honestly, to take the Patriots to the next level. And that's why every time you see, if there's receiver news, you'll always see me, posting some type of news like, oh, such and such wants to be traded, if there's any type of rumors about them being traded and stuff. Because, I mean, honestly, for the Patriots, if we can get a number 1 receiver without having to give up Stephon Gilmore, we're not giving him up. I mean, I've made up my mind for Bill Belichick, not giving him up, but if we can just trade some draft picks or something like that to get a top tier number 1 wide receiver, even if it's someone like Michael Thomas, I know he's not happy with the Saints. If we can get him, I don't mind if he misses 4, 6, 8 games before he's ready. Just when he's ready, be ready when we need him, something like that. So that'd be huge. But yeah, Janu Smith getting some snaps at running back, that'd be fun. And we know how the Patriots have used, guys like when they had Cardell Patterson that 1 season, they used him in a way like that. Obviously, he's not a tight end, but, they have shown that they can use, different guys in different positions, at a high level. So definitely we'll look forward to that. Let's see. DJ, that would be an interesting name. DJ Taylor definitely would be an interesting name. But hey, Yeah, I make a lot of those mistakes, especially since I'm usually up pretty late, when it comes to preparing for a lot of these streams or either looking up content and stuff that I can post about all that great stuff. So from time to time, I will, make a mistake and forget somebody's name, especially when you cover a lot of different teams on your channel. So therefore, that stuff does pop up a lot. Let's see. Lewis says he's got to run, but already subscribed. So hope to catch more games here and talk sports. Keep up the good work. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the sub. Really appreciate you guys, especially all of you that, are subscribed and viewing, the channel and all the support that you guys do give. My goal, by the end of the year, I would like to be closer to 800 subs. I mean, honestly, by the end of the year, I would love nothing more than to have more subs than the amount of videos that I have posted. I'm currently posted. I don't know the exact number off the top of my head, but I know it's in the 700s. So I think it's like 783 videos right now. And so I would definitely love to at least have one sub per video that I've posted up there for sure by the end of the year. But yeah, really appreciate you and looking forward to many more streams, especially once we get to the regular season. That's going to be fun, guys. I'm really looking forward to it. And just to give a quick score check, we are, 13-3. The Bears do have the ball right now. It's 1st and 15 after that penalty. And so, yeah, I really want to see Justin Fields really in the second half, show some poise in that pocket, and let's get some completions here. Let's see. All Boston Sports says, I would love JJ and Sony to catch a lot of passes this year. Yeah, and I honestly, especially if we go with the route of, well, regardless of who's in at quarterback, we're going to see running backs play a huge role in the pass game as well. What a nice completion there by Justin Fields. Nice throw. Excellent. Now, this is what I've been looking for. And that was to Adams right there for about 25 yards. But, yeah, that was a nice throw right there. You see, I had to stop mid-conversation to point that out because, yeah, I'm excited for him. And that's exactly what the Bears fans want to see right there. So that was great. I was really excited. Like, I was probably more excited than any Bears fan when I saw that they traded up in the draft and they drafted Justin Fields. Like, I wanted Justin Fields to go to the Patriots, but I knew that, given how we run things, that chances are they probably was aiming towards a Mac Jones, but I was still hopeful. But when I saw that the Bears were the team that got him, I was super excited. Like, I did not want him to get drafted by the Broncos. I did not want that. But when I saw the Bears took him, I was like, yes, this is the perfect place for him to go and build the legacy. So I was extremely happy for him. Let's see. Lewis says that I hope Coach Nagy gives Justin Fields a good drive to score a touchdown to lift his confidence. That would be really huge. And right now, that's what it's all about. Like, you really want him to come away from this game with even more confidence, because the more confident you are, the more that he'll continue to, stay engaged, especially if he's not the starter. But if he's feeling confident, then yeah, that's the way to keep someone engaged and continue to improve and just, get his teammates confident around him as well. Believe in this guy. So when his number is called, he'll go out there with the same confidence a veteran would, as opposed to someone who's like, I don't know, if I can do this and all like that. You want that confidence established. Let's see. Old Man Mob says, we should package Sony, N'Keal. I almost forget about N'Keal Harry and all like that, and even some picks. I could see three wide receiver could. I could see the wide receiver could trade for Gallup. Gallup, I remember in the game that from the stretch that I did see from him with the Cowboys. I didn't get to watch too much of that, but I did see he had one big drop, but he followed that up with a nice reception. Adding someone like Michael Gallup, I think that would be big for both sides. It would give Michael Gallup the opportunity to come in and be a wide receiver number one. He certainly has the skill sets to do so. And for a team like the Patriots, that would be really big, honestly, if we can get someone like Michael Gallup. And so, I mean, the Cowboys, they have depth at receivers. They got a lot of receivers. I would like to, in that scenario right there, see if there's a way that maybe we throw in an extra pick and get another one of those receivers they have towards the bottom of the depth chart. They just got so many receivers. I mean, a guy that comes to mind is someone like Noah Brown, who I know he's kind of buried on that depth chart, but I mean, they've got guys on that depth chart. The Steelers got a lot of receivers. There's a lot of teams out there that got receivers that are looking for a bigger role. And so I think Michael Gallup would be an excellent fit as long as we don't have to give up one of our top corners. So if they want to take a Sony Michel, then by all means, take him. Take him. Make it a 3 running back monster down there in Dallas. Let's see. Let's see, Woods or Allen Robinson. Allen Robinson is someone that I fully feel that next offseason is someone the Patriots can very well recruit to join them, because I just feel that, after this upcoming season, he's upset he didn't get the, contract extension offers, and so at this point, yeah, I think he'll be able to hit that market. And I don't know if he'll return to Chicago for Justin Fields' sake specifically. I hope that he does, but if he doesn't, hey, he will be welcomed for the Patriots organization. That is for sure. But that's something that I can see happening more realistically next season as opposed to this one. Let's see. I gotcha. Okay. Let's see. And right now he's at the goal line, folks. So I'll go ahead and focus in on what Justin Fields is doing, because this is must see. This is what we tuned in for, hoping to see right here. Justin Fields in the goal line. Can he capitalize with a touchdown? That pass rush is coming after him. You're going to have to use that speed. Oh, there's a flag on the play. Are we going to do this to him? Is it on the secondary or is it on the offense here? I hope they don't take away that touchdown from him. And so, but it's great for him to get in the end zone. I mean, because even with the backups, I mean, the Dolphins are a good defense. Okay, nice. Penalties declined. And so, therefore, touchdown Chicago. That is really big right there. So there we go. We was talking about building the confidence for a guy like Justin Fields. And so it's just really huge to see that he's able to get into the end zone. Even if by a scramble, that is great. And that's something that if you play Madden, that's something you better get used to, because guys are going to be playing with Justin Fields a lot, and you're going to see a lot of him scrambling. You best believe that. I think I skipped one here. Okay, so you said, let's see. I can see it costing us a first round for Woods with Sony and Nikhil. Now, that's something that, I think that's something they'd have a conversation about, honestly. If it came down to that, that's something I could see a conversation going. Let's see. Out of the three, I would love Gallup. Yes, he's in for a contract year, but he is just an underrated deep threat. And that's when you really want to catch a guy like a Michael Gallup. You catch him in that contract year. He goes out there, and then he can ball out. And then once he balls out, then we can go ahead and reward you with a contract. Because as we've seen a lot from players in the NFL, you get a guy on a deal, and he's got 3, 4, 5 years left. Or we'll just say 3, 4 years left, and he goes out there and he balls out there, because Gallup right now, I mean, if he goes out there and balls out as the number one receiver, you best believe his agent's going to contact you about, look, it's time for y'all to pay us, because my man is here. He's y'all number one receiver. Y'all need him. And so he exceeded his contract. They're going to say he outplayed his contract. So it's just better overall to get a guy who's playing for that contract year already. So the understanding will be, okay, there's going to be a new contract at the end of the year. You just go out there and show us how much you're worth. And so, but yeah, I definitely personally would love to have Michael Gallup as well. I think he'd be a great addition for the Patriots. Let's see. All Boston sports fans says that, let's see, he says, I don't understand why a lot of people want to get rid of Sony. I think we should trade Bolden. And so Bolden's kind of like the forgotten guy, I guess you can say, sort of there. But honestly, though, I want to keep every running back that we've got if possible. I mean, I like this depth chart as a whole. I feel like as a group, this is a major strength, the strength of the offense for the Patriots. And so, I mean, if it can help us bring in someone like a Michael Gallup, then, hey, I'm all for it. But aside from that, if it doesn't bring us in a big-time receiver, then yes, And so Boston Sports showing some love for Sony Michel, says he loves Sony on his team and he can help us when we need it. And that's one thing that we do know, like I mentioned before, about Damian Harris. Damian Harris, as great as he is, and as much as I love having him, when it comes to fantasy football or something like that, or even just watching him, I'm hesitant because I know that there's going to be times where he's going to get a little nicked up. It's not going to be the kind of injury that's going to keep him out for a game, so it's going to be enough to keep him out for the rest of the game. So definitely as many running backs as we can keep. We know that right now Sony Michel is that second running back. And so, yeah, definitely. Can he contribute to this team still? Yes, he definitely can contribute to this team. There's no doubt about that. But, yeah, definitely, it's all about getting those trade values if we're able to get a guy like a Michael Gallup. Let's see. Old Man Mob says, I say it because Sony has been hurt and he's on his last year of his contract. Plus, we have so many running backs. That's another aspect right there. Sony Michel being on his last year of his contract. Obviously, you have to think that after this season, will he want to be in a situation where maybe he'll be utilized even more? That remains to be seen, just I guess how the season plays out in terms of the carries that he has. You know how Bill Belichick is. A guy goes out there, and if he fumbles, then hey, it opens up the door for somebody else while that person's in the doghouse for about 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks before Bill Belichick lets him out that doghouse. But either way, the more weapons we have, these are great conversations to be able to have. That just means our running back position has a lot of depth and a lot of guys out there to where we feel confident to where one, some of us feel confident to where if we trade Sony Michel, we'll still be in a good spot. Two, having Sony Michel is an extra flex that we do have offensively. So either way you look at it, it's a great situation for the Patriots right now. We just need to find some way, somehow, to get ourselves a great receiver that can be that number one receiver, someone that can help stretch that field. That's what I'm really wanting. And I think that's what we're all in agreement in right now. We need to add another receiver just to help us be able to make that deep run into the playoffs. Let's see. All Boston sports fan says, I think if Marvin Hall doesn't make the team, we should trade him. He has good speed. That's probably the most realistic thing that's definitely could happen, honestly. Now, I do hope that he does end up, making the team. We need all the speed that we can get. And that's certainly something that, for the Patriots at wide receiver position, we need more speed. Like the need for speed is really evident. And we need some more height too, honestly. Honestly, if we're talking trade, I still want to see what the market looks like right now for N'Keal Harry. How many teams are still interested in N'Keal Harry's service? Because, unless they have a plan to really utilize N'Keal Harry on the offense and he really shows that he's going to be able to produce for us, then, go ahead and trade him and see what we can get for him. All Boston sports fan says, so Damian Harris is definitely our starting running back. That part, he's definitely the starting running back. He's running back A. And we saw a lot of positive things from him. A lot of positive things. If he can just stay healthy. That's the only thing that I want, just to stay healthy so we can actually see him take over a game. Because he has that potential. When Bill Belichick took him in the draft, I was like, okay, I see what you're doing. Even though at that time we still, had Sony Michel, we were still very high on him. Obviously that's why we took him in the first round. But when he decided to, I think it was the next season after, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the next season was when he brought in Damian Harris right after that. Then, I was like, okay, so Bill sees something in him, and for good reason. Damian Harris, we knew the potential was there when he got selected. It's just a matter of him being healthy so that way we can see all of it out there. But he definitely showed us a lot of great things last season. And that's even without having any type of a deep threat or even any type of receiving threat, no tight end threat. And he still was able to go out there and get us some yards out there. So you take all of that into the equation, and this running back room is extremely stacked for the New England Patriots this upcoming season. So right now, let's see. Jacoby Brissett looks like he's about to be sacked. He still throws it incomplete, but wait till, I guess, avoid taking a sack on that one. But the Bears pass rush got to him, and the Dolphins are going to be punting the ball. Let's see. Boston Sports says, if we were to trade N'Keal, what makes me a little nervous is size is gone at the receiver position. And that's you're talking about a good point right there. And so that's definitely something that I have thought about. And honestly, when I was watching Mac Jones play, I was thinking to myself, I was like, the receivers that we have, they're great check down receivers. They're great at, those little option routes down low. But to help Mac Jones really expand, because he's going to be the quarterback that's going to go deep more so than not. Cam, he's good with those check downs. Heck, in Carolina, he did a lot of checking down to Christian McCaffrey. And so he's very comfortable doing that. But if we can get some more speed at the position and some more height, some size out there, that would be really big, which is why I was so excited when we drafted N'Keal Harry. You look at his college tape, there was a lot to like, and he's still really young, honestly. And so he can still reach that potential. It's just, can he reach that potential with the Patriots, though? And will it happen this year? Because you only get so many years with a team before the team has to, trade you. And the fact that, he already wants to be removed from the Patriots, But you're right. We definitely do need to get some more size to the position. That's certainly been something that the Patriots have really needed for quite some time now. Some size and some speed. Yeah, size and speed is exactly what the doctor ordered. If we can get that, that'd be great. But I mean, that's why I was so happy though when we got the tight ends. I mean, I know tight ends are not receivers, but they are some pass catching tight ends that can definitely help us when it comes to having guys with some height. But we definitely still need to have a receiver that can help us in that area as well. So I'm going to be looking to see though how N'Keal Harry, because it doesn't seem like right now a trade is evident. If obviously that can change at any moment, but if he does start off the year with the Patriots, I mean, now is the time to go ahead and show us, what you can do. Because I guarantee you, he goes out there and he starts, looking the par of a first round pick. The narrative will change. I mean, everybody will change their thoughts on him. I guarantee you that. So. Let's see. Boston Sports says teams might not give up a tall guy back. That's another thing. Oh, yeah, they're definitely not going to give up a tall guy back. I mean, we're going to have to get a receiver who's very disgruntled. Our best hope as Patriot fans, I know this is the Bears and the Dolphins are currently playing right now, but, I know we're spending a lot of time on the Patriots, but the Patriots' best case scenario of realistically potentially getting a receiver right now, I feel, is if the Michael Thomas situation just reaches the point where the relationship blows up between him and the Saints. And this is something that's not going to take place in the preseason. This would have to be something that closer to the trade deadline, and then he becomes available or something like that. And then we step in and try to get someone like that, because as of right now, I feel like everybody else is pretty much set with their receivers in terms of their big play guys. But that's someone that I'm monitoring his situation to see how exactly, that's going to turn out. I don't think that they're going to end up trading. I don't think that's realistically going to happen, but it gives me some hope in terms of that. That's certainly someone that I would like to see. Michael Gallup, I know the Cowboys, they would want to get a lot in return for a guy like Michael Gallup. They're certainly not looking to just give him away by any means. So we'll have to see how that goes. But speaking of have to see, let's see if Justin Fields can get another touchdown. Okay, that's a nice pass right there. A great pass on the money, but let's see. Incomplete? Oh, man. Let me look at this again. Yeah, the pass was right there. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know how I didn't see that from the first camera angle. But that was an excellent pass. The receiver just got to catch that one. Adams has got to make that reception. All right, so we get another carry here from the Bears, and that's about 5 yards on the play. And that was Herbert for 5 yards. Let's see. Boston Sports says that he'll be right back. All right, appreciate you. Definitely, yeah, take your time. I'll be here. So looking forward to it. Let's see. Old Man Mob says, I'm a big fan of Justin Fields, so I'm rooting for the Bears unless when they play New England. And so just really quickly, do the Bears play the Patriots this upcoming season? I know I don't know off the top of my head the entire Patriots schedule. As of yet, once the regular season hits here, maybe I might start to memorize it then. But yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm going to be rooting for the Bears a lot in terms of just, especially when Justin Fields is in the game. I'm definitely rooting for him to have success because what Justin Fields can do for me as an Ohio State Buckeye fan, please kill the narrative that Ohio State quarterbacks can't play in the NFL. That's one of the most ridiculous things that I have seen yet, but I don't have a quarterback that I can point to say that that's not true. But we all know that's not true. It's just a matter, each quarterback situation is different. But there's a lot of people out there that's like, oh, he's from Ohio State. He can't perform. So he has to kill that narrative, bury that narrative, go out there, get Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's what I'm hoping that he's able to do this upcoming year. Unless, of course, Mac Jones gets it for the Patriots, then A. But at least be the runner-up, be 1A and 1B. But, yeah, I definitely want to see Justin Fields succeed. I want to see that happen so bad. And here we have 4th and 1. Well, 4th and inches. This is going to be a good one right here. The Bears offensive line is going to have to get a good push on this play. All right, great job right there. Excellent job creating a lane. That was absolutely fantastic run blocking right there by the offensive line. Now, if this was the regular season, you have to think that they probably would have did some type of quarterback sneak if they had Justin Fields in there from a couple inches away. But that was a great job. Nice block right there. And excellent job by Herbert to get that carry there. That was an excellent job. We've got a really good game, folks. It's 13-10 right now here in the third quarter. And Justin Fields is starting to crank this offense up. He's on the run. Look at that speed at work. Look at him. Most quarterbacks would have slide in that situation, but yeah, he has the speed to where he was able to get out of bounds. And yeah, the Bears fans, they're standing up for this. This is what they are waiting on. Okay, Old Man Mob says we don't play the Bears this year. Perfect. So I don't have to worry about that. So I can just root for the Bears the entire season. Absolutely fantastic. But yeah, I really want to see Justin Fields go out there and have a lot of success. That would be really big for me to see that happen this season. All right, so they're going to snap. It's going to be another running play here. Herbert. That's not Herbert this time. Let's see. Who is that in the carry? But I will say this, though. It is going to take a little bit of adjustment, though, seeing some jersey numbers, on certain players. I believe when the Patriots were playing, I forget who it was wearing number 19 on defense. And so that felt a little different to see somebody in the secondary wearing number 19. Then I seen a guy wearing number 8. It was just a couple different jersey numbers, that you're not used to seeing. Obviously, with the jersey rule changes, that's now going to be the new norm. So you're going to get used to it, but that just felt a little different. And Justin Fields with the play action fake, the rollout, nice throw across his body, easy touchdown on the play. It doesn't get no easier than that. And man, what a touchdown by the Chicago Bears. Wow, that has to be a blown assignment in coverage or something to get that wide open. But my man, Justin Fields, is right there on the money. Excellent. Now, you talked about building your confidence. Nothing will build your confidence like that. You see the rollout to the right, throw across his body right there on the money. Excellent. Can tiptoe backwards into the end zone. So that was absolutely fantastic. Let's see. Boston Sports is back, and he says, yeah, every year I root for the Patriots and an NFC team. Interesting. I mean, for me, I've been rooting for the Patriots going back to about the 2002 season, which was the only year that Tom Brady did not make the playoffs as a full-time starter for the Patriots that year. And it's like I became a Patriot fan when they had beat the Dolphins because I was living in Miami at the time. So I wanted to root for a team that was not the hometown team because everybody was rooting for the Dolphins at that time. All you would hear was people saying, run, Ricky, run. They probably didn't know much about football other than Ricky Williams at that time. He was the most popular player on the team at that time. And so I became a Patriots fan because they beat the Dolphins. And then, been a Patriot fan ever since. So sometimes it just works out that way. Let's see. Okay, so that was Malik Gant. Gotcha. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, appreciate you guys with that stat checks there and updates on that because, I mean, when you're covering a lot of teams, 2 different sports that I primarily try to focus on, sometimes you forget about which players are wearing which numbers, especially this year. So appreciate that. Let's see. Old Man Mob says, as long as Justin just remember what happened to RG3 and Cam, he will be great. You bring up a very valid, very, very valid point. I mean, we've seen a lot of times where mobile quarterbacks would come in, have success early on. Now, Cam was able to stretch his out. What really hurt Cam Newton was a couple things, such as one, throughout his career, I mean, ever since Steve Smith left his rookie year, I mean, you look at the receivers he played with. Sure, he had, Calvin Benjamin at one point. And at one point, we thought he was going to be great. But he didn't really have a lot of great receivers to really work with. Even the year he took Carolina to the Super Bowl, Ted Ginn Jr. was a guy who was a star for them. And I love Ted Ginn Jr. from Ohio State, but as an NFL receiver, he's had a couple stretches where he, provided some sparks. But, for that to be the best receiver that you probably can make a case for that he's played with, unless I'm overlooking someone. Obviously, at tight end, having Greg Olsen, that was big. But, yeah, he didn't have a lot of weapons. And the offensive line for Cam Newton in Carolina was terrible. I mean, he was taking hits, and, they were legit hitting him. Like it seemed like the protection that other quarterbacks received, he did not receive. And over time, that adds up and stuff. So all of that, then you start getting injured and stuff. So definitely understand that. But RG3, yeah, the man came out, did really good his rookie year. I mean, really good. Looked like he did at Baylor, but then after that, injuries kicked in, and then he was never the same after that. So yeah, I'm definitely wanting to see Justin. But I'm very confident because unlike, I mean, I guess you can say RG3, he was definitely a passer, but he did use his running ability equally as much, but he wasn't that big at all. But Justin Fields, he strikes me as that pass first. From what I saw at Ohio State, especially that pass first type of guy, he will use that speed when he's got to. And I think once he's more comfortable with the offense, you'll see him more so try to focus on passing the way that the play will be designed as opposed to just utilizing his legs and stuff. That's not something that he's going to do in terms of just trying to make a living that way. It'll be something that he can do, and it'll be, an extra in terms of what he provides as a passer, but that's not how he's going to make his bread and butter in this league. Which is good. I mean, on a video game, he'll be used that way, yes. But in real life, you will see him traditionally pass the ball a lot, just like we saw in that touchdown pass. But excellent examples there. And which, matter of fact, that just reminds me of another question. Let me formulate this question real quick. Meanwhile, we have a completion here, okay, by Sennett this time in at quarterback. So it'll be a good chance to really evaluate him. He's from San Diego in his first year, 24 years old. So, yeah, Reed Sennett. Let's see what he's got. It's not every day I get to see a quarterback from San Diego play quarterback, at least not San Diego College, I should say. All right, so here's the question. All right, so there goes the question that I have for you guys, and I'll leave this up here for a minute. But the question that I have for you guys right now is, well, it's more so of can you name a quarterback that you thought would be a star in the NFL? So coming out of the college ranks, he was a great college quarterback, great college prospect. All the scouts were saying nothing but great praise about him. And someone you personally probably was rooting for, but he just didn't pan out. I meant to put pan out. I put pay out. Pan out in the NFL. So definitely do let me know that. I'll go ahead and fix that real quick. All right, there we go. So, yeah, I will go ahead and leave this up here. But, yeah, name a quarterback that you thought would have been a star in the NFL that just did not pan out. For whatever reason, it could be injuries, could be a bad system, all that stuff. So definitely let me know what you guys are thinking about that. Meanwhile, Sennett drops back. He throws it, and it's incomplete. That would not have been a first down anyways on that play. And so, yeah, good stop there by the Bears defense. And so the Bears, the second team for the Bears is looking really impressive. We've seen Justin Fields now lead, I believe, 2 straight scoring drives for these Bears, scoring on both drives. And they will get ready to punt. Johnson's going to be the returner. It's a great opportunity for him to go out there and really try to impress the coaching staff here on this play with a decent return, you would have to think. And in the preseason, they're going to try to return this. Oh, you cannot do that. You cannot fumble the ball like that. Now you put your team in a terrible situation. Oh, man. That's tough right there. And he was trying to make a play, too, because at this point in the game, he's trying to, solidify himself on the roster. So going out there doing stuff in the regular season, you would not see a guy try to return that from within the 20 like that. There's really no need to. But obviously trying to go out there, make a play, you only get so many opportunities. So, yeah, that was tough. Let's see. Old Man Mob says Terrell Pryor. Ooh, interesting. Terrell Pryor. I will say this. So when the whole Terrell Pryor incident, it changed Ohio State and the future of Ohio State, because not only when he got suspended at Ohio State and a couple other guys for an infraction that really was not warranted. It cost Jim Tressel his job. And to this day, I am so sad that that's how Jim Tressel went out. He deserved better than that. I mean, was I glad that Urban Meyer came to Ohio State? Heck yeah, for his time there. And Ryan Day's doing a fantastic job. But I felt really bad for Jim Tressel at that time. But yeah, Terrell Pryor definitely did not. I mean, when he left the school and all like that, in terms of being suspended and then getting drafted at the quarterback position, I mean, I could see that. For me, a couple guys come to mind. I have a lot of guys that come to mind in terms of quarterbacks that I thought was going to pan out in the NFL that didn't. I thought personally Matt Leinart was going to be gold. I thought Matt Leinart was going to be someone that was going to come in and make a huge impact. I know during that time I thought both him and Vince Young were going to be good at the NFL level, but especially Matt Leinart. I thought he was a safe bet to be good just because he came back that extra year for USC, which probably did hurt him. But yeah, at that time, USC was a huge program at that time. I mean, just growing up and then just remembering the feel of USC versus Texas, that championship. Yeah, that was someone that I thought was going to be gold, honestly. Rick Meyer, that's going back right behind in the 1993 draft. Oh man, Rick Meyer, that brings back some memories there. Now, when I started watching football, Rick Meyer was already to the point where he was more of a backup quarterback. I do remember a couple stances. I think, at one point when I started watching football, he was a backup on the Detroit Lions at that time. But yeah, someone like Rick Meyer, that's going back though. That's a nice one. I like that answer right there. Oh, Rick Meyer. Let's see. Boston Sports says Johnny Manziel. Oh, Johnny Manziel. I mean, you're right about that. The star power that came with Johnny Manziel when he was coming out as a prospect, and just I really felt that all the confidence that he had. I mean, I thought that he was going to be someone that was going to turn out to be really good. And honestly, maybe if his head was in the game for the right reasons and stuff, maybe it could have panned out. I feel like he did have that sort of potential. And it was sad during that time to watch how his career just deteriorated like that. It was just sad to watch. But he was certainly someone that, I'm pretty sure a lot of people were high on coming out of the draft, just thinking that he was going to be gold. Let's see. Boston Sports says, got to do some errands. See you. Hey, appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping through. Really appreciate you. It's been great on this stream. I mean, hey, the Bears have been looking great so far. I believe everybody here has been rooting for the Bears to win. And so, but yeah, thank you so much for stopping through. It's been great. And you have a great rest of your day. Let's see. Azashak, thank you so much for joining the stream. Glad to have you here. Appreciate you. It's always a great thing when Azashak is here on the stream. So really appreciate you for joining. You said Justin Fields is playing way better this half. Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with just one, you got your nerves out the way, early on, you got the feel for the speed of the NFL, because obviously trying to simulate that field in terms of just all the people watching, knowing you're on TV as compared to just, practice and stuff like that. It takes a minute to adjust to all of that. But, hey, he's out there now. He's looking good. Back-to-back touchdown drives. Changed this game, from the Dolphins being up 13-3 to 17-13. And we're getting to see him in different scenarios now. So the offensive line, I feel, should do a little bit better in terms of their protection. They need to do a little bit better there. But, yeah, I'm encouraged, and I feel like he's building confidence now, which is very important for the future of Justin Fields to continue to build confidence. But, yeah, Justin Fields is – lighten it up, and I'm happy about it. I am happy about it. And I know that you're happy about it. I don't even have to ask you who you're rooting for between the Bears and the Dolphins, because I already know Azashak is a Chicago Bears fan, and so he is definitely rooting for the success of Justin Fields and stuff. As well as Andy Dalton, of course. Anybody that's going out there to play quarterback for the Bears, he's going to be rooting for them. I think the Bears are going to have a lot of people rooting for them this upcoming season, as we really want to see Justin Fields have success in the NFL. I also want to see how Trey Lance is going to look for the 49ers. Now, they had a lot of workouts personally, and I got a lot of faith in Shanahan and, his evaluation process. So even though he didn't take the quarterback I would have taken personally, I want to see how Trey Lance looks, because I think he's going to be something special as well. I just want to see for myself, like, how is he going to look with the 49ers offense? I feel it's going to be something great. Let's see. Boston Sports says you have a great rest of your days. Well, hey, appreciate you. Yes. And looking forward to the next time we have you on the stream. It's always great. Appreciate you. And definitely looking forward to seeing more of you later on future streams. And so, yeah, and I'll go ahead and state this is typically the point of the season where I guess you can say I know up to this point throughout the off season, most of my channel consists of a lot of sport news. We're talking NFL news, NBA news, but this is the point now, especially as we get closer to the regular season, where you'll still get your sport updates and stuff, but you're going to see a lot more of me streaming throughout the regular season, especially, football. Football is my first love when it comes to sports. So definitely you'll see a good amount of football streams being put up there. As well as basketball, but that'll be closer to when we get towards the start of the regular season. Especially when it comes to college sports, you'll see some. I'll try to, figure out maybe on a Saturday night if I can, get some college football in there as well in terms of a stream and stuff like that. Some of the bigger games, but definitely when it comes to the NFL, Monday nights and Thursday nights, you guys will be seeing those streams come up there. So definitely do look forward to that. But yeah, hey, everything is going great. I mean, you see the different background here. So I'm definitely making changes when it comes to my channel and just the direction that it's going. So I appreciate you guys and all the support. And as Lewis says, bear down. There you go. That's going to be the theme this upcoming season, bear down. And so that's something that we can all get behind. So yeah, definitely. This is going to be really exciting. And I want to see just, where these Bears are going to end up when it's all said and done, how many wins. Matter of fact, I'll ask you guys, what do you guys project is going to be the record of the Bears this upcoming season? And so I know that a lot of us, we believe that this team is a playoff team. It seems like so far, a lot of people are still, believing that the Packers are still the team to beat. But obviously these Bears, that they can still get the Packers a run for their money. And so I want to know from you guys, how many wins do you think the Bears are going to win this upcoming season? And I'll even go as far as to say, what is the range in terms of the playoff seeding that you guys would have them in terms of where they might be seated? Obviously as a wild card, if you think that they're going to get in behind the Packers, then you would have to put them in as a wild card slot, between that 5 to 7 range or something like that. But hey, if you got to win the division, want to hear that too. And so the Dolphins, one positive for the Dolphins has definitely been their punt return unit. I mean, their punt return unit has been extremely great in terms of their punt returners so far. Let's see. Azashak says Bears should play Artavis Pierce at fullback. He doesn't weigh a lot, but he looks pretty big on the field. Now, there's an idea right there. And I'm just, well, especially I know right now with the Bears, I'm not sure if you saw this one earlier as a Shaq in terms of Montgomery, limping off the field earlier. Didn't look like it was nothing serious or anything like that, but it did happen. And so he did not get a lot of, reps early on. As you see the fumble here, the Bears out here picking up at what they do best, and that's creating turnovers. You want to talk about creating turnovers? That's what the Bears do. And no team can force a fumble the way that the Bears can force a fumble. I'm telling you that right now. So that is great to watch. Let me just check the replay, make sure. Oh, yeah, that's a clear forced fumble right there. So them Bears, I mean, they're still going after it. We're here in the fourth quarter, and this depth is so deep. We've got the backups coming in, forcing fumbles right here for these Bears. So that is absolutely great to see. But so far in the night, you've got Justin Fields going 14 of 20. 142 yards, a passing touchdown, and even a rushing touchdown. I mean, that's absolutely great right there for Justin Fields. And so I'm happy to see that. I wanted to see him have a good day out there, just something encouraging. I know it's the preseason, so I get that, but that was very encouraging. Azashak says, nice. Thought it was Eddie for a second because he was wearing 39, but forgot Eddie changed his number. These number changes, I'm telling you, they're going to cause a lot of confusion early on in terms of I'm going to be looking like, wait a second, who is that? And so, you keep forgetting some guys change their jersey numbers and stuff. And so I know I got to get used to that. Obviously, with Julio Jones being in a different jersey with Tennessee, that just getting used to that. But then looking at his jersey number and be like, oh, he's not number 11 no more, stuff like that, But yeah, These number changes are definitely going to make it really interesting in terms of remembering who's who out there. And this game right here is just the first preseason game of a whole slate of preseason games that's going to be happening back to back to back today. So absolutely looking forward to all these preseason games, especially when the Saints play later on, to watch their quarterback competition and see how does both quarterbacks currently look right now. That's going to be a big thing to look out for later on. I believe that's a 7 o'clock game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, a lot of things to watch out for in the preseason. I know I mentioned it early on in the stream, but when I was watching, I believe when I was watching the Falcons game last night, in the brief stint that I caught it, I mean, I saw AJ McCarron out there for the most part, but Felipe Franks, he really stood out to me because what I saw from him, how he was able to move around in the pocket, that was not something that coming into, his draft profile or what I saw from him in Arkansas or Florida and stuff like that. Like, I did not realize that he was that shifty in the pocket. He looked absolutely like really good, I think, in that pocket. I know it was against third strings, but also playing with third strings, and the offensive line was not protecting that well for him. So I was really impressed with that. And so we're seeing Nick Foles up there. So it's got to be Nick Foles time out there. Let's see. And so, yep, Nick Foles is out there. So that means Justin Fields' night is a wrap. He did good, did great. Proud of him. Happy that he was able to get some scoring drives under his belt. Get that feel for what it's like to actually drive a team down there in the end zone at the NFL level. And so Shaq, like myself, says he did not recognize Damian Williams either because he was wearing number 8. He was wondering who he was. Yeah, I saw the carry. I kept having to look at the stats, and I'm over there looking like twice. Like even after I looked at it the first time, I kept thinking, who's number 8? I was like, Damian Williams, number 8 for the Bears. So that's going to be something that sticks out until we get a little bit more used to it. And so, yeah, I mean, these Bears, they did a lot of great things tonight. They honestly did. I mean, you look at the turnovers they created. I know they created 2 turnovers. I don't know if it's more than that, but I know for sure they had an interception near the goal line. They had that forced fumble. And so the defense, even though one was with the starting lineup, one was with the backups, but overall, some very impressive play by the Bears defensively. And then on offense, what Justin Fields was able to do, that was really good. So some very encouraging signs right there. As Nick Foles is looking, he just throws it up there. It's not every day you get to see a quarterback that won a Super Bowl fairly recently out there in the fourth quarter of a preseason game. I will say that. So we're going to get ready to see the punt here by the Bears. And yeah, the way this defense is playing, want to continue to see some more of that. All right, nice punt right there. All right, we're going to get to see another return here. These Dolphins have done a pretty good job in terms of their punt returning so far. I believe that was Perry, if I'm not mistaken. I know they switched it up a couple times. But we've got a flag on the play. And so, yeah, I mean, it's still a preseason game. And so obviously we know, I will point out, though, there is the rules that you have to consider, and the fact that, yeah, there's no overtime in preseason. I know against the Patriots game, I was like, oh, let's go to overtime. But, yeah, there's no overtime in the preseason. Had to remember that rule. I know the NFL did make a bunch of rule changes, and that's going to be one of them. There's no such thing as overtime in preseason. And I get it, all right? I get it. It's the preseason. This is more so for evaluation. The score doesn't really, I guess, matter as much. And so that's obviously why they went ahead and decided, it's like, look, we're just going to cut out the overtime, keep it short. And then, yeah, so if you win, you win. If you tie, then you just tie. So I can definitely get that. But yeah, I was very encouraged by what I saw so far. So very encouraged there. Let's see. Isaac Shack says that Chicago could have a really great running game this year. David Montgomery is a really great back, and Damian Williams is really solid and probably could start for a few teams. Yeah, Damian Williams, many people forget because last year he wasn't a part of the Chiefs, in their run, but the year before that, he was their top running back. And if they had him last year, they would not have had to reach out to Le'Veon Bell because they would have had him to be able to come in and continue to carry the load like he did. So having him is really big, and he's in a very nice place. He's in a role that I think he needs to be with the Chicago Bears, and so I'm really looking forward to seeing the type of year that he's going to have, the kind of year that David Montgomery's going to have. If you're someone that plays fantasy football, David Montgomery is a good option to have. I'm telling you, when it comes to this upcoming season, especially if you're in a deeper league like myself, where there's about 16 teams in my league. I know most people don't play 16 teams, but yeah, 16 teams are in my fantasy league, so definitely each and every capable running back that we have out there, you best believe they're going to get picked up. So if you have David Montgomery on your team, yes, that's a good option to have. Azashak says that Damian Williams should have won the Super Bowl MVP in his opinion. I'm right there with you. I mean, obviously we know that wasn't going to happen because, it's the Chiefs' first-time Super Bowl for Patrick Mahomes and stuff. But yeah, if you really watch the game, yeah, you will see that his impact made the difference in their comeback against the San Francisco 49ers. That and Jimmy Garoppolo missing on one deep particular pass in that one, in which I know to this day he wishes that he can have it back. But yeah, that's obviously Damian Williams was a huge part in that Super Bowl, the Super Bowl run, the team. And so they really could have used him last year as well. And so, but yeah, I'm right there with you. All right, so let's see. That's going to be a loss of about – oh, wait, does he stay on his feet? Oh, man. That's either going to be a loss of 3 when they look at the replay, or that's going to be a big gain right there. You got to make sure you finish the tackle. I really hope for his sake that the guy was down, because you would hate – because these guys right now, they're fighting for their NFL careers. Let's see. Come on, that knee has got to have been down. I need to see another slow replay of it, but you would think that knee was down. All right, so the play is going to be under review, folks. We have a preseason play under review. Let's see. Azashak says that that's a tackle. Yeah, I'm thinking that's a tackle. Like, it looked like he rolled over, and then before he got up, it's like, with the weight, his weight as well on top of that guy's leg. There's no way that guy did not get down. But let's see. I'm still looking. Well, they got the scoreboard up there blocking the knee, but it looks pretty. I'm pretty sure this has to be one that gets overturned. But if not, then that's one heck of a body control to stay up like that, honestly, if that's the case. But man, that looked like that was down on that play. But we will see what the replay booth has to say. But I'll go ahead and take this time and thank each and every person that is joining me here on this stream. Really appreciate you guys so much for coming through. When you guys are on the stream, that really makes, football that much more exciting, especially we're talking about preseason. We got to see Justin Fields go out there, light it up, 14 of 20 in terms of passing. He threw 1 touchdown. He ran for a touchdown. And so he was absolutely fantastic out there. And then when you look at the Dolphins, evaluating Tua, 8 of 11, but he threw that interception at the red zone. That's one that, they're going to have to talk about during the film thing. He's looking good, but he's going to take chances out there. So Dolphin fans, it's going to be some games where you're like, he's on it. Then there's going to be some games where he's going to go out there and probably turn the ball over a couple times. If you remember the last game we saw of Tua Tagovailoa against the Buffalo Bills, it was turnover city. Like, this man was turning the ball over. Like, he was like the delivery guy for Papa John's. He was just giving out turnovers and stuff, like, honestly, like left and right. So that's clearly not what you want to see. But he's got another year under his belt. He's got more of a knowledge of the playbook. He says last year that was a big problem for him. Obviously, the Dolphins, they don't have Ryan Fitzpatrick no more. So absolutely, this is something that Dolphin fans are going to be paying attention to. Is Tua Tagovailoa really the guy for the Dolphins moving forward? And that's something that we're going to continue to see throughout the preseason and into the regular season. That's going to be the question until it's not the question. And at the end of the year, if we're still asking that question, then that's not a good sign for Tua. But if by the time we reach the end of the year, nobody's asking that question, then that means Tua's doing his job. So we'll see how that plays out for the Dolphins in the very competitive AFC East for sure. Let's see. Lewis says, first time here enjoying it. Yeah, glad to have you. I mean, hey, I'm really glad that you joined, and I'm really looking forward to it. And honestly, so far, I started my channel like right around the time after Christmas, I believe was when I posted my first video last year. So when I started, football season was basically over. And I didn't get to do any live streams then because I was still learning a lot about my channel at that time. But, now with football season coming up, I know I got a lot of football fans on my channel as well as basketball. And so to be able to interact with you guys and show that I do more than just provide, a lot of news and content and stuff, that's what I'm really excited for this upcoming football season. It's just interacting with you guys throughout the games, watching stuff as it happens live. Like, can you imagine last year if we were streaming the Cardinals game when Kyler Murray threw up that Hail Mary at the end of the game? That would have been absolutely insane. So moments like that are what I'm looking forward to the most, honestly, this upcoming football season. So I appreciate you guys and all the subs. I really do. I know that I checked my thing and I gained about 4 subs during this stream. So I really appreciate all of you guys for subscribing to the channel. Really appreciate it. As I mentioned, my goal is to try to get I want to get to that 1,000 mark this year, but realistically, if I can get my subs to match the amount of videos that I've produced this year alone, I'd be really happy with that. Right now, I think I've produced like 783, if I'm not mistaken, videos. And so, yes, it's a lot of videos, been putting up a lot of videos, but hey, I just love sports. I went to school for sports, played sports, love sports a lot. So really enjoy talking with you guys. And so let's see, Senate, he's running. Okay, he's got little wheels to him. Got little wheels to him. I'm going to be sure to check out his Madden rating and see if Madden's going to disrespect this man or not. I will say this, though. I am considering on August the 22nd doing some type of that's going to be a Sunday, like 2 Sundays from now, because I don't know how many preseason games we're going to have that day, but I think that'd be a good day for me to stream a lot of Madden 22 and just basically go online and just see how I do online and then just stream. And if you guys are watching and enjoying it and you guys are tuning in, then, hey, I mean, I'll continue to keep streaming, So that's something that I'm thinking about doing on August the 22nd. But you guys will hear more about that as we get closer to that. Let's see. Azashak asks, what game am I most excited for this year? Well, okay. So me personally, if I'm talking from just a Patriots standpoint, because, my favorite team is the Patriots, I'm looking forward to playing Tampa Bay this year because I don't like the fact that, Brady and his father, they've been extremely cocky and stuff. And I don't like how people are disrespecting Bill Belichick. 1 year is not enough to determine that Brady won because, I mean, he went to a team that was already had a lot in place. And when he joined there, a lot of people followed. I just feel that this year we have a better chance to really evaluate the Patriots now that, we didn't have last year, 8 guys opted out. No other team had to deal with that, but the Patriots dealt with all them opt-outs. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing that game particularly. This is a chance for Bill Belichick. It won't even, Tom Brady's going to winning the Super Bowl. It won't match that, but it will be a sign that says, look, Bill Belichick, he clearly, if he can win that game against Brady, that's at least some type of a win. It may be a small win, but that's a win. And so that's what I'm looking forward to. And so obviously, when Brady shows up, I'll root for him in terms of just, cheering for him whenever they do whatever they're going to do for him in his return. But once the game starts, we're coming after him. Absolutely coming after him. Oh, yeah, that's right. But to answer that question, I'll put that back up there. But to answer the question, the game that I am looking for, that I'm most excited for this upcoming season, it has got to be, let's see, I got to think about that. There's a lot of games this upcoming season. But probably the game that I'm most looking forward to, honestly, is probably the opener, the Chiefs and the Browns, really. I'm really looking forward to seeing that matchup. That's going to be a really great matchup. You've got the Browns. I love what they have in terms of their run game. Baker Mayfield's, he's the right quarterback for Cleveland right now. OBJ, how is he going to do versus the Chiefs? We know the money that they invested in that offensive line and stuff. We know what Pat Mahomes and company can do. Them guys, I think that's going to be a very good opener game for sure. I'm also looking forward to when the Buccaneers play the Rams. I think that's going to be a great game as well, an exciting one to watch. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that game as well. But there's a lot of games I can throw out there, talking about the Titans versus the Colts. I think that's going to be a good one, especially if Carson Wentz is out there. That can be a great one, actually. That defense versus the Titans, and now with Julio Jones added to that as well, That's going to be exciting. There's a lot of things to look forward to. I mean, and then there are teams that I'm looking forward to specifically, just seeing them. I mean, I want to see the 49ers, especially if they can be healthy. How good will they look? We know what they were just 2 years ago, all that great stuff. So that's certainly something that I'm looking forward to seeing, honestly. Let's see. Isaac Shack says that Caleb Johnson is playing great. Love to see it. Hope he makes the team. And yeah, you just have those guys where every preseason year, you always have those situations where there's a couple guys that are like on the roster bubble, and you're like, I really hope this guy makes a team. And he's certainly one of them. I mean, no knock against the guys he's competing against. But I mean, the talent is obviously there. It's just a matter of, does it fit will he be able to make the roster because of all the needs that the team will have? But I'm right there with you. Nice pass by Sennett there. I believe that's a first down. And so right now is the time for this Bears defense to bear down. Even with the second team unit, you definitely still want to do that. Let's see. Adashak says, I hope Cam does well this year. He's a really nice guy, and I've always loved his play on the field. Yeah, what I love from Cam Newton is his energy. I love his energy, the passion in which he plays with. I mean, there's a lot of times where you see quarterbacks that just don't seem like, they're really either enjoying it or they don't have that energy that he has. It's that pure business state of mind. But it's fun to see a guy that's out there having fun. Now, I know a lot of the Patriot fan base, from what I've been hearing for months and all like that, they're ready to move on from Cam. But I'm right there with you. Like, I really want to see Cam go out there and just ball out. Just go out there and show them that you still can play the quarterback position. There's no reason why you should have, kids at a football camp that you're hosting, trying to help them get better, over there being disrespectful, talking about you can't throw the ball, when that's not the case. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into playing the quarterback position, and part of that is having weapons. And last year, what the Patriots had on offense at the receiver position and tight end position, that left a lot to be desired, especially at that tight end room. That tight end room, that was you were getting nothing. You were getting nothing. You'd probably get the same production from that tight end room if you went and took a fold-up chair and put it on the field and threw it the football. You get the same exact production from what New England got from that tight end room last year. It was nothing. It was just a body in the way. I hate to be so harsh, but that's exactly what we were getting from the tight end production as of last season. Absolutely nothing. Let's see. Adashak says that if Aaron Rodgers plays, I will say the Chiefs versus Packers is one of that you're most excited for. That's right. The Packers do play the Chiefs. And I remember when I was starting off my channel, I was predicting that it was going to be the Chiefs versus the Packers. And I had changed my prediction right before the Packers played the Buccaneers. Like, literally, I was sitting there about to make one of my first couple of videos. And while I was making the video, I switched my mind. I was like, okay, I'm not going to go with the Packers anymore. I think that Tampa Bay is going to find a way to win down there in Green Bay. Even though Green Bay was at home, even though they was playing great, it was just something about the way from what I saw Tampa when they were able to go down and beat New Orleans that convinced me that this team was playing their best ball at the right time. But yeah, another game I guess you can say from, oh man, look at that run right there. Look at the speed. Look at him. He's still tumbling forward to the 30-yard line. Okay, and Pierce for the 51-yard gain right there. You got to love it when a running back comes in late in the game and just carries the team on his back like that. That was fantastic running, absolutely fantastic. And this is what I'm talking about. I also look forward to seeing the Washington football team versus Tampa Bay. I'm telling you, I'm thinking this is going to be a game that's either going to be really close. Now, we know Brady, he can probably drive his team down there to win the game, but I think that's going to be one that's going to be really close when Tampa and Washington does play later this year. So I'm looking forward to that game as well. And so Ajashak says, what a run from Pierce. Yeah, I guess you could say that he's piercing the defense out there. I mean, the way that he went in there and to see that little burst, that was a nice, pleasant surprise right there. A nice, pleasant surprise. So I'm happy for him. And that's definitely going to help the yards per carry average a lot right there. But yeah, that's got to be encouraging right there. And hey, kudos to the offensive line there for that run block too, opening up that lane. I know late in the game, obviously you got a quarterback in like Nick Foles. And if I'm a guy trying to make the roster, I'm very happy to have someone like Nick Foles in with me late in the game. At least I know if we do decide to pass the ball, he's going to give me a chance to really go out there and show what I can do and at least give me an opportunity as opposed to someone who probably, can overthrow you, underthrow you, or something like that. You've got a Super Bowl winning quarterback in late in the game with you. So that's got to feel good if you're with the Bears' second and third team units. But yeah, Pierce, what a performance there. What a performance. But yeah, this stream is really fun. I mean, really, I really enjoyed myself today. And there's nothing like being able to talk football on the weekend. Nothing like it. Now, things are going to get very busy on my channel, especially once we reach the point of, I want to say around that October and November timeframe. Obviously, Thanksgiving, it'll be a little slower that week. But outside of that, we're talking about once we hit football season, basketball season will be, starting off. And then I believe we're back on the regular schedule this year in terms of the NBA season. And then you've got, college football, college basketball. And for college basketball, what I'm thinking that I'm going to want to do is whenever we have those tournaments, I want to really capture a lot of the tournaments that we have, whether we're talking, like the Big Ten versus ACC challenge or something like that, or just, those type of tournaments. I do want to stream those tournaments and just get a glimpse of some of those guys. So that way later in the season, we'll have a better idea of who the best players are. Because we know in college basketball specifically how players change each and every year in terms of different teams. So that's certainly something that I'm excited for later on on my channel in terms of some of the streams. But yeah, this has been really fun right here. And we've got 5 minutes left to go here. It's fourth down, fourth quarter. Let's see. I've got another question for you guys right now. Give me 1 second to type it up. As we get ready for this field goal attempt right now, the kick is up and it's good. Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt about that. And I know Bears fans throughout, the last, like a couple of years ago, there were some heartbreaks that took place due to, some field goal kicking. So anytime, even in the preseason, because preseason or not, the kicker still has to go out there for him. So anytime you can have that happen, that is absolutely great. All right, just finishing up, typing up this question. All right, here we go. It's a little bit of a lengthy question, I guess you can say. All right, so the question that I have, I'm about to share that right now. All right, so here we go. My question for you guys is: if you had the first pick in fantasy football, who would you select with the first pick? And give me your top 3 options. I really want to know who would you guys select first. Now, a couple names that I'll throw out there that I do hear. I hear people say Christian McCaffrey. We know what C-Mac can do. Anybody that's played fantasy football knows C-Mac. He produces a lot of points. His problem is he gets he gets hurt a good amount. So we know what C-Mac has. Alvin Kamara, I've heard people say Alvin Kamara. I've heard people say possibly Dalvin Cook as an option, or just, if there's some other guys out there as well, like would you take a quarterback? Probably if you one of your top 3 options to consider. What about wide receivers? Does a guy like Stephon Diggs come to mind? Devontae Adams, definitely all that stuff. Do let me know, who would you select or give me your top 3 if we're picking in fantasy football. Definitely would love to hear that from you guys. I'll leave it up here for a minute. But yeah, with that field goal, now we are currently with the Bears with a 7-point lead, 20-13. And so as you can see, the Bears sideline, they're happy. They know exactly right now what this season is going to be for them. I mean, they went out there and they looked really good. But I saw some good stuff from the Dolphins as well. That pass rush, that was consistently good, whether we're talking the first team, second team, or even some third team guys now. That pass rush for the Dolphins has looked really good so far in this one. So that's a positive right there. And I know that Justin Fields started scoring, but when the first team was out there for the Dolphins, they looked pretty impressive. That secondary looked like they're picking up where they left off at. Would have liked to see a little bit more from the running game, honestly, for the Dolphins, as well as, from Tua. But we saw enough from Tua. That turnover was bad, but there's some stuff to still work on, but some positives. I mean, Gesicki, he looked nice out there for the Dolphins. So that's very promising right there for the tight end position. If they can get that tight end position to be consistent, that's going to be really good right there for the Miami Dolphins. So I do think that they're going to be happy about some things that they saw there. And if they can go out there and try to tie this up, I know there's no overtimes in preseason. So, finishing with a tie, if I'm the coach, I just go for two. Let's just win it or lose it. Let's just not end in a tie. But it is preseason, so I guess you need to see consistency even from special teams as well. And so Sennett, he's over there trying to conduct this play. Here's a great situation for him just to be in that, hurry up type of offense scenario. So let's see how that works out for him. Let's see. All right, so we do have an answer here. But before we get to that, okay, so I'll leave this up for a couple more seconds here for anybody else that wants to add it up. And all right, let me go ahead and catch up on some of the responses here. So Ajashak says that he's excited for Illinois this year. He says, I was so happy to find out that Kofi. Oh, so he is coming back. Okay, was coming back. Nice. Hey, Illinois was very exciting. I mean, I know I said I follow Ohio State, but I'm a Big Ten guy in general. I mean, Ohio State's my favorite team, but I enjoy watching the Big Ten. And whether or not my team is playing, especially when it comes to college basketball, I'm always rooting for other teams in the division. I want to see them succeed because I feel that as a conference, if they succeed, it only makes Ohio State's success look even that much better. So whether we're talking college football, if they're playing a big game out of conference, I'm usually rooting for the Big Ten to have success because I really need that conference as a whole to get, to be at a level where everybody's like, okay, the Big Ten, that's big right there. So you win in an interconference game, that solidifies your spot in the tournament, or either in college football, in the college football playoffs. So there you go. Yeah, that would have been that would have been nice. I feel you there. I feel you there. And so meanwhile, it's going to be 4th and 6 for the Dolphins. You have to think that they're going to be going for it. So let's see if they'll be able to convert on that one. But yeah, Adashak says that his first choice would be Alvin Kamara, Christian McCaffrey would be second, and Patrick Mahomes would be third. So that would be the order of his, if he had the first pick, or at least his top 3 options in order for the first pick, if he had the first pick in the fantasy draft. Alvin Kamara, I will say, he's definitely, a tremendous player, absolutely tremendous. And so for me, I would want to know ahead of time, as we see Sennett out here running for his life, just throws it up there, throws a jump ball incomplete. So that's going to be a turnover. The Bears defense do it again, and they're going to get the offense back the ball. But yeah, I want to know for the Saints, who's going to be their starting quarterback. That's going to be a big part right there, because when Taysom Hill is in, someone who monitored fantasy football like I did last year, when Taysom's in at quarterback, it hurts Alvin Kamara's numbers because the defense is able to play that 8-man box because, one, Taysom's probably going to run or do some type of movement as well. And so they're coming in closer. But you bring someone like Jameis Winston in at quarterback, now you got someone that they have to look out for that's going to try to air it over the top, because we know Jameis knows no fear when it comes to going deep. And so sometimes just the fact that a guy's going to go deep is enough to move the defense back. And so that's certainly something that I feel could be that I would want to know before I make that selection for Alvin Kamara. I see Christian McCaffrey is second. We know C-Mac, if he's healthy, in my mind, he's the top guy if he's healthy. It's just a matter of, do you feel that Christian McCaffrey is going to be healthy throughout most of the game? Because if you telling me, you look into a crystal ball and you can tell me that Christian McCaffrey is for sure going to play 12 or 13 games of fantasy football, then yeah, C-Mac is the guy that I want if I know for a fact that he's going to be healthy, because he means so much to the offense. He is such a large part of the offense, I feel. And so I know that he can light it up out there. Patrick Mahomes, I personally don't take quarterbacks, like that early. But if there is a guy who's going to get me to consider it, Patrick Mahomes is that guy. That's the guy that everybody wishes that they can have at that quarterback position. Patrick Mahomes. And so if you're confident, or maybe you're in a smaller league to where you can still get some value later on, then perhaps that's a move that you can make with a Patrick Mahomes. But believe me, you won't regret having a Patrick Mahomes. It's just a matter of, can you still get some decent, quality guys at the running back position. Running backs go off the board pretty quickly, as well as, receivers and stuff. So, but definitely all great choices there. Certainly can understand that. Let's see. Adeshak also says the biggest surprise this game is the Bears offense looking like an actual offense. Well, hey, get used to that. That's going to be the new norm. Anybody who's just now tuning in to the Bears and stuff and moving forward, I've got a strong feeling that you're going to start getting used to seeing the Bears offense looking like a high-powered offense. Now, will it reach high-power status this year? Maybe at some point it might, especially if Justin Fields comes in and starts getting into the zone. But it's going to be much better. It's going to look much better, I can tell you that, than what it was last year. So that's encouraging. Let's see. Lewis says Josh Allen, Christian McCaffrey, and Kamara. Josh Allen. Now, one thing with Josh Allen, that strong arm that he has, the connection between him and Stephon Diggs. You already know for Buffalo's offense, Josh Allen, he's racking up those yards for his team. He's going to be the one that's going to be producing for this offense. I know you say that about every quarterback, but that's really the case down there in Buffalo because, Zach Moss, they're trying to develop him into more of that goal line, short yardage type of back. Devin Singletary, feels like last year he didn't take that leap forward that I thought he was going to take in year two. But Josh Allen, you know what you're getting with him. So that's another good option right there. Christian McCaffrey, as I mentioned before, that's certainly someone that, historically he's been the guy who's been taken pretty much number one. It's just a matter of his health. And can he remain healthy throughout the course of the season? And then Kamara. I'm seeing a lot of love here for Kamara. And I understand why. Kamara, he's absolutely fantastic for these Saints. And they're going to have to rely on him more than they have done in the past, especially with no Drew Brees. So certainly it does make sense for sure. And well, there you have it. Lewis plays the under 36.5 play is on life support. Yeah, hey, absolutely, man. Absolutely. But hey, this has been one heck of a game, honestly, though. Like either or, but I feel you on that one, though. I feel you on that one. Let's see. Lewis says that I like Winston for that offense to open up the run game. Same here. I feel like it makes the most sense right now. Last year, you went ahead and took the chance, and you rewarded the guy who had more chemistry with the team because he was there longer. You already implemented him on packages for the play, so you just went ahead, took that route, told Jameis, look, you're really being redshirted this year. We will they used him very few times, but they wanted to take a good look at Taysom Hill and give him that experience. So now he's gained some experience, but Jameis, he's pretty much been a starter in this league since he came into the league with the exception of last year. And so he comes with a ton of experience. And hey, he can light it up with some of these deep passes, especially when you get Michael Thomas back. I feel like with Taysom, you're not going to be able to take advantage of a Michael Thomas the way you would with a Jameis Winston. And for me, that's really enough right there. That the fact that you can really spread out your offense and pass it well, especially with better coaching. I feel like Sean Payton from an offensive standpoint would just be, the kind of coach that he needs. With Bruce Arians, he's a tremendous coach, but him and Brady, they had clashes last year where you were talking about, Brady wanting to have more checkdowns, wanting to have, more guys moving and stuff. But Bruce Arians wanted to run it his way. And so now, but as the season went on, Bruce was like, okay, I see that there's some merit to what Brady was saying. He does have the Super Bowl, winning, background. So let's listen to him. So eventually he went ahead, added Antonio Brown, like Brady said, stuff like that. So, sometimes it comes down to your coaches as well. And then being able to, one, listen, but two, just, make those adjustments. And so I feel like Jameis Winston with Sean Payton as his, head coach, that could bode very well for him. And so in that system, I could see Jameis Winston having some success this upcoming season. And as you mentioned, more importantly, open up that run game for Alvin Kamara to do some more damage as he does. And man, look at this. Another back for the Bears out here just chugging his way forward. Look at that. He looked like he was running, and if you watch one of the Madden, like on Madden when your player's stumbling forward and stuff, he looked like the way that he was running, it just looked like a full stumble, but at full speed forward, like how he was running and stuff, especially towards that end there. But hey, that's a great play right there. Absolutely loving this. This offensive line, these second and third string offensive linemen, they're doing work today, opening up some holes and stuff. But great carry that time by Nell right there for that carry. So. Absolutely. That was 39 yards right there. That's great for him. Now, the Dolphins and their second team, they're going to have a lot to focus on right now. They're going to have a lot to focus on. Let's see. Adeshak says, so weird. Our third string quarterback is a Super Bowl MVP. That's so absurd. You're right about that. I mean, it's just a couple years ago. You go from first to third. I mean, imagine that. And to say that your first string quarterback is Andy Dalton on top of that. I mean, no knock against Andy Dalton, but I mean, to have that be the case and he's your third string quarterback, wow, times have really changed here, honestly. So, okay, so Nick Foles is getting to take that knee out there. So this game is a wrap, folks. And the Bears, they show a lot of class on that one. I probably would have tried to score again just to get another look, but hey, 20-13, what a tremendous game from both teams. Both teams have a lot of reason to be optimism. They've got stuff to work on, but there's a lot to like from both teams, honestly. You see Wilkins out there. Wilkins, he was with Clemson back in the day when his Clemson Tigers had beat Justin Fields in Ohio State that first time around before Ohio State came back and avenged ourselves the year after. But yeah, that is a little weird. Absolutely. And so, yeah, so the Lewis says the Buccaneers are the Lakers in the NFL. I certainly can see that. I mean, you look across the roster and stuff, and yeah, it seems that way. The only difference is the Buccaneers have been off a championship. The Lakers, they're trying to get back there, and obviously injuries played a role in that one, but you have to wonder with the way that some of those teams were shooting in the Western Conference, would they have been able to keep up with that scoring wise? I don't know. But who knows? But what I do know is that, yeah, both teams are loaded and they've got a lot of veterans. So I will say that. Let's see. Ryan Nail is the best preseason running back ever, you say. Yeah, well, that's a bold statement. I would say Stevenson for the Patriots, Ramondre Stevenson. You could say that. But, hey, Ryan Nail certainly made a case for himself with that one. I mean, he just kept trucking and moving. It was fun to watch. Let's see. Adeshak says, I wouldn't be surprised if KD signs with the Buccaneers. I would be. I will say I would be surprised if they went that direction. You would have to wonder what position would he actually play out there, unless he's going to go out there and, I don't know, play some – I don't even know, man. They'd have to create a position for him out there, honestly. Honchos 2X. Hey, thank you so much for joining the stream. Glad to have you here, Bears Nation. Yeah, hey, the Bears, they bear it down today. They put in some work, and so was really glad and happy from what I saw from Justin Fields going 14 of 20, 142 yards, a touchdown passing, and a rushing touchdown. He did good. The offensive line, gave him some problems there, but hey, the Bears, they have a lot to be proud of. That defense created a lot of turnovers as they do in the regular season. We saw interception. We saw a forced fumble from both your starters and your backups. Very encouraging days, especially for the Chicago Bears. They really went out there and they shined today. So happy about that. You see, Lewis says that Nail is underrated on this offense. Yeah, definitely. I can agree with that for sure, and definitely want to see more of him being utilized. Especially, I know you have a guy like Montgomery limped off earlier, and Montgomery's going to have a big year this year. But definitely it's going to be really important for teams to have multiple options this upcoming season. I mean, one more game. COVID's still an issue in terms of guys missing games for that, and the way that the NFL is being really harsh on these guys in terms of the punishments and stuff. They really are sending the message and stuff. So you really want to have guys on your depth chart that you are feeling comfortable with, that can go out there and perform. And so for a lot of these guys, when they get their opportunity to go out there and shine, you best believe they're going to go out there and shine. So I'm right there with you. Yeah, see, Adeshak says he is pretty solid when he plays. He's a great special teams too. Yeah, and that's how you make a name for yourself. Starting off, you get in favor with the special teams coach, hang around, because that's what's going to make a difference when they start chopping down, rosters and stuff, all that stuff. But yeah, he's been pretty solid already, and so he's got nothing to really worry about there. But yeah, great addition on special teams as well. And special teams are so underrated in the NFL because when you have a good special teams, that can really help make things a lot easier for your offense and just set you up in good situations to where you're not playing like so far behind. We saw a couple times where Justin Fields got in the field and the Bears were taking over with some pretty bad field possessions out there because Special teams did not help them in that scenario in terms of getting good field position. Special teams is really huge, honestly. Lewis says that LeBron should recruit Brady for championship experience. Wow. Could you imagine that if Brady took on another challenge here? I could imagine, though, with his work ethic, he'd probably go out there and shoot about 60% from three-point range, honestly. That would have to be how he'd ball out. Jack says Brady would do that too. Imagine if he won an NBA championship. That would be crazy. First of all, if Brady, in this hypothetical crazy scenario that you guys are making me talk about here, if he did that, you know that he'd want to come back and try to win about 6 more championships in the NBA and play well until he's about damn near 60 years old out there. So don't give this man no ideas of anything else to do out there, because he's out there trying to accomplish everything that a person can accomplish in a lifetime times 3. So absolutely crazy. I see that they started the Broncos and the Vikings out there. So give me 1 second, guys, to update the scoreboard there as we transition over to that. All right, here we go. All right, so here we go. Okay, so Jacob Browning looks to be taking the starting snaps here for this game. No surprise, I guess you can say. So let's get 1 second here. Come on now, just. Okay, so I guess they just haven't started it yet, but okay, but yeah, Browning seems to be going out there getting the first snap. Now, Minnesota's been a very interesting situation in terms of just what they've had going on throughout camp without their quarterbacks. We know Kirk Cousins, he's been a subject of topic here in terms of, just the whole COVID thing. He swears that he's going to find a way to stay out there throughout the season, so we'll see how that plays out. All right, finally, they updated the scoreboard. You guys can see the scoreboard just fine. Let's see, I probably need to update my title as well here. So let me take 1 second here. Yeah, give me 1 second, guys, so I can update the stream title. I guess I'll just change it to preseason play-by-play at this point. Okay. But yeah, I mean, the whole situation with the Vikings and their quarterbacks, they're learning early on how important it is to have some depth at that position. As for the Broncos, the quarterback competition between Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock. So while I get this up, if you guys can tell me, who do you guys think should be the starting quarterback this upcoming season for the Broncos? Should it be Drew Lock, the guy who I'm assuming is going to be the favorite there to take over, or will it end up being someone like Teddy Bridgewater to come in who's going to be consistent for you? You know what you're getting. Not a lot of big plays, but not a lot of mistakes. And with the defense the Broncos have, it's not the direction that you want to take. Let me know what you guys think. You've got one quarterback who has some big play potential, but a lot of turnovers. The other one who's consistently going to just play smart football for you. Let me know. And yeah, just chatting with you guys have been so much fun that I have decided to extend this one beyond just the one preseason game there. And let's just see how long we can keep this going for, guys. All right, so I've updated the stream now, so it should just say preseason play-by-play and chat sports up there. So let's get back to the chat. I know I've missed a couple of chat that you guys have up there. All right, so Lewis says, thank goodness under my under one. There you go. I was a little worried for you myself there, but there you go. Congratulations on that, though. That's great, man. That's great. I cannot wait for the regular season to start, man. Cannot wait. Let me go ahead and get some things set up here on the side so I can have their stats and stuff. Let's see. Okay, but yeah, the Vikings are going to get ready to punt the ball. Browning, he's 0 for 2 so far in this one. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the backups are going to look here for the Vikings. I know that they have Kellen Mond, but I don't think he's going to be playing for this one, is he? I didn't get to check the injury report for them. I know I need to check that. Does anybody know if Kellen Mond is going to be playing in this game? All right, Azashak says he's got to get off, but he really enjoyed the stream. Have a great day. Hope the rest of the stream goes well. Hey, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for stopping through. It's always a good thing to have you here. You enjoy the rest of your day and take care. And there you go. Let's see. So Lewis says that he would stick with Drew Lock. He already knows the offense and has a good defense to keep you in the game. That's very true. And this Broncos defense is still a great defense. I got a lot of respect for the Broncos and their defense. And I think you're absolutely right. I honestly feel that you have to start Drew Lock first because I think it's easier if you have to make the switch to go from Drew Lock to Teddy Bridgewater later on if it doesn't work out, as opposed to vice versa. You come in and you just end up, starting Teddy Bridgewater, and then things start to struggle. Then you try to go back to Drew Lock, and you knock off his confidence that way. So I say you go ahead first, put Drew Lock in there first, and then there you go. All right, give me 1 second here. But yeah, I think Drew Lock is the route that they're going to go, and they would be smart to take that direction. I mean, Drew Lock, just give him another year and let's see what you got. I mean, you made the decision not to draft a quarterback when you could have gotten someone like a Justin Fields or even a Mac Jones if that's the direction you wanted. So let's see what he's got. A nice zip on that pass right there. Yeah, absolutely nice zip on that pass right there by Drew Lock. See, they put him on the move, stood there, and threw an excellent dot right there. There's no doubt that Drew Lock, he has the physical tools to be able to go out there and make these passes. It's just a matter of, can Drew Lock not turn the ball over? Because that can really hurt a team. And there's nothing like watching a true quarterback competition in the preseason. And so that's going to be Freeman on the carry that time. Royce Freeman, 1 carry for 5 yards. Javonte Williams, another nice draft pick here by the Broncos. And so I think the Broncos, they have some nice picks. Obviously, if Drew Lock can go out there and be the quarterback that they drafted him to be, then that's going to really make your impression of their draft class even better. If not, then you're always going to look at it like what they could have had. All right, they get the carry here. All right, so that's a gain of a few yards there. Still going to be 3rd down. But yeah, the Broncos are certainly a team that they can really change the landscape of the NFL if their quarterback play really improves this year. That, and then have, obviously with the addition of, Williams in the backfield, and if they can get some stuff going on offense, and this offense can get some improvement from the wide receivers particularly. I know Hamler, he went out there and had his play, but, Jerry Jeudy, if he goes out there and plays up to what I believe he's capable of playing too, and obviously the addition of Courtland Sutton back, there's no reason why this Broncos can't be a good team. Now, the biggest knock, I think, for them is as they scored this touchdown here. Or at least that's what it looks like so far. I see some hands being waved off here, up a flag. But yeah, the Broncos, they have all the talent in the world, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So if the offense can go out there and produce, this is a team that can really be competitive. I mean, they've got a really tough division when you're looking at, the Chargers. I'm really high on the Chargers this year. The Chiefs, obviously Kansas City, things are going to have to go through them. Then you have the Raiders as well, and if the Raiders can really get going. For the Raiders, they have the offense that I feel the Broncos would need. but do they have enough defensively for the Raiders to go out there and perform at a consistently high level and be able to beat? I mean, I know that they can match up against a team like Kansas City. We saw it last year for the Raiders, but can they consistently win games that they need to and that they should? Sometimes they were up, sometimes they were down. So they're going to be consistent, this upcoming season. All right. All right, but here we go. Drew Lock on the 4th down. Looks like they're going to go for it. And honestly, I can't blame them. It's really important to see these quarterbacks finish off drives in the end zone. Let's see. We're here at the goal line here. All right, they're going to take a second to talk about this. Let's see. And yeah, I mean, these Viking fans, they have high expectations. I know we just came from watching the Bears here. As a matter of fact, guys, give me 1 second here because it does seem a little weird here to have a Bears background up while we're talking about the Vikings here. So give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. Apologize about this. This is normally stuff that I would do before the stream, but since we transitioned to this stream from the previous one, let's see what I can come up with here. All right, 1 second. Meanwhile, while I'm getting this straightened out over here, want to hear from you guys in terms of what are your projections for the Minnesota Vikings record-wise this upcoming season? Matter of fact, tell me the Vikings and the Broncos. What are you projecting this year for the Vikings and the Broncos record-wise? All right, so here goes that. All right, almost done, guys. And there we go. All right, let's see what happened here. All right, perfect. Looks like that worked. All right, so there we go. So now I've got the background to match the home team. And so that's typically what I do. I match the background with the home team that's currently playing. And so since we transitioned over from the Bears game, we went from the Bears to the Vikings, which normally you would never see happen. Let's see. All right, so I believe this is where we left off at. And so Lewis says that the Denver Broncos can become like the 2003 Tampa Bay Buccaneers with Brad Johnson. Interesting. As the look at the Vikings here in that defense, stand strong right there. So an incompletion by Drew Lock, that would have been a good way to solidify, I feel like the competition between him and Teddy Bridgewater if he would be able to go out there and actually finish this one. But yeah, that was good defense right there by the Vikings, but that's still one that you want to see that connection, especially with Jerry Jeudy. I really want to see him take that next leap this upcoming season. We know what he did at Alabama, so if he can do that this year, that would be really huge right there. But yeah, I like the comparison there. The only difference is I feel like Brad Johnson as a veteran quarterback was a little like just more of that veteran, like safe type of passer. Whereas, and he still obviously was a great quarterback at that time, but just that veteran. Whereas you're looking at Drew Lock and he still gives you vibes of a younger quarterback that's still figuring it out. That's one of the bigger differences there. But everything else, definitely do. I can definitely do see that right there. I do feel like Tampa did have more established wide receivers. Obviously, the Broncos, they have Courtland Sutton, but you look at what Tampa Bay had during that time frame, guys like Keyshawn Johnson back then, so they had a lot of guys on the team that was, some veteran wide receivers across the board and stuff. But yeah, I can definitely see the comparison, especially from the defensive standpoint, for sure. That's a defense that's a team that was a good team, but you don't get to too much talk about as often these days. I mean, but it's definitely a good comparison there. And yeah, the defense did power at that team. In order for the Broncos, though, to actually like reach the point of winning the Super Bowl, especially with a team like the Chiefs in their division, they would have to probably get very close to, if not match, what the 2001, what the 2000 Baltimore Ravens were able to do defensively. They would have to play at that type of level. And so I think they're a lot closer to that Tampa Bay team of 2003 that you mentioned, but certainly I can see the case for that. But yeah, I just want to thank you guys who are watching, the stream. As you can see, I definitely updated the stream here. We're no longer, obviously, the Dolphins and Bears game concluded. Justin Fields had a tremendous day. Got to see a lot of him getting a lot of snaps in. He seemed to get more comfortable as the game went on. And we saw a lot of great things from the Bears in general. Saw some good things from the Dolphins as well. We know Tua turned the ball over, but Kazicki, he looked really good out there. And then, just the pass catchers in general. The punt return game for the Dolphins really looked really good, honestly. I mean, we saw Jalen Waddle and him in that first punt return that he had. He looked absolutely electric back there. So that goes to show what he brings in terms of a different dimension to this offense and why Miami chose to take him and all like that over taking a guy like perhaps Devontae Smith or something like that. Years from now, we'll look back and see if that was the right call or not. But certainly I understand Miami's thought process in that. And then just, Jacoby Brissett, he came in, used his legs a lot, Malcolm Brown, saw him get some carries. He did okay with those carries and stuff. But, yeah, saw some good things from both teams. Dolphins were able to generate pass rush throughout most of the game. But the Bears defense generated turnovers. And at the end of the day, they bear it down, and that made a difference. So there you go. And now we are watching the Vikings and the Broncos. But, yeah, appreciate each and every person that has joined me for this stream, whether you're joining just now or you are already a part of the stream. Really appreciate you guys so much for tuning in. Matter of fact, let me update the name again here. I'll go ahead and put Vikings and Broncos in the title. All right, there you go. And so now we get to see more of Browning back there at quarterback for the Vikings. He takes a snap. Pass rush is coming. No, you can't do that. You can't. Oh, there's a holding, so that's going to be a safety right there because the holding looked like it happened inside the end zone, so that's going to be a safety. You can't drop back that far back, but he's obviously still young. But yeah, that's something you cannot do. Because there was no reason for that to turn into a safety right there. But because he dropped back so far and his offensive lineman had the hold, so yeah, that should result in a safety, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Yep, there it is. So the Broncos defense, so good that they're already out there generating points already. And that's the theme for the Broncos. And they're going to have to keep this up all season once again to help this team out because they're going to need this defense to get them some points to help out their offense till their offense is able to come along. So let's see. Lewis says that he thinks that both teams are going to go 8-9. Interesting. For the Broncos, I think that's absolutely spot on going 8-9. I mean, no knock there. It's just until I see better quarterback play and just how tough their division is, I feel like if they were in a weaker division, that perhaps they could be a 10-win team. 11-win team, but because of their division, it's going to be really tough. Someone has to take an L in that division. Every team there has the capability of competing and being a playoff team, I feel, but that division is just really tough, and I'm really high on the Chargers. Obviously, the Chiefs, we know what they present, and then, the Raiders, I mean, hey, the Raiders are going to have a lot of excitement this year. That stadium's going to be filled out. Someone has to take an L. And so what I'm thinking is that the team with the worst quarterback will be at the biggest disadvantage. And so right now, I think that team is the Broncos. But they certainly have the capability. If I will say this, they're certainly one of the teams that can prove me wrong this upcoming season, as I certainly can see a case for them being a playoff team, just a matter of how the season goes and how certain guys progress. And look at that kick return right there. Nice way to give a spark to help out the offense. And this is stuff that they're going to need. Now, as for the Vikings, though, I think the Vikings, they can still end up with a winning record this year. It's going to come down to a couple factors. How will Kirk Cousins do this year? Is he going to take another leap? I know we've been saying that for a long time, and at this point, you are who you are at the quarterback position. But the Vikings have a lot of, talent as well. And so it's just obviously they're in a tough division. You've got the Bears there as well. Bears, tremendous. You've got the Packers. And so, yeah, I don't think it'll be a situation where three teams will be able to make the playoffs. So if someone has to be the odd man out, it very well could be the Vikings. But I think the Vikings will still be in the conversation very late in the year. And so we'll see what they is. But I think they'll exceed more than 8 wins. I've got the Vikings winning more than the Broncos this upcoming season. But either way, I'm just glad to be talking football. I mean, by the end of the month, we'll have college football going. You already see I'm out here on a Saturday doing some preseason stuff. Really, really excited about football in general. And then once we get closer to the regular season in basketball as well, there's a lot of teams to look forward to. I'm really excited when we're talking NBA, the Chicago Bulls and what they've, been able to do. Miami Heat, their defense this upcoming season. The Knicks, them being able to expand upon what they did last year. All kind of storylines. I know I just focused mostly on the Eastern Conference there, obviously with the Lakers having what they present in that Western Conference, Milwaukee trying to defend their title, so many different aspects. Brooklyn feeling like if it wasn't for the injuries, they feel like they would have been perhaps the champs. Obviously, there's a lot of things that would have played out. Can Chris Paul and the Suns get back to the finals? So many storylines, guys, so many storylines there. So great time to talk sports right now. And I know for some of us, aside from football season starting, we're really looking forward to reaching the point where the weather isn't so hot outside as well, and we can get to enjoy some of that fall sports and stuff. So we're really looking forward to that. But hey, nothing like talking football on a Saturday. Nothing like it. Absolutely. So I guess the question that I should ask for this stream for anybody who cares to, share some comments in the chat here. Who are you guys rooting for in this game, and who's a player that you're looking forward to seeing in this game as well? So let me know your thoughts on just this game. Who are you rooting for, and what's a player that you really want to see in this game? Who's going to be able to suit up for this game? Let's see. Meanwhile, let's see. I'm unsure if Kellen Mond will be active for this game or not. I would like to see him play, but I'm not sure if he's going to be actually active in this game or not. All right, so now the Broncos, due to that safety, they've got the ball here. And due to that kick return, it was going to be some good field position. Oh, man, look at that. Wow. What a play right there. And that's what you want to see. That's how you win a quarterback competition, especially when you are the guy that the team invested their first-round pick in. So that was really great right there. Really great. Hamler has done fantastic. He's been looking for Hamler on the first drive. I got a feeling that Hamler may be in for a big season, folks. So if you're someone that can nab him later, like very late perhaps in fantasy football, and you're in a deep league, this may be someone to consider when you think about Broncos targets. I know it's just a preseason, but that was very encouraging. But look at that arm strength by Drew Lock and that deep ball accuracy on that pass. That's what stood out on that play right there. So great for him. It would have been even better if he was able to score in that last possession as well. But really nice throw. And that's what the Bronco fans want to see. This is what can change your season if you're a Broncos fan right now. You want to compete for that AFC West, and you think that your team is definitely a team that can contend. Keep having plays like that happen, and I guarantee you that's going to happen if you can get plays like that to consistently happen. Of course, it's got to be consistent, but hey, that was a great play right there. And now the Broncos are currently up 9-0. Let's see. Vic fits perfectly with the Broncos team. Yeah, I have to agree with that. When I saw that hiring, I was like, okay, this makes sense. This is a Bronco type of fit right here. So I'm right there with you. Yeah, it's a good fit, and I do like the future of the Broncos as well. I mean, like I said, the biggest knock for them is just how competitive and how tough it's going to be. It's always going to be tough when you have a team like the Chiefs in your division. That's always going to be tough. And then not to mention the rest of the teams, the Chargers. I'm really high on the Chargers. I really like the Chargers this year. Think they're going to do good as well. And then there's still the Raiders, so it's going to be a tough competition there. But yeah, you got to love what you're seeing so far from the Broncos. And yeah, Vic is certainly the guy for the Broncos, the right guy for the job, I should say. Lewis says that the Lakers are looking like the Expendable movies. Okay, Expendables movie. Yeah, and so I mean, just to recap what the Lakers, some of the things that they did. I'm not going to touch on all the things they did, but when they first started off with that trade for Westbrook, a lot of people were hesitant, like, how is Westbrook really going to fit in there? And I get that, Westbrook's a guy that likes the ball in his hand. But honestly, if there's one thing that we've noticed about, LeBron right now, he's at the point of his career where he does not want to be option number one, or I don't think he wants to be option number two right now. He wants to pick and choose when the moments are right, for him to come in and do his scoring. But right now, he wants guys that are going to go out there and be able to score consistently. And Westbrook is a guy that can go out there and score. He didn't answer the shooting need from outside, but he's certainly someone that can get him some baskets and handle that ball. And then, the combination of him, Anthony Davis, pick and rolls and stuff. Yeah, that's going to be very fun to watch. But they didn't stop there. I mean, they added so many pieces to this team. I was just looking and I was like, wow. I mean, you went out there and got my guy Malik Monk, and then later on you brought in Carmelo Anthony, Kent Bazemore. They brought in a lot of guys that they brought back to Dwight Howard, and so, oh man, they really went out there on a mission. Now, sure, age is a concern, but hey, what team doesn't have concerns right now when it comes to what they're going to be able to do? I mean, every team has concerns, but if there's one thing that we've watched, Tom Brady, because I believe, playing football at a long time is extremely hard to do. So if not the hardest sport to perhaps keep a long career, even though he's playing the quarterback position, but you're basically a sitting duck in the pocket, especially when you have the lack of speed that he doesn't have. So to see him be able to play to age 44 and still ticking, then hey, I mean, the Lakers roster is built to where they can mix it up and different guys can come in and out throughout the course of the entire game. Well, throughout the course of the game, throughout the course of the season. So yeah, they built that roster really nice. Let's see. Lewis says he's looking forward to the Bulls season. And yeah, so the Bulls, they're gonna have a great season. I like the addition of Rondo there. That's going to be nice for them. That's going to be key for them. And I'm really excited to see how they're going to do this upcoming season. There's a lot of excitement, as there should be a lot of excitement. This is the most excitement that I've seen for Chicago since we're talking the early, prime Derrick Rose, honestly. And then a little bit during the Jimmy Butler era, but especially during the prime Derrick Rose. These Bulls are going to be a seed that can be around that 4 seed, 4 seed, 5 seed, around that range. I could definitely see the Bulls taking that type of a leap. So it's going to be a great time to be a Bull, just a great time to be a Chicago fan in general, honestly. So I could definitely see that. And so we get to see even more of Jacob Brown. And of course, Kirk Cousins did not start off this game. Neither did Dalvin Cook start off for the Minnesota Vikings. It was Abdullah. He's the one getting the carries for most of it, and then Rose on that one. But yeah, I really want to take a nice look at and evaluating, Jacob Brown and how he looks as a backup quarterback as he snaps the ball here, throws it. That looks to be a completion. And one thing we know about these Vikings is that they have some really good receivers here. I'm excited to see what Justin Jefferson's going to bring here in year 2. I feel that he's going to be absolutely amazing. I feel that Madden disrespected that man by giving him an 80 rating. Yeah, he should be much higher than that, in my opinion. I think it was an 80, but yeah, I know it was too low. Up, and this is in as of a couple minutes ago that the former Philadelphia Eagles offensive tackle Jason Peters, he just signed with the Bears per his agent. So congrats on Chicago. You get the W and you get a very experienced offensive lineman there. So that's going to be fun to see. And there you go. Lewis tried to beat me to it, y'all. We literally, you might have to check the replay from when I started talking and when it appeared up there on the screen. But I think we started talking about it at the same time. And so I saw it something earlier, but I wasn't able to get to the actual article on my phone. But yeah, so the Bears are signing offensive tackle Jason Peters to a 1-year deal. Yeah, they definitely saw what I saw in that offensive line. You know, if there was one thing, the biggest issue with the Bears, it was the offensive line. So they was like, look, let's go ahead, let's bring him in. That was quick. They was like, look, we're going to immediately address that right now because we need to give a guy like Andy Dalton in that pocket more time. And then whenever it's Justin Fields' turn as well. But Andy Dalton's going to be QB1. So you got to make sure you have someone on that offensive line that can help protect. So that's a great addition right there to bring in Jason Peters. I was about to say that's a false start on that play. And so obviously during the season, though, the Vikings offense is going to look much different throughout the season here. This is the team that I'm a Patriots fan, but I'm really looking forward to seeing the Vikings as well. You know, I think I'm going to be rooting for the Bears more so this season, but I'm also, wanting to see these Vikings have success, especially their young guys. You know, I want to see Dalvin Cook go out there, do his thing. I want to see, Justin Jefferson go out there, do his thing, guys like that. So that's going to be fun to watch. Let's see. And so we've got another carry here by Rose. That's about a gain of about 5 yards? Or is that Rose? Yes, that's what, 10 yards? All right, so it's going to be 3rd down and 2. Yeah, the Vikings, they may want to consider trying to score right now because the Broncos have definitely had control so far in this one. Things are looking really good right now for Drew Lock in terms of that quarterback competition. Obviously, we haven't seen Bridgewater yet, but so far what we've seen has been pretty good. All right, nice catch right there by Abdullah. And he's certainly someone that plays a big role for these Vikings, coming in and spelling, Dalvin Cook, or if he has to start a couple games and stuff, he's been absolutely fantastic for these Minnesota Vikings. Let's see, what a throw, and he overthrows him, but there's a flag on the play. Yeah, we've got a flag on that play. It's going to be on the defense there. So that's going to present the Vikings with an opportunity here to get closer to that end zone. But yeah, he made the right read there. And perhaps if not for that pass interference, then maybe that would have been a nice completion there. But yeah. Let's see. So Lewis says 9 points is about all the Broncos defense need to win the way that they. You're absolutely, you may be right about that, especially in the regular season. If you ever see the Broncos reach 20 points, I mean, that's usually a dub right there for them, honestly. And so, but yeah, I mean, the way that defense plays, you have to think that defense might score again at some point in this game. But yeah, the defense for the Broncos is extremely good, and a lot of excitement to watch this upcoming season for the Broncos. Browning throws it in the end zone. Oh, he dropped the touchdown. No. That was a nice pass right there. He put it in a nice place right there. So that was really good. Browning, he knows he really wants that one. And so they had an opportunity, let it through his hands. Yeah, I mean, that was a great read right there. Great ball placement. And so he went up there and bobbled it the entire time, just wasn't able to complete it. But good stand there by the Broncos. 3rd and 5. Let's see if they're able to get the first down or maybe even in the end zone. Spreading out, all receivers out. Browning throws it. Incomplete. Incomplete. Tight coverage on that play. Yeah, incomplete. So now it looks like the field goal unit is going to come out for the Minnesota Vikings. And yeah, they're going to – yeah, he clearly saw that route right there. He was sitting on the route watching the quarterback eyes the entire time on that play. And that right there, folks, that defensive play was by their first-round pick, Patrick Surtain Jr. You know, those of you that have watched football for a while, especially particularly with the Miami Dolphins, you're probably familiar with his father, Patrick Surtain. I mean, his father was one heck of a cornerback. You know, being someone who's rooted for the Patriots, I can attest to that. Patrick Surtain was one of the best cornerbacks out there in the game. The combination of him and then the Sam Matterson back there, back in the day for the Dolphins. And then you added Jason Taylor on the defensive line. The Dolphins defense was pretty nice back then. Zach Thomas, all those guys. A different era, though, of football. And that field goal is good. So Broncos currently up 9-3. Got about 3 minutes, 13 seconds left to go here in the first quarter. Let's see. Lewis says that he sees the resemblance between the Broncos and the Bears. I can certainly see that resemblance as well, honestly. And so the difference is going to be the quarterback play. But yeah, I really do see a lot of resemblance there. You know, the game plan is pretty simple. Rely on your defense. You know, defense is going to set the tone. Defense is going to score sometimes for you, put you in great positions, create turnovers, get after the quarterback, stop down the run. Defense is going to be your bread and butter for the season for both teams. And then on the offensive end, the quarterback position is one in which there's quarterback competition for both teams, really. And, I mean, you really just want a guy who's going to go out there and have control of the offense. You know, don't go out there turning it over. Don't put your defense in a bad situation. Go out there. And then when you need clutch plays, you need scoring, be able to deliver, you know, on those 2-minute offenses and stuff, someone that gives you a chance to go down there and score in situational football and stuff like that, and rely heavily on the run game. Some of the differences is, though, the Bears, they have a guy like Allen Robinson. And right now, the Broncos are trying to develop a couple guys. They got a Courtland Sutton, though. They do have him, so I will say that. But, yeah, there's a lot of resemblances from both teams, honestly, between the Bears and the Broncos. All right, so they hand the ball off here, and he's met at the line of scrimmage. That one's going nowhere. So great push right there by the Vikings defensive line right there to stop that one from going anywhere. But yeah, so far in this one, we see Drew Lock, 3 of 4 passes for 114 yards and a touchdown. Jake Browning, he's 4 of 9 for 20 yards so far in this one. Let's see, Drew Lock hands it off, and you see Hamler, he's very involved with the offense. I mean, we saw him earlier with that touchdown reception. A ball comes out. Was he down or not? That's one question. But either way, the ball rolled out of bounds before anybody had a chance to recover it. So Hamler is certainly going to want to make sure that he does hold on to the football. That is something that coaches will not play about, is when a guy turns the ball over. That's something that they're just not going to play around with, because you got to protect the rock. Just looking at the replay, I guess you can say that maybe his knee was down, but I don't know if the ball started to come loose at that time. But luckily, it doesn't matter because the ball went out of bounds anyway. So that's good for the Broncos. Here on 3rd and 4, let's see if Drew Lock can get this first down. That'd be really big. Even if you don't score just for field position's sake, you want to try to get a little further down. Snaps the ball. There's a flag on the defense, so there should be a free play. And he was looking for Hamler. I'm telling you, Hamler seems to be his go-to guy right now. They're really trying to utilize him a lot. he seems poised to perhaps have a breakout year this upcoming season in terms of just being able to go out there and really have a huge impact for these Broncos this upcoming season. Ooh, my favorite football movie. That's a very good question. Perhaps Remember the Titans. That'd probably be the movie that I'd have to throw out there as my favorite football movie. There's a lot of good ones out there, but I think that one may be my favorite football movie. But that's a very good question. Definitely tell me your favorite, football movie that you have. But yeah, I got to go with Remember the Titans for sure. Or at least it's the one that I've watched the most. So I'll go with that. All right, so Drew Lock is looking. He's got some time. Now he's on the run. He's going to scramble. All right, he runs out of bounds. I'm seeing some really good things from Drew Lock. And so I know a lot of the fans, they wanted to see a quarterback being taken. I myself thought the Broncos should have went quarterback. But if Drew Lock goes out there and he can perform at a high level, then, it really doesn't matter if they, that they didn't go quarterback here. Now, I am looking forward to later on seeing Teddy Bridgewater out there with this team as well. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing so far from Drew Lock right now. I feel Drew Lock has the ability. If he goes out there and he performs good, then the job is his, like hands down. They want him to succeed in his offense. Hands the ball off. That looks like Freeman on the carry. Probably a gain of about 7. Let's see. Lewis says, same here. Great. Absolutely. Yeah, great minds think alike, right? So, but yeah, Remember the Titans, definitely one of the best, if not the best football movies. So one of my favorite ones personally. And so now we've got 1st and 10. They're about at the 39, their own 39-yard line. So far, Drew Lock has been looking very comfortable in the pocket. He's taking his shots deep. I will say that one just out of the range of Jerry Jeudy. I really want to see those two get a connection going because I feel if he gets a connection going with Jerry Jeudy, that's what the Broncos really need to happen this year for them to be able to take that offense to another level, reach new heights. But yeah, coming out of college, a lot of people praise Jerry Jeudy for his route running coming from Alabama. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him come into the zone with the Broncos in terms of his route running and just offensively being a bigger part of the offense than what he was as a rookie last year. And yeah, sometimes making that transition as a rookie, that is very tough. I mean, we're talking about different types of corners you're going against. And we got the reverse here. Okay, so the Broncos are showing us a lot of different things on offense here, a lot of receivers getting a lot of opportunities in the backfield and stuff. So, yeah, that's a great move right there. Let's see. So Lewis says that Drew Lock's first quarter stats looking like a full game stats for him last year. Yeah, I could say that for sure. Yeah, from what we saw last year, the man led the league in interceptions thrown. So there's a reason why Teddy Bridgewater was brought here. The difference is this organization is not ready to give up on quarterbacks. Now, I know we've seen a lot of quarterbacks come in and have fast success. What we saw from Justin Herbert last year, that was really good. We saw Tua come in, get some wins, some W's. That was really good. Joe Burrow, during the small stretch that we saw him, he looked promising as well. So when we see a quarterback go out there and he struggles, even if he's young, we're like, hey, let's move on to the next one. But sometimes it takes some guys some time to really come out here and develop. We all remember Peyton Manning's rookie year. It was terrible, honestly. His rookie year was not that great. It took some time to develop, but he was able to put it together and put out the Hall of Fame career that he did have with the Indianapolis Colts and Denver Broncos throughout his career. So, yeah, definitely sometimes it takes a little time for guys to really get going, and they get better as years go on. So we'll see if that's the case for Drew Lock. But yeah, at the end of this first quarter, we've got the Broncos winning 9-3 so far in this one. But yeah, Drew Lock has looked very nice so far in this one. And then Williams, him getting 5 carries, 29 yards. That's been pretty big. And then you look at, Rose Jr. for the Vikings, 5 carries, 28 yards. So they've been pretty good right there in terms of carrying the ball. Jacob Brown is 4 of 8. So I want to see more of him, try to get more of a better control on the offense there. He did have a touch, like what looked like was going to be a touchdown pass, but the receiver ended up dropping that pass. And man, that would have been a nice catch, but it wasn't the receiver. It looked more like a tight end or back out the backfield. But whomever it was definitely one that you got to make those receptions. Honestly, you have to make those receptions. But I'm seeing some good things, especially from the Broncos and their defense, picking up where they left off at, with that high-powered defense. And, yeah, they even got a safety on the board. So that was really nice right there for the Broncos. All right, so now we've got more of Drew Lock back here, 3rd and 4. Let's see if he can get this first down. Look like the Vikings are going to bring some pressure here. Let's see, the offensive line presents a pocket for him, and he's able to get that one to Jerry Jeudy, who's looking to make a move here. Okay, Jerry Jeudy showing some yak ability here. Yards after catch. Give it up to Jeudy for turning what was already a good play into a great play. And I like the burst that I saw on that one, and just Drew Lock stood in that pocket despite the fact, the offensive line did a good job of setting him up to get some time. And then when that pocket collapsed, he stood strong in that pocket, took the hit, delivered the throw, tremendous accuracy on that throw. And so that was a really good play right there by both Drew Lock, the offensive line, and Jerry Jeudy on that one. And you can tell Jerry Jeudy, when he caught that play, you can see that playmaker ability after the catch there. So that was really encouraging there. And then, man, look at Royce Freeman on that one, trucking guys out there. Wow. Okay. Yeah, he's definitely one of those bigger backs with a lot of power to him. And you can see when he got on that edge, he delivered the boom on that one. Lowered them shoulders, got low. And what a nice carry on that play right there. And right now, if you're a Broncos fan, you've got to be feeling really good right now. Yeah, you have got to be feeling really good right now as they are in the goal line. So let's see if Drew Lock will be able to capitalize and lead his team to another touchdown right here. I'm sure they're going to want to see how he looks here at the goal line. But, he has looked really good so far in this one. So let's see if they can cap it off with another touchdown for these Broncos on this possession right here. All right, so I'm going to be right back here. Just going to go ahead and get me some water real quick, but I'll be right back. All right, so I am back and just in time to see the touchdown pass to Benson for 4 yards from Drew Lock. Drew Lock throwing with some precision. You can see the zip on the ball. He's looking a lot more comfortable right now than he did most of last season. And so that's a very encouraging sign for these Broncos. And if these Broncos can keep this up throughout the regular season, my goodness, this is going to be a fun team to watch, unless you're the team that has to play them and stuff. So had to step away and get some water, man. I was anticipating doing one game earlier today, so definitely had to go there and get some water. So I was like, why not now? And then I come back to witness Drew Lock with the short pass for the touchdown. So absolutely a great day so far for Drew Lock. I mean, consider this day a W for Drew Lock. And so, I mean, Teddy Bridgewater, all he can do is just go out there and just try to perform the best that he can, go out there and make sure that, he doesn't do anything to where it's like, okay, Drew Lock has won the competition already. No, give them something to think about already. So, but yeah, a lot of great things right now happening. So, but yeah, look at these Broncos. I mean, hey, it started off with the defense getting that safety and all that because Jake Browning, honestly, he just went too far back into where the offensive line had to try to hold to help him out. And then it resulted in the team getting the safety due to the penalty. And then from there, the offense just woke up. I mean, honestly, the first drive, they got close, but wasn't able to convert on that fourth down. But the offense is looking really nice. And I can't forget my man, Royce Freeman, with that carry he had, lowering his shoulders like that and just ramming his way there. I mean, he looks like a load to try to tackle right there. So that's a great look right there for these Broncos this upcoming season. So that's going to be fun to watch, honestly, for them. And then Hamler, the way that they're utilizing him, we saw Jerry Jeudy had a nice reception too, but they're really utilizing Hamler a lot. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out for this upcoming season, the way that they're utilizing him. So a lot of good things right now. I mean, that's what happens when you have an offense that's really young. You never know if the following year, if it just comes together for these guys, it just starts to make sense. Someone like Drew Lock, maybe the game starts to slow down for him, after having last year, obviously the turnovers and stuff, but he did learn from that experience. So maybe now the game is slowing down for him to the point where he can go out there and look like the quarterback the Broncos need him to be. I mean, if he can go out there and be that quarterback that they need, sky's the limit for this team, honestly. They have everything else in place. So if this young offense can get it going, look out. So there you go. Let's see. So Lewis says Drew Lock making a statement. Oh, yeah, he's making one heck of a statement here. I mean, honestly, I know it's a quarterback competition, but I don't know what Teddy Bridgewater can do at this point to try to steal the thunder from what Drew Lock has done. So I think he's sending a message. Competition really is bringing out the best in him. Lewis says, man, this Broncos team's going to sneak up on teams. Yeah, a lot of teams, honestly. I mean, a lot of teams. But, I mean, because nobody's going to anticipate the Broncos offense to go out there and look electric. But if Drew Lock can go out there and make this offense look something close to that, make them look good, look out. I mean, that's all I can say. Look out. Because this team is a team that you don't want to play. Because on any given day, regardless of what the record is, what the matchup is, you want to talk about a team that if they're the underdogs in the game that you want to pick, then yeah, the Broncos are a great pick to always go with if they're the underdogs in the game because they have all the talent that it takes to win a game. And, man, look at that defensive line getting pressure on Jake Browning back there. He's having a long day right now. Having a long day back there as he got the safety because he went too far back to try to avoid the rush. And so pressure's been getting in his face all day, and that's expected with this Broncos unit, especially the guys that are currently in right now. They're going to get after you. They're going to make life hard for a lot of quarterbacks. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks. Browning drops back. He throws it, gets it out there. Nice reception for about 5 yards there. That probably makes up what they lost on that previous sack prior to that. And that was Osborne with the reception there. I'm sure that these Viking fans would love to have something a little bit more to cheer about than what they've seen so far in this one. Because right now, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of questions to be asked on that defense, seeing how Drew Lock is out there picking them apart. Freeman's out there running over people. Oh, and an interception all the way by Patrick Surtain II. Look at him, folks. Watch out. This is going to be a special kid for years to come. I mean, for years to come. And man, what a nice interception. Way to read that pass. Wow. Broncos defense already has generated in this game already so far like 8 points. 8 points already. Imagine if they're able to do that in the regular season. I'm telling you. That was a nice read right there by Surtain. And that's a way to get the defense fired up, to get the team fired up. You've got your young quarterback out there balling, 2 passing touchdowns so far. And then your rookie, your first-round pick, picks it off and takes it to the house. Come on, guys. That is fantastic right there. And so I guess the only downfall is that I'm really was hoping that this game would be a little bit more competitive than this. I mean, it is a preseason game, so I'd like to see a little bit more competitiveness from the Vikings right now. And I'm sure Viking fans can agree that right now, obviously, Browning's not going to be the starting quarterback, but you just never know if he has to end up starting the game or something this year. And so if he's, taking the snaps right now at quarterback, then you're going to want to see a little bit more than what you've seen so far. But, man, these Broncos, tremendous right there. But Browning, you cannot make that read like that. Can't do it. Cannot turn the ball over like that. Let's see. Not sure if I put this one up already or not, but Lewis says, I think that's what Locke needed to step up competition. Yes, some quarterbacks, they need competition, and then sometimes, we've seen quarterbacks fold with a little competition. I mean, I'm not going to call this guy out just because of it, but I mean, just look at the Carson Wentz situation last year. They bring in the Jalen Hurts, and then Carson Wentz wasn't able to get past that, it seemed, and so that was a different situation. But Drew Lock is showing me a lot of good stuff. His mental toughness, his competitiveness, and just going out there and saying, okay, I understand they brought in another quarterback, and I understand why they brought in the quarterback. So let me go ahead and go out there and earn my job and show them that I'm the quarterback that they thought I was when they drafted me. So if he can continue to go out there and ball out, then, hey, this job is definitely his, and the Bears are going to be doing a good job out there in terms of, not the Bears, the Broncos. They're so similar, I said Bears, but the Broncos are going to be in a very good spot out there. So I'm happy for what I'm seeing so far for the Broncos in this upcoming season. Lewis says he loves teams with defenses. Defense wins championships. And even when I'm playing Madden online, I know it's a video game, but I prefer playing with a team that I know has good defenses, particularly teams that have good secondaries, because I think it's a major flex, especially with how offenses love to pass the ball. Everybody you play online, they're looking to pass or the quarterback, scramble and stuff like that, especially in today's NFL. It's a lot of mobile guys, a lot of creative plays, but if you have a team that has a stout defense, then, hey, you're going to be in every game that you play. You best believe that. And so it's true what they say, defense wins champions. I know that might have changed a lot, recently due to all the creative and fun offenses that we watch and the way that the NFL has, favored the offenses in terms of like penalties and stuff. But when you have a good defense, that still takes you places. When Tampa Bay was able to win that Super Bowl last year, their defense looked like a Super Bowl type of defense, because defense helps win championships. They did not let Mahomes and company get going. And so at the end of the day, that's what really helped Tampa Bay and what made the difference in that one. Oh, and here we go. I wasn't sure if he was going to actually suit up in this one. I wasn't able to confirm that one, but a guy that I was very high on coming out of college, Kellen Mond, has entered the game for the Vikings. Can he salvage this preseason and make it respectable? Comes in, gets the handoff there. That looks to be about a good 4-yard gain. So I really want to see how Kellen Mond's going to perform in this one. Coming out of Texas A&M, I'm excited to see what he's going to bring to the table. We saw what Browning could do or what he didn't do, but now let's see what Kellen Mond's going to be able to do at quarterback for the Vikings, as they really can use a spark right now to keep this game competitive. I mean, you go all camp long hitting each other, and so you finally get a chance to hit someone else. You want to come out and do a lot better than that. There's going to be a lot of things discussed during the next practice for the Vikings. Yep, Texas A&M's all-time leader in yards and touchdowns. So let's see how Kellen Mond's do. I know the Vikings that they were eyeing, a quarterback throughout the draft. So let's see if they found someone that could potentially be their quarterback of the future. Let's see, Kellen Mond hands the ball off. Another running play. That seems to be probably about a good 2-yard gain, but it should probably come back due to the penalty. Yep, that's coming back on the offense. Going to repeat that down. Yeah, nice 2-yard gain on that one, but that's negated by the penalty anyways. And so now what we're looking at is a 1st and 20. So at least they'll have some downs to try to make up those yards. All right, we get the play action fake. Pass rush already there. He tried to get the ball there, so he tried to get it there, but it was incomplete. But considering how fast that pressure was in the backfield, I mean, that's about as good a result you can almost hope for. And yeah, Davidson's getting a lot of attempts. I know he dropped that one touchdown in the end zone, so he would love nothing more than to make a play to make up for that. All right, gets the handoff, makes a guy miss, but there's just nothing there. That penetration by that stout defense that the Broncos possess was just way too much on that play. We've got about a little less than 10 minutes to go here in the second quarter. But yeah, defense has been a large part of this one. And then in addition to the defense, what Drew Lock was able to do on offense for the Broncos, that's been the story so far. Drew Lock coming out, lighting it up, hitting Hamler on that deep pass. And then in the end zone, he was able to throw that touchdown. And then just the defense, getting a Patrick Surtain the second, getting an interception return for a touchdown. And just, playing absolutely huge. But I want to take this time to thank each and every person, whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Facebook. Appreciate you guys for joining me here. Especially those of you that's been here, since I started early on, or whether or not you just joined for this game or not. Really appreciate you guys for joining the stream. It means a lot. We've had a great, exciting conversation. Earlier, we got to watch the Bears play earlier today versus the Dolphins. Saw some good things there from both teams. A lot of promising things. And here we're watching the Vikings and the Broncos. Broncos are showing us a lot of good things right now with what they're able to do. Obviously, a lot of these guys are playing for their NFL careers, because these rosters are going to be chopped down before the start of the regular season. So some of these guys will not make the active roster. As a matter of fact, a lot of these guys won't. And so this competition is all about showing the coaching staff that you can put together everything that y'all did in practice, everything that you learned, the X's and the O's. And not only that, be able to handle situations as they arise, making sure you show the coaching staff no situation is too big for you and that you're able to go out there and execute and make the right decision when it all matters the most. That includes making sure that you control your assignments. If you're on defense, you don't want to give up. You don't want to be the guy that gives up the touchdown because he went through your gap. Making sure that you finish your tackles and stuff. You don't want nobody bouncing off of you, rolling off of you. Little stuff like that shows the coaching staff, like, look, we should keep this guy around because this guy knows how to make plays. Special teams. A lot of times special teams is how a guy ends up making a roster. If you can play special teams and the other guy doesn't, then that's something right there that can bode well for you in terms of making the team while the other guy doesn't. So a whole lot of things. Let's see. Lewis says, Do you remember the game last year, the Broncos versus the Saints, where wide receiver Kendall Hinton had to play quarterback because both quarterbacks were out? He went 1 of 9 and 13. I remember that, and 2 interceptions. I remember because the Broncos prior to that, they wrote the league and it was like, can we have a coach basically go out there and play quarterback for them? I was like, you guys would rather go and get a coach than to reach out for another quarterback. And then after that, it's like, well, we'll just convert a wide receiver and have him play quarterback. That was one of the most odd moments of the NFL last season. That was a moment where I was like, man, like to have it to the point where you don't have a single quarterback available, that was wild right there. And then looking how the offense looked out there, it was pretty bad across the board. So, but going 1 of 9, 13 yards, 2 interceptions, yeah, that was crazy. I think it's safe to say that Hinton's not going to be a quarterback in this league. I think it's safe to observe that from that game. So, but yeah, he'll never get another situation like that to do that again. You have to assume that. That was honestly like a high school move, and the coach is like, everybody's like, well, who's the backup quarterback? And the coach is like, well, if such and such goes down, then we'll put in a receiver here that can play, that knows the offense, that can, come in there and run quarterback. Well, this is the result you get when that actually happens. So, all right, so Drew Lock has showed everybody enough. He showed me enough. He showed the coaching staff enough. So now we're going to take a look at Teddy Bridgewater here in the second quarter and see what he can do. Bridgewater's going to get the throw in his first go. He throws a completion. Okay, but they blew that one dead there. But yeah, we're going to take a look at Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy was in Carolina last year. They decided that they were going to trade him to the Broncos. They were shipping him around. This was earlier in the offseason. Right before the draft, honestly, was when he ended up being traded to the Broncos, which kind of gave me an indication that said, okay, the Broncos may not be looking to draft a quarterback because they traded for Teddy Bridgewater to come in and compete for that job. He's certainly a great backup quarterback to have, I think. So if you end up with Drew Lock as your quarterback number 1, he's certainly a great option to have at quarterback number 2 should he have to come in, because we saw him throughout stretches, obviously throughout Carolina as a starting quarterback earlier in the season. I feel like he had more success. But even during his time when he had to come in and relieve Drew Brees as he was the backup 2 years ago for the Saints, he did a good job during that stint as well. So, yeah, this is great for the Broncos, especially if he does end up being a backup quarterback, behind someone like Drew Lock. Oh, I see some movement there. Will it be on the offense or will it be the defense? Yep, it's going to be on the offense there. Oh, never mind. That should have been. Oh, never mind. That was on the defense there. Okay. But yeah, there's a lot of great things that can be said about the way that the Broncos have been playing in this one. They are looking really well. They've already got 23 points, and we're just here in the second quarter. The kind of performance that they are honestly having right now, that is just showing you right now, as Teddy Bridgewater gets that completion, makes the safe pass in that one, and that's what Teddy does. And so, yeah, but Teddy with the nice completion on that one. The offense is still moving. But, man, Broncos, they've got a good amount of points up here. They fully have full control of this whole first half. So you best believe the Vikings are going to have a lot of work to do when they get back to practicing, because, this is not how you want to go out there and perform. Even if it is a preseason, these guys still got pride. They're still competitors. They're still competing. Now, sure, they didn't have, Kirk Cousins back there, and it didn't seem like they had any of their top receivers out there, so that does play a role. But for the guys that are out there, that you clearly wanted to go out there and perform a lot better. Let's see. So Lewis says that in Week 15 versus Buffalo, Drew Lock went 20 of 32 for 132 yards and 1 touchdown. Today in the first quarter, 5 of 7, 151 yards, so more than that 132 yards, and 2 touchdowns, which is obviously more than the one he threw against Buffalo. So yeah, I mean, hey, you're pointing out some great stuff here. Obviously, it is the preseason, and yeah, the difference between Minnesota right now and the guys they have out there, as opposed to that Buffalo's defense, a little bit of a difference, but absolutely fantastic observation and great way to pull that stat. I definitely do love stats and stuff. So great job pulling that one, honestly. But yeah, I mean, Drew Lock is just showing a lot of improvement, and that's what happens with younger quarterbacks. Now, they don't all improve at the same rate, but I do believe that given in the right situation, a lot of these guys can improve. I think Sam Darnold's going to show some improvement to a lot of guys as well this upcoming season for Carolina. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the Carolina Panthers in that game tomorrow. So I'll be looking forward to live streaming that game tomorrow. That's going to be a fun one to live stream. Let's see, Lewis says the Bears and Broncos found some offense too, along with these two solid defenses. And that's really the takeaway right now from the game so far. You've got the Broncos and the Bears both finding offenses. Now, sure, the Broncos defense, they did have a role to play in a lot of those points and stuff that's putting up there. But when your quarterback goes out there and throws you some touchdowns and you're a great defense, that just inspires you to take it to the next level, honestly. So up, and they're showing the replay of that Minnesota Miracle and what that meant for the organization. That was a big play when that happened, when that went down. That was one heck of a play. All right, so he gained probably about a good yard or two. But obviously in the preseason, despite the fact that the score is what it is, if you're the Broncos, you still have to continue to play hard because, quite frankly, that's what the preseason is about. Scoreboard's up there. That's more so for the fans, so we have something to look at. But for them, they're more so focused on execution. Obviously, finishing in the end zone is a part of that execution, but that's what they're looking for right now because they have to give Teddy Bridgewater every opportunity to go out there and try to show what he can do at the position the same way they did for Drew Lock, despite the fact that the scoreboard is pretty one-sided at this point. So Bridgewater's dropping back. He's looking. There's a flag on the play. So Bridgewater gets in the end zone, but there is a flag. So we'll see if it's on this, maybe holding in the secondary or if it's on the offensive line, most likely the offensive line. But yeah, Bridgewater got in the end zone, but it's probably not going to stand. Let's see, holding. Yep, that's going to be brought back, folks. So negate that scramble there by Teddy Bridgewater because of the hold. But yeah, as you can see, Teddy Bridgewater trying to use his legs to get in the end zone there. All right, so let's see what Bridgewater can do now on 2nd and 17. They're at the 21. All right, so they hand it off on the running play. Looks like Freeman gains about a yard. Vikings ready for that one. It's going to be 3rd down now, so let's see what they're going to call on this 3rd down here, if they're going to give him a chance to try to throw in the end zone or not. And we've got my man Lewis here. Oh man, that's being pretty harsh here. I feel sorry for any Vikings fan that might be watching right now. He's like, they should show the roof collapsing because that's what the Vikings look like right now. Oh man, very harsh right there. But very accurate though. The Vikings right now do not look like they're ready. Like they should be glad this is just a preseason game. The regular season is not there, and they still got a couple more games to get it together. Again, I still think the Vikings are going to have a very good, regular season, as in a winning record when it's all said and done. But just how good it's going to, they're going to have a lot of work that they've got to do between now and the start of the football season, honestly. But obviously, they didn't have Kirk Cousins. I didn't see Adam Thielen out there or Justin Jefferson out there. So, they still don't have their key top playmakers out there. So if there's any consolation for Viking fans out there, that's it. But that's got nothing to do with the defense, though. I mean, you want to see a lot better playing from the guys you got out there on defense for sure. All right, so that field goal is good right there by McManus for that 34-yard field goal. And so, yeah, so we've got the Broncos up 26-3. We should be able to see, what Kellen Mond will try to do, as I'm sure the Vikings will definitely want to try to score before the half. They're going to need a lot of scoring if they're going to try to make this one a game again. But, yeah, right now, and as they're going through the schedule for these Vikings, there's a lot to look forward to. You see that matchup that they have. I'm against against the Cowboys. I think that'll be a good one right there. That should be fun to watch. And then you've also got their matchup against the Seahawks. You've got, obviously whenever they play the Packers, Chargers, that'll be a good one right there. I see the Steelers up there. Obviously going down against the Bears, twice out the year. And so it's not the last game of the regular season against the Bears. And it seems like these two teams are always competing in terms of trying to get to the playoffs, and it's going to come down to the last game of the season. So I'm glad to see the Vikings and Bears playing each other twice, late in the season. Obviously I think there's going to be a lot of playoff implications on the line for both teams. So that'll be a fun one to watch. But yeah, 26-3. So far, if you're trying to find a positive for the Minnesota Vikings, the positive is just that this is preseason. I mean, but Rose Jr., he's looked pretty good. 8 carries for 35 yards, so there's some positives there. Osborne has 2 receptions for 15 yards. But, yeah, it's been mostly just Broncos in this one. So, let's see. There you have it. Kellen Mond's going to get an opportunity to air it out some here before the half, or at least that's the expectation. They decide to run the ball, though, and they lose a yard. So, yeah, the offensive line is not doing a very good job holding up against these Vikings defensive line, as they have just been causing problems, whether we're talking about the defensive line, whether we're talking about the secondary. The Broncos have just been giving the Vikings a nightmare all game long. Broncos have had total control of this game. And so if this is to show the type of Broncos team that we're going to witness in the regular season, then look out. Yeah, I'm sure Viking fans would love to see a lot of that right now for Kellen Mond. As Kellen Mond drops back, all right, he's able to get that check down. All right, so we're getting some yards here. He's able to get out of bounds. Again, that's Rose Jr. He's getting it done on the ground and through the air. And we will be getting ready to approach halftime soon. You got to imagine coming out the second half, we're going to get to see more of a look from Kellen Mond, more from Teddy Bridgewater as well. But obviously, Drew Lock has been looking absolutely fantastic so far in this one. So a lot to still be seen, despite the fact that the scoreboard is clearly one-sided. If this was a regular season game, we'd be looking at someone else. Then again, we'd have different options and stuff. But from what we're seeing right now, though, yeah, definitely certainly understand the aspect of trying to make sure that you get a good evaluation of what Kellen Mond can do right now for the Vikings. And let's see what's going to happen. Obviously, Teddy Bridgewater, that's going to be one too. Let's see. Lewis says good Thanksgiving games. So yeah, if you can type in real quick some of those Thanksgiving games, that's going to be playing this year. So I can't think of it off the top of my head, but I do think that there's going to be some good ones. I remember when I checked the schedule earlier, there's going to be some good ones. Obviously, we know certain teams are going to be playing on Thanksgiving. That's just a tradition, but it's a good tradition to have, and I do enjoy seeing it. I love it for the fan bases as well. So I know. Let's see. What are these matchups here? Appreciate that. Let's see. The Bears and the Lions. And so, oh, man. The Bears and the Lions. The Bears are going to be feasting on that day. So it's a good game, especially if you're a Bears fan that day. Thanksgiving, you got your turkey in front of you, you're dressing, all that great stuff. And then you get to watch the Bears go out there and eat on defense as well as on offense this year against Detroit. And if you're Detroit, you have the constellation of thinking that your team probably most likely is going to be looking to, at the end of the year, upgrade the quarterback position and try to get them a quarterback of the future for next year. That's how I think it's going to play out. But I am going to be interested in seeing for Detroit who's going to be the guys that steps up for them this year. They do obviously they have Swift in the backfield. We'll see how Jared Goff, how he looks. I mean, From what I saw at the 2 seconds that I probably watched their preseason game, I saw him running around for his life back there. So that was not a promising sign for Detroit. But there's a lot of things to look forward to for Detroit if you're a Detroit fan in terms of what they'll be able to, try to just establish, try to get some core pieces that you can build upon for years to come. That's the goal next year, I think, for Detroit in terms of just seeing what they got for next year. But yeah, Detroit's going to dominate that one. And then you're talking about the Raiders and Dallas. And so yeah, those are two great teams right there. You've got Dallas, by that time, Dak hopefully he'll be healthy at that time. You've got Zeke and company, Tony Pollard, then what they have at wide receiver. We know how much they have at wide receiver. So it'll be interesting to see how the Raiders defense can try to match up, and can they slow down Dallas enough to where the Raiders offense can try to outscore Dallas, and vice versa. Dallas defense versus the Raiders offense, will they be able to stop that offense? And so it'll be two good teams that are kind of similar in the sense that offense is their forte. They like to go out there, score some points, but which defense is going to be playing better football at that time? Obviously, the home crowd for Dallas, they'll be into it. Primetime game. Jerry Jones loves primetime, that's for sure, but that'll be a fun one to watch. And then you're talking about Buffalo versus the Saints. Regardless who's in at quarterback, I still think the Saints are going to be a competitive team this upcoming season. But Buffalo, we know what they have, and so that's going to be a good one. Going down to the Saints at the night game, I'm telling you, there's a different Saints team when you're going down to the Saints, and it's a night primetime game. You just get the best of their defense. And, oh, man, what a hit right there. These Broncos, you could at least give them a play every once in a while. These Broncos are not playing around. But, yeah, so I'm really looking forward to seeing that game down there in New Orleans. It's going to be a good competitive matchup. Believe me, when the Saints are at home, they are a very strong team, especially when the crowd's going to be behind them. So I'm going to be looking forward to that, especially if Jameis Winston is in at quarterback. By then, Michael Thomas should be in the lineup for the Saints. I'd have to imagine, as long as things don't go sour, I would say from there, that's going to be a really good game. So a great way to cap that one off. And, oh, man, look at this nice little burst right here for the Minnesota Vikings here. And that's exactly what they needed to happen. They need more of that to make this a game. And that's Abdullah there with a nice burst out the backfield. You see he's able to make guys miss, all those, great juking and stuff, good agility, all that great stuff. So great play right there by Abdullah to add some life here with the Vikings. They really need to get in the end zone here before the half to help them out. Let's see. Lewis says the Raiders versus the Cowboys, a lot of bar fights that day. Hey, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, man. Absolutely right, man. I'm really looking forward to those Thanksgiving games. Absolutely, and so I imagine that during that day there'll also be some good, like college basketball games. If not that day, then probably the day before. I know around that time, college basketball will be at the point where it's getting very interesting during that time frame. Obviously, for college football, a lot of teams will start to feel the heat as to, we'll be starting to monitor where a team's ranking at in terms of the college football playoffs and stuff. And speaking of college football, do let me know, do you guys feel that the college football committee should expand the playoff team? Should it be more than just 4? Should they stick with 4? Should it be 6 teams? Should it be 8 teams? Or should it be 12 teams? Let me know your thoughts in terms of, should they expand the college football playoff format? And if so, how many teams do you feel it should be? I really am looking forward to doing that. I did cover a video earlier, I'm talking about months ago, when this topic was, at its peak in terms of my thoughts on that and just covering that in general, as opposed to whether or not the committee was thinking about a 12-team, expansion. Meanwhile, we're seeing Kellen Mond, throwing a nice dot there for 13 yards to Dillon on that completion. Can he end up in the end zone? There's 47 seconds here. They've got 2 timeouts. They're at the 20. This is an excellent chance to see him just run that 2-minute offense and see if he can perfect that. They opt to run the ball here, so they're still going to look to run the ball. They don't want to put too much on Kellen Mond right now, it seems. And Kellen Mond, I know he has missed a good amount of preseason. I mean, a lot of, camp and stuff, partially due to the COVID and stuff. And so I understand them not wanting to put too much on his plate right now. But I feel now is the time to see what you got. And let's give him a chance to go out there and see what he can do. But yeah, as we get ready to see if these Vikings are going to be able to capitalize and get in the end zone, we saw what the Broncos defense has done. I mean, they was even able to put up 8 points in this one, 2 points from the safety and then 6 points from the interception that's ran back. Not going to count the extra point there, but yeah, they looked absolutely fantastic so far in this one. All right, so here we go. 2nd down and 6. Kelly Mons is looking. He's moving. He's running. We saw the highlights at A&M. He can definitely do that, take off and run. Vikings do have one timeout, but I believe they're going to try to get up and at least throw a quick pass or something. It's a good chance to see this rookie quarterback in that situation. That situation of football is so important. They've got about 10 seconds. He's got a chance to throw up one quick jump ball, I would think. He does throw that jump ball, incomplete. Great defense on that one. All right, so the interesting part is they do have one timeout here, so they don't necessarily have to, I guess you can say, like at least throw it in the end zone. They can try to throw it close to it and hope the guy gets in. But in 6 seconds, that's enough, I think, for one play. And then if it is like a completion and inbounds, then you call your timeout. And then if it's close enough, I'd go for it, honestly. Like rather than the field goal, I'd do it. But either way, you have a chance to still get 2 plays out of this. All right, so the Broncos are going to take a timeout. All right, so that gives Minnesota a little bit more chance to, discuss what's going to happen in terms of how they want to go about executing this. Again, I do want to see Kellen Mond have some success here. I'm definitely a guy that, even though he wasn't one of the, top quarterbacks discussed, he's definitely a quarterback that I think is going to have a potential to come in and really do some good things, throughout his career. So I'm hoping things work out for him in terms of the future of the Vikings. Let's see. And Lewis is clearly pouring it on for the Vikings fans here. He said, does the Vikings have any highlights in the first half other than that good run? I mean, other than Abdullah having that fantastic run that he had and all like that, and then just a couple passes here and there from Kellen Mons. At the moment, no, but we're going to see if Kellen Mons will be able to change that before the half or not. Will they go with the field goal unit? It looks like Kellen Mons is running to the sideline, so the Vikings are just going to go ahead and just kick the field goal here and get some more points on the board as opposed to try to go for the touchdown. But yeah, not a lot of highlights here for the Vikings here. So yeah. Luckily for the Vikings, I mean, even though it's preseason, it's just the first preseason game, first preseason action. You didn't have your starting quarterback or receivers out there. Didn't have Dalvin Cook. So you didn't have your best players out there, but still you would have liked to seen a lot more competitiveness. I mean, that interception that Browning threw, that was really big, and it really hurt the Vikings in terms of momentum. As this field goal is good, and we're going to go to the half with the score being Broncos 26, Vikings 6 at the half. And so that is currently what we have so far. And, man, a first half evaluation, Drew Lock, 5 of 7, 151 yards, 2 passing touchdowns, including a deep bomb that he threw to Hamler for, I think, 51 yards or whatever. Hey, he was absolutely fantastic. Hamler looked pretty good as well on offense. They used him in a reverse situation. They used him on a deep pass. They're utilizing him very nicely. And Freeman, I mean, he had a nice run, which he ran a guy over to get close to the goal line. He was absolutely great in this one as well. A lot of good things to be said about this Broncos team. Then you look at the defense, Patrick Surtain Jr., the interception return he had. It was an excellent read on his part. Excellent job for him to, be able to capitalize, take it in the end zone. He showed great hands, great vision back there. So I can understand now why the Vikings decided to go ahead and take him at cornerback. I mean, I knew he was going to be, in my opinion, he was the top cornerback in the draft. My second favorite cornerback was Asante Samuels Jr., or the second, whichever it is. I think it's Junior. So Asante Samuels, he was my second favorite cornerback there and he was drafted by the Chargers, I believe. But yeah, I like the outlook right here for the Broncos and him moving forward. So there you have it. Let's see. Lewis says, did the Vikings have any? Oh, I already did that one. Yeah, that's the question. We'll see if they can show us a highlight that they had, but yeah, if they did, it is a very minor one. Lewis says that the Vikings locker room is going to be loud. Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen so far, I mean, yeah, the Vikings already have had some. I can say that they're one of the teams that throughout the camp, they have not had the best camp in terms of just morale, I guess you can say, as a team. A lot of guys missing time due to, some COVID stuff. A lot of people not happy right now. It's been the report, from Minnesota. And so coming out like this, you best believe that there's going to be a lot of, coaches out there yelling and stuff, and rightfully so. I mean, regardless of who you are, you're still in the NFL, and you got to go out there and there's a certain level of competition you've got to bring, and to just see how Drew Lock was able to just slice apart that defense. If Drew Lock is out there and he's slicing up the defense, just imagine what they would do against a lot of the other teams, especially if you're playing against a team like Green Bay or something like that, who's known for their offense in the NFC, or just a lot of the other good teams out there. I mean, you've got to have more pride in yourself than that. And that's what they're really going to be talking about, having more pride out there. So I'm expecting for the Vikings to come out in the second half and hopefully try to put up more of a fight than what we saw in the first half. But yeah, Drew Lock was a great story. He looked great. Teddy Bridgewater, and a little bit of snaps that we did see from him, he looked pretty good too, but Drew Lock did something special out there when he was out there. He looked like he had full control of this offense, and that's definitely what you wanted to see from Drew Lock out there. Let's see, but I'll go ahead and take this time and thank each and every person for joining us on the stream today. Really appreciate you guys. It means so much to be able to watch football with you guys and talk football, all the many different things, whether or not it's just pertaining to the plays that's happening here or other games that we saw. I mean, I know I mentioned, a couple references from other games, looking back at the Patriots game, looking at Mac Jones. He looked absolutely fantastic. Great ball placement, great with the way his ability to stay in the pocket and take that hit to complete the pass and stuff. Saw some good things there. Justin Fields, taking a look at him earlier with the Bears. Loved what I saw from him, especially as the game continued to go on. Even though, yes, your backups start to come in, but he got more and more comfortable. And then we saw him with a rushing touchdown. We saw him with a passing touchdown. We saw a lot of great things from him. So that was very encouraging there. So I think so far, everybody has to like what they're seeing so far from their young quarterbacks, teams that have young quarterbacks. And a team like the Broncos, you're loving what you saw in the first half from your Drew Lock. You look at the Washington football team when they played the couple snaps Ryan Fitzpatrick had, he looked great. Heineke, he showed some great movement with his legs when he got in there. So a lot of good stuff there I saw from Washington as well. Atlanta, obviously Matt Ryan didn't play, but A.J. McCarron, he looked great out there. Well, I'm not going to say great. He looked okay out there for a backup quarterback, but Felipe Franks is the guy that really impressed me for that Falcons quarterback thing. I mean, because when he went out there, the poise he showed, moving around, showing some escapability in the pocket, because that pocket was collapsing. It looked like dominoes watching the Falcons late in that game with that offensive line going down, and then guys just coming out there and going after Felipe Franks. But he was out there, showing some mobility and poise and able to make plays out of nothing. I was really impressed with what I saw from him. If he can keep this up throughout the preseason, I think Atlanta has a spot for him on that backup spot on that roster. So that was very encouraging there from what I saw. But a lot of great things throughout preseason that I'm liking so far across the board for different teams. I mean, and then there's some stuff to continue to work on. I want to see more from the Dolphins when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa. I know the Bears defense is really good, and so obviously that was a great test for Tua, and he did pretty good up until that interception there. But we know Tua's going to be a quarterback that's going to take some risk when it comes to the passes he makes. And so if he ends up turning the ball a lot, that can really derail the potential of this team. And so that's going to be something to continue to monitor, honestly. But aside from that, the Dolphins generated great pass rush, throughout the course of the game, whether we're talking first team, second team. They got a lot of receivers and stuff. I love what I saw from their punt return game early on today. So I like that from the Dolphins' point of view, but I really like what the Bears did. The defense was out there creating turnovers, looked really great. So really excited for the Bears this upcoming season. Like, really am. I mean, whether we're talking Andy Dalton, he looked like he had, good control out there. And Justin Fields, he looked great, but I still think that, right now, Andy Dalton, he's going to start out there quarterback number one, and he's going to allow for the Bears to take their time in terms of, implementing Justin Fields at some point. But I do think at some point this season, they will turn it over to him. It might be best case scenario. If you're the Bears, you want that handoff to be a little bit something like it was when Miami went from Fitzpatrick to Tua in terms of, okay, you're coming in, but not because the team is struggling, but because we want to take a good look at you. We want to see if you can take it to the next level. Starting quarterback has done great. They had a winning record at that time, but we want to see what you can do, and we believe that you can come in and just add on to what we're already doing. You can do that when you have the luxury of a defense that can help you the way that the Bears have, the way that the team like the Broncos have. Then you can do those type of things to the quarterback position when you know your defense is A1 out there. So that's a major flex to have, honestly. And then, just some of the games that we have coming on later on today that's going to be looking forward to. I personally am going to be looking forward to when the Saints go out there to see that quarterback competition that they have. Let's see who they put out there as quarterback number one. How is that going to look? So far in this quarterback competition, I think it's safe to say that Drew Lock has showed us enough to where he deserves, to at least, be the highly favored. I know he already was the favorite, but he actually went out there and showed it today that he deserves to be the favorite to win that job. Now, Teddy Bridgewater is still going to have a chance to make a case for himself, but from what we've seen so far, that was good. But yeah, definitely looking later on at the Saints game. That's certainly one that's going to be intriguing versus that Ravens. The Ravens, Lamar Jackson. That's going to be fun to watch. I don't know if we'll get to see Lamar at all. I doubt it. But even so, just to see the Ravens defense out there, that'll be fun. And then you'll also have the Browns and the Jaguars coming on at 7 o'clock. That's going to be another fun one to watch as well. We get to see the Browns. We know what they've already got in terms of their team, but, just to take another look at them this year and see if that chemistry is still there early on. The Jaguars, their quarterback competition that they have, whether we're talking about Trevor Lawrence back there or will it be whatchamacallit, I can't think of his name right now, Gardner Minshew, yeah, whether or not he's going to be the guy that comes in and wins this quarterback job. So I'm a little intrigued there. I don't believe that they'll stray away from Trevor Lawrence, but if Minshew can go out there and if they really believe that, he gives them the best chance to win right now, then we'll see if that's the case. But I want to see for myself how that's going to look and how Trevor Lawrence looks, honestly, with the Jaguars. That's what I'm going to be looking forward to seeing. Does he go out there? Does he struggle? Does he go out there and look like he has the offense under his control in comparison to Minshew? That's something we're going to have to go out there and see. But I'm really looking forward to that as well later today. Let's see. We've also got the Bengals and the Buccaneers. Let's see. For the Buccaneers, we already know the Buccaneers have, so I expect a lot of the veterans not to play in that game for the Buccaneers. But, yeah, we'll get to see Kyle Trask, with Tampa, how he looks, if he's going to be in any type of – I think he's quarterback number 3, as he should be right now, as I think they're very confident in their backup quarterback situation. But still, when we get to see him later in the game, that's going to be fun. We'll get to see a lot of the young guys for Tampa coming off the bench, so that's something to look forward to there. Let's see, Jets and the Giants. Zach Wilson, the first time get to take a look at him. So that's going to be a fun one there to see Zach Wilson and obviously Daniel Jones for the Giants. Another good matchup, 8 o'clock, Texans, Packers, 8:30, Chiefs, 49ers. Well, we're talking about Eastern time here. Seahawks and Raiders, Chargers, Rams. So, yeah, we've got a lot of football here that's going to be coming up, especially once this game concludes. And in a lot of people's minds, this game might be over, but it's still a great evaluation time to see, more of Kellen Mond, particularly for these Vikings, and see what they have in him and if he can end up being that backup quarterback for them this upcoming season. Because especially when you have 17 games with COVID being a thing, the backup quarterback position is more important now than it's ever been. Because it's almost guaranteed that your backup quarterback is probably going to have to come in and start a game at some point. I feel like it's almost guaranteed that that's bound to happen. As we are still here at halftime, it's been pretty much everything Broncos so far in this one. But yeah, tomorrow's game versus the Indianapolis Colts and the Carolina Panthers, I am really looking forward to seeing that one tomorrow. I personally have been really excited about the competition between Jake Eason and Sam Ehlinger. I mean, both guys, I'm really hoping that they're going to go out there and do well. And like, I just want to see a great competition. I want to see how they're both going to look in case they do have to start, for the opening game for the Colts and maybe even some more from that. You never know when your opportunity is going to call, how long you'll get in terms of a window to go out there and perform. But say it is about 2-3 games that they get, that's enough of a window to go out there and really show something, especially if a guy comes in and lights it up. That's just, they always say when you're the starting quarterback or just starting in the NFL in general, you do not want to allow your backup the opportunity to come in and show what he can do because he might just go up there and light it up. And so this opportunity, I mean, the talent's going to be around whoever's a quarterback. So whether it's Jacob Eason, a quarterback for the Colts, whether it's Sam Ehlinger, that's quarterback for the Colts, whoever ends up getting that, backup quarterback position behind Carson Wentz is still a great opportunity because you just never know if your name, how long your number is going to be called for. They might get to go out there, start a couple games, and who knows, maybe later on, maybe even start some more where they're going to have a window to go out there and really show the coaching staff what they're made of. So that's what I'm really looking forward to seeing tomorrow. That plus Sam Darnold, with this new home in Carolina, want to see how comfortable he looks with the first team. He's got a lot of weapons now, something that he didn't have. You go from having Frank Gore as your leading running back last year to having someone like Christian McCaffrey as your running back. Talk about an upgrade in the backfield. So really looking forward to seeing how this is going to work out tomorrow when the Panthers and the Colts play each other tomorrow in the only preseason game that we have. So, yes, I will be streaming that game. So I do hope that you guys will consider joining me for that one as well. Should be a fun one to stream that game. All right, so we're going to get ready to see the second half here. The Broncos are going to get the ball off to start off the second half. So they had all the momentum in the first half. And look at that. There's a hole there. Will he go all the way? Nope, he's tackled. But, man, what a return and what a way for the Broncos to come out of the locker room. And, Lewis, you said the Vikings locker room is going to be loud. I guess it wasn't loud enough. Not yet. Not nearly as loud as it's going to be at the end of the game should they not find a way to improve. But, man, you look at the kicker on that play. He just looked at it and he whiffed. He was like, you know what? I don't want that smoke. I'm not about to go out there and make that tackle. So he just said, you know what? The heck with that. I'll leave it to somebody else. If he scores, he scores. He's like, that's not my job. That's not my responsibility. So now we get to see more of Teddy Bridgewater. Great field position to start off. And that carry there looks like that's about a 5-yard carry. And so, yeah, and that is by Crockett for the 5-yard carry on that play. So now they're going to be at the 35-yard line. Thanks to that excellent kick return right there, they're going to be in pretty good field position on that one. 1 second. All right, there we go. So let's see, Bridgewater now at the 35, 2nd and 5. Got a lot of big guys out there. Just one wide receiver. They hand the ball off. And Crockett gains about 4 yards on that carry. So I'm seeing some nice bursts in terms of him being able to get some yards here. The offensive line has been winning the battle in this game, like throughout the entire game, honestly. All right, let's see. So right now we've got Teddy Bridgewater operating the offense here. It's 3rd and 1. Let's see if the Vikings defense can make a stop here and try to hold them to a field goal. All right, and it looks like, yep. Oh, man, look at that pile. That pile is moving. That pile is moving. And what a first down run that was. I mean, the offensive line is winning that battle, and they are really winning it. Let's see. Carmichael Mosby, thank you so much for joining the stream. Glad to have you here again. It's always good to have you here. How's everything going? Glad to see you here. And yeah, I'd ask you who you're rooting for in this game, but this game seems pretty one-sided at this point. Broncos and Vikings. But were you able to watch any of the other the earlier game between the Dolphins and the Bears, or just what preseason games have you been able to watch so far, and which one has caught your attention so far? And Teddy Bridgewater with the nice completion there. And Lewis quoting Sam Darnold here. I'm seeing ghost out there. Well, I tell you what, if he was seeing ghost out there, at least the ghost would be able to do a little bit more tackling, a little better than what the Vikings are doing. So at least he actually saw those ghosts. I don't think Teddy Bridgewater is really seeing any Vikings defenders near him in that pocket right now. But yeah, it's a good quote right there. And Carmichael says that everything is going great. Wonderful, wonderful. Okay, things are going great. Glad to hear that. Always glad to hear that. As we got the Broncos right now at the 10-yard line. Let's see if they're going to score again, just because they can. Okay, so the Vikings finally show a little pride on that play. Got him in the backfield right there. Not a lot to celebrate, but he'll take it. Okay, so Carmichael says the Steelers and the Eagles. Okay, yeah, and so definitely I didn't get to too much watch that game because while that game was playing, I was mostly focused on seeing Mac Jones and the Patriots, versus Washington. So I was mostly focused on that game, but I did from time to time check the stat sheet. And from what I saw in that game, I mean, Jalen Hurts looked like he, did okay in that one. Joe Flacco came in. His stats looked a lot better, but I had to watch a couple of the highlights and see that long touchdown, it was actually off of a screenplay, but nevertheless, that still counts as a touchdown there. But yeah, the Eagles, they looked good. The Steelers, they looked great, honestly. I mean, seeing what Dwayne Haskins was able to do, I mean, he basically brought them back, honestly. And so I was really happy to see that. Me being someone that supports Ohio State, as whether we're talking college football, college basketball, whatever, big Ohio State guy, I was happy to see Dwayne Haskins and what he's shown me so far in his preseason. I mean, clearly a better situation for him, I feel like, down there in Pittsburgh. And if he can just, continue to stay focused on football and stuff, let the outside stuff, just don't let that phase you, then yeah, I definitely do like the future of him in the NFL. And hey, you've got to be really good, right? You've got to feel really good right now if you are the Vikings. And yet we get another touchdown here from the Denver Broncos, pouring it on. Teddy Bridgewater throws a touchdown. That's great for him in that competition versus Drew Lock. If this was a stat type of thing, that bodes well that he was able to throw that touchdown with a nice pass right there for that touchdown. So I know Bridgewater's happy about that. And Bronco fans have got to be ecstatic right now that their team has 32 points. And so, but yeah, definitely the Steelers, they look really good, even though Roethlisberger's not out there. But I like what I've seen from both Mason Rudolph and Dwayne Haskins, that whomever you go forward with as your backup quarterback, you've got to feel confident with them should they have to come in. They look like they can win some games. Let's see. So you say the Dolphins and the Bears was good. It really was a great preseason game. I feel like that was one of the better preseason games. I also felt that way about the Washington and Patriot game as well. That was a really good one. But it was exciting. I mean, because what we saw two great defenses. And then we saw, offenses both for the Bears and the Dolphins who were trying to establish something, going, see what they both had with their quarterbacks. So a great chance for both teams to get a really good look in terms of what they had from the quarterback position. And then, obviously whatever they were able to get from the running game as well. But yeah, it was very important for both teams to be able to evaluate their offenses. And then when Justin Fields came in for the Bears, that's when the landscape of the game changed later on, like towards, around that halftime and coming back from that. But still, it was really good to see him be able to have some success with the offense. That's really all that you want right now from your young quarterbacks, whether we're talking for the Bears, whether we're talking later on for the 49ers, for the Jets, whomever. You want to see success with your rookie quarterback and see them finish with some touchdown drives. That's what you really want to see. But yeah, it was definitely a good game right there. And yeah, so Dwayne Haskins, he looked really good out there. I was not just last time, but also in the Hall of Fame game as well. Was very encouraged by what I saw from him out there. And so that's really good right there. I'm really happy to see that Dwayne Haskins, his decision making, on the field is looking like it's definitely improving. He's always had that passing ability. I know many people forget that Dwayne Haskins was a Heisman finalist. I know he finished third, but I believe that was the year Kyler Murray won the Heisman, if I'm not mistaken. I think Tua came in second, close second, and then Dwayne Haskins. But yeah, definitely Dwayne Haskins was really the first quarterback that I saw at Ohio State that I was like, man, this kid can really rip it. He's got all the physical tools. It's just a matter of, he was extremely young, and sometimes it takes a young quarterback some time to mature. And so maybe that's what it was for Dwayne Haskins, an opportunity to mature. But for the Steelers, this is a good quarterback situation to have right now behind Ben Roethlisberger. Oh, man. So Carmichael's asking what happened to the Vikings. Well, I'll go ahead and say, first off, for the Minnesota Vikings, they did not start off with, Kirk Cousins. He didn't play. They didn't have Justin Jefferson, didn't have Adam Thielen, didn't have Dalvin Cook. So you took away their four best players on offense, who accounts for most of their production on offense. So they didn't have those guys. They went out there, and Browning, he made some mistakes. I'm not going to lie. He went out there. He was 5 of 10. He threw an interception that was returned for a touchdown. But even before that, he allowed the Broncos to get the first points of the game, I believe, when he went out there, and he basically was responsible for a safety because he dropped too far back in the pocket. And so his team was called for holding. And when you're in the end zone, you get called for holding. That's an automatic safety. And so that gave the Broncos defense 2 points there. He threw that interception that was ran back all the way for a touchdown at his own, like near his own end zone. And so that really hurt him a lot in terms of for the Vikings. And it put them in a hole, quite frankly. And then the defense couldn't stop, Drew Lock. Drew Lock was on the money when it came to throwing the ball. And so you look up, and all of a sudden, Vikings was getting the brakes beaten off of them out there, honestly. And so that's what happened to the Vikings. They ran into a hurricane today, and they just was not ready at all. At all. They didn't even see it on the radar. Okay, nice little burst right there. They're going to need to see a lot more of that. A lot more of that. Let's see. Lewis says, Vikings look Skittles all over the field. Like, yeah, it's a tough day for the Vikings, honestly, right now. I think this is not going to be a representation of what they're going to expect in the regular season, though, because obviously, as I mentioned before, they don't have their key guys. But there's still enough concern to obviously, you're like, this is not good. We got to improve as a team overall. Kellen Mond has it. Let's see what he does. And, yeah, you just got to throw that ball away, live to play another down on that one. The pass rush is up in his face every time he gets the ball. And I almost feel, I do feel, really bad for him because every time he's getting the snap, that pass rush is basically in his face. So offensive line is certainly something that they're going to have to keep an eye out for. Vikings looking like Skittles laying all over the field. Yeah, and hey, I mean, right now they really can use some positive stuff to look forward to. And honestly, for the Vikings, for the rest of this game, obviously there's going to be guys out there that's fighting for jobs and stuff. But as a team, you want some positive stuff to look forward to this upcoming season. You really do. And so, well, I say this upcoming season, really this upcoming, week, leading into practice. Let's get some positive stuff that we can point to as to, like when you're talking about what happened and a lot of things that didn't happen, you want to have some positives that you can point to, honestly. And so, and just to help get the confidence of this team, back. So let's see how that plays out. Let's see. Carmichael says, let's see. He thinks that Ben will come in on the third preseason game. That would be interesting. I mean, I personally don't think that Big Ben will see any preseason action at this point. I think they've seen enough throughout his career to where they're just going to not put him out there because they really do not want to risk Big Ben getting hurt, especially with the last couple of injuries we saw over the years for Big Ben. So I think that they'll be very cautious on that side. Do I feel that he needs to get some reps in during the preseason? I think it would be nice to definitely give him that. I know that he's definitely coming in better shape, it seems like, than what he's been. Vikings running a deep reverse back there. It took everything he had just to get a yard off of that one. But, yeah, Big Ben certainly can benefit from some preseason reps, though. That certainly would help him, I think, in terms of just making sure the chemistry, is still there. But Big Ben's going to be fine come the start of the regular season. At this point, they know what they've got in Big Ben. it's going to be up to those receivers last year for the Steelers, who did lead the league in terms of led the league in terms of drop passes last year for the Steelers. They cannot be dropping passes. They are very talented across the board, but they need to make sure that they hold on to passes and do not continuously drop passes. All right, Vikings run the ball there. Nothing's really there. I mean, the defensive line has been very stout for these Broncos today. I mean, you talk about a very impressive defense. I mean, they're looking really good. They're already in regular season form. So I will ask you guys this question. Give me your very early Super Bowl predictions. Which two teams do you guys think are going to be playing in the Super Bowl, as well as which team do you have winning the Super Bowl? It's early, yes, but I want to hear from you guys. Let me know in the chat section. Who do you think is going to be playing in this year's Super Bowl, and what's your Super Bowl prediction? There's a lot of great teams to choose from. Obviously, if you're in the AFC, you got to think that a team like Kansas City, they're a team that can certainly be, back in the Super Bowl. There's obviously Buffalo out there. Buffalo, they're a pretty stacked team as well. The Browns, they're a pretty balanced team. I really like what the Browns have to offer this year. And then you throw in the Titans as well with the addition of Julio Jones. And we've seen Tennessee, when they get streaky, it's just a year in which, maybe Baltimore can actually start winning some playoff games, makes things interesting there. Whenever you have a guy like Lamar, you've got an element that a lot of teams got to look out for. I'm pretty high on the Chargers this year. I like what the Patriots did this offseason. There's a lot of teams to choose from in that AFC. You still got the Steelers and their defense. Throw in Miami and their defense. Broncos, their defense. There's a lot of teams there to choose from. Then the NFC, obviously we know what Tampa Bay represents, bringing back as many people as they did. They've got so many stars. They're just stacked. And then you throw in teams like the Rams. We know Green Bay. They've got Aaron Rodgers committed for another year here. So they're still there. Bears, obviously, if they can get their offense to match that defense, then we'll look out there. 49ers, this year, if they can stay fully healthy, I think that's another team that people are forgetting about. 49ers, it's going to be a lot of teams that you can choose from. So tell me your Super Bowl predictions for this upcoming season. Matter of fact, let me go ahead and type that out. And right now we see the Vikings here, they're near the goal line. Kellen Mond's running the ball, gains about a yard or two. Early Super Bowl. All right, let's see. All right, so here's the question that I have for you guys in terms of I want you guys to tell me you're too early, you're way too early, I should say, Super Bowl predictions in terms of what two teams do you think are going to be playing in this year's Super Bowl? Definitely want to hear that from you guys. So definitely let me know in the comments section. And while I have that up there, we see that the Vikings, they're here, first and goal. Well, now it's going to be, first and goal at the Broncos 4-yard line. So can the Vikings give these fans something? These fans who have stuck out here and watched an onslaught happen to their team, will they be able to be rewarded by seeing a touchdown? I know Rose Jr., he's had 17 carries in this game, 89 yards, so he's having a very solid game so far. Can he capitalize it with a touchdown? He's looking for a hole, but the Broncos were looking for him. They knew it was going to happen. He's been perhaps the one bright spot so far for the Vikings offense, and they were going to be looking for him. So no gain on that one. And the Broncos, I fully believe that the Broncos right now, they do not want to allow for the Vikings to score. It's a pride thing. They don't want to see the Vikings offense score. So they're going to do their best to make sure that they can keep them out of the end zone. All right, so they snap the ball, and it's going to go right back to Rose Jr. Let's see if he gets about a good 2-yard carry. Yeah, about 2 yards on that one. And against that stout defense that the Broncos have, that's big. All right, so Rose is subbing himself out. I mean, he's had one heck of a day. 19 carries, 91 yards. Yeah, he's definitely getting the bulk of the action. But let's see if Kellen Mond and company can get in the end zone here for the Vikings. I want to see Kellen Mond do good here. And quite frankly, we know what the Broncos got. We know what they represent. But let's see if we can get these Vikings to go out there and actually show us a little something. So let's see this third down play right now. I want to see Kellen Mond and his decision-making here at the goal line. Oh, he just throws it up, throws it out there. All right, incomplete. All right, let's see if they're going to go for it on fourth down, though. Let's see if that's something that they will do. And really quickly, let's go ahead and pull up this comment here. So let's see. Carmichael says that Madden disrespected Mika Fitzpatrick. You know what? I can't think of what his actual rating is right now. So if you can tell me what his rating is, that would be great. But I do remember when I glanced over at his rating, it was significantly lower than what I anticipated it was going to be, honestly. But Madden has been doing that to quite a few players, disrespecting them. Justin Jefferson, I feel like he was really disrespected in terms of the rating they gave him. Justin Herbert, I felt he was really disrespected in the rating that they gave him. I'm like, Madden is out here sleeping on a lot of people. But I guess I get it, I guess. And so now we're looking. Kellen Mond throws it in the end zone. Oh, no, I thought that was going to be a touchdown. I was so happy for him. But no, unable to finish the catch in that process. But, yeah, good stop there by the Broncos in that defense. Oh, they got him at an 89. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how Madden goes off of some of these ratings, honestly, because some of these ratings, it's like, what are you thinking? I get it. Everybody can't be a high rating, but the highest ratings. But I mean, come on now. This is someone that should definitely have been higher than the 89, in my humble opinion. But you know how Madden does things. Speaking of which, I'll just remind everybody that I am thinking that on August the 22nd, I'm thinking I'm going to do a stream pretty much for most of that day, if not all that day, in terms of a Madden 22. So definitely do check that stream out. If you guys would be watching, you'll see me be live throughout most of the day. Madden 22. I might have some friends over that we may have some, competition going. So it may not just be me. So you won't be seeing the Patriots the whole time. You'll be seeing different teams. But yeah, I'll definitely see if I can set something up to have some different people come over and y'all can see us play Madden 22 and take a good look. If you haven't had the game already, I do have the Xbox Series X. So if that's something that you're considering getting, you'll be able to see that gameplay right there and how that's going to look. But yeah, definitely something that you're going to want to make sure that you are able to tune in for. So do make sure, you guys, that you do tune in for and that you are subscribed to the channel if you're not subscribed already. So that way you guys will be notified whenever I do these live streams, because sometimes it may just be, I set up the stream a little late or something if I got a lot that's going on, especially since I cover a lot of sport news on my channel as well. But yeah, definitely do consider subscribing to the channel if you're not subscribed already. And I do appreciate the support of those of you that are subscribed, those of you that, are joining me for the stream, that have joined earlier today when I streamed the Dolphins and the Bears. Really appreciate you guys. You guys have been so great. That's why I'm out here streaming my second game right now. And I know we got more games coming on later on. So I'll make that determination once we get towards the end of the fourth quarter, whether or not I'll stream those games or not right now. But yeah, it's been a great stream. So I appreciate you guys. And I might do something August 21st, but I believe there should be some preseason games that day. But yeah. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Let me go get some more water. This whole streaming thing is taking a toll, but I'm going to be right back, guys. So give me 1 second. All right, I am back. Thank you guys so much for waiting on me. Give me a second to get back here. Let's see. That's the day before. The day before your birthday. That'd be great. You definitely got to check in for that stream on that day. I do know that you're probably gonna be turning it up on your birthday. Got to celebrate that. But definitely do join us on that day before. And I'll definitely say it now. But happy, early birthday right there. So that's really great right there. Absolutely great. I'm pretty sure you got something special planned for that day, though. I mean, whether or not it's taking, a nice long trip, a nice long vacation or something, who knows? Get yourself a ticket to a football game or something. I'm sure you got something planned. So yeah, the Vikings were able to get a field goal off of that. It seems. No, they already had 6 points, so no, they were not able to score. Sorry, guys. So there goes all the momentum the Vikings were hoping to get. Ravens versus the Cardinals. Now that right there would be a nice matchup because you have two teams that you would think that their defense in practice would be a little familiar with how these running backs, well, how quarterbacks are mobile and stuff. So yeah, that would really be nice to see two teams that in practice you're going against very mobile quarterbacks. Even Madden has both quarterbacks rated more than a 90 rating, since we mentioned Madden earlier. But yeah, Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson, head to head. That's a video game matchup right there. That's exciting. That sells tickets right there. Two quarterbacks that's electric, that can pass it. They both have nice arm strength, but also they have that mobility. They've got the speed. And so defense has to play them a certain way. And then you think of the weapons that someone like a Kyler Murray has. That's really nice. And then you look at the defense for the Cardinals. I mean, J.J. Watt, Chandler Jones, and then you look at guys like, Zavon Collins, Isaiah Thomas, all those guys, Isaiah Simmons, all those great guys that they have up front that can get after a quarterback. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm really looking forward to that one, honestly. And then for the Ravens, that you would have to think that they definitely did improve their receiving core. And so, that's going to be something to keep an eye out for, how this Baltimore receiving core steps up this year, as that can be huge. I think J.K. Dobbins is going to have a better season than he did last year as a rookie, so he's going to take that next step. So that's going to be a fun one right there, Ravens and Cardinals. It's going to be a real fun one. Let's see. So let's see. Carmichael says he's got school coming on the 20th. Okay. Well, that's one way I guess you can say that you can celebrate a birthday by going to school, continuing that education. But that's great right there. Many a times, especially when I was going to school for my undergraduate, graduate, even, being in class on your birthday, you sort of get used to that, honestly, from year to year when you're in school. So definitely understand that grind there. But definitely do keep grinding there, and good luck to you with the new school year on the rise. I know the school right now has to be a very difficult time across the globe. A lot of things are different, a lot of uncertainty. 1 second they're telling you you're going to be in class, and next second you got to adopt and be online again. 1 second you're mandating masks, next second you're not. There's a lot of things going on, right now. So you got to keep your focus there, and then still be able to focus on being able to actually do the student aspect of school. So that gets crazy. And then football practice. Oh man, I miss those football practice days. And then there are times when I don't. And before the season starts, I'm like, no, I don't miss those, summer camps and all that practices. Once the season starts, then I'm all great. I'm all for it. And right now we see the Broncos in the backfield. They've got someone else different in at running back. He loses about 2 yards. Let's see, who was that on the carry on that play? But yeah, that's congratulations. Football season will be on the way. And so I'm unsure how last season was, where you're at in terms of if you were able to get a full season in and stuff. But yeah, football practice, that'll be fun. What position do you play? Do you play multiple positions, or what position do you play? And so, yeah, but yeah, I mean, these Vikings, they're going to have a lot that they're going to have to go out there and practice on, like a lot that they got to work on. And so let's see right now. All right, so the Broncos going to run the ball again. And so, yeah, we're going to see a lot of running plays and stuff. I think that now that they've had this, nice evaluation of Teddy Bridgewater and stuff, now it's really a good time to go out there and really start, get that running game going. And let's melt some of that clock out there. I mean, Broncos, they did everything that they needed to do in this one. They played great. So they just got to make sure that they end this game, no injuries and stuff. Defense still continue to play strong. But, yeah, I like what I've seen from the Broncos. Vikings, it's just a preseason game, so they're going to have to forget this game once it's over, but definitely a lot that they're going to have to improve upon. Okay, so Carmichael, you play wide receiver. Nice, nice. Back in high school, I wanted to play wide receiver. I really did. But my team, I realized, was more of a running team, one first team. So then I was like, Coach, I'll play something other than wide receiver, But I started off, my first position ever was a wide receiver. And as a kid growing up throughout middle school and stuff, the wide receiver position was the position that I had practiced the most. I'm talking about just going out there, throwing passes and stuff. I studied the game of wide receiver. I wanted to be a wide receiver and stuff. Guys like Steve Smith, growing up watching guys like that. Obviously, there was your Randy Mosses out there, but I was like, I'm not that tall. So I focused more so on guys like your Steve Smith. I was like, okay, he's about my height. That's some stuff that I can do. And so really focus on learning, his type of game. So guys like that weren't, all that tall, but their production spoke for itself. And so I definitely want to be a wide receiver. I wanted to be a cornerback too. So I wanted to be both a wide receiver and a cornerback. I mean, I just felt like my first favorite player in the NFL, aside from a Tom Brady, was Ty Law, and he was a cornerback for the Patriots. And so he was my first favorite cornerback all time, just ever, that I got to watch play. And so watching how he was so smooth with it with those interceptions and stuff, yeah, I wanted to be a cornerback. And then from him, the Patriots had guys like Asante Samuels. And me growing up a Patriots fan, quite sure I watched a lot of Patriot games and stuff. And so I really admired the cornerback position. And so that was something that I wanted to really emphasize there. So playing wide receiver, that is great. That is great. That is fun. There's nothing like scoring a touchdown when you're the wide receiver. Nothing like a receiver that can go out there and get you some points to be a fan favorite. Guarantee you that. As Carmichael says that I am like white Deontay Johnson. Okay, bet. Hey, Deontay Johnson, that's a great receiver to be like, honestly. I mean, what he's able to do for the Steelers, I mean, he is that guy for them. And so, yeah, that's a great guy. So if you got comparisons like that, then, hey, that's great. That's great. What I want to know is, do you plan on posting any, I guess, highlights on your channel this upcoming season? Is that something that you're considering? As we have a flag here against what looks like the Broncos offense. And let me check this real quick. Let's see. Oh, definitely understand that. Definitely understand that. But yeah, best of luck to you and hoping the best for you and your team this upcoming season. Let's see right now. Ooh, and so that quarterback took a hit on that one. Let's see. Carmichael says we really just won a bunch last year. Okay. Okay, nice, nice. And so it's always good to be on a winning team. I mean, that's not something that, I really got to too much enjoy, I guess you can say, throughout high school in terms of being on a winning team. But I could imagine that must have been really nice. I'd have to go back to my middle school experience in terms of being on a winning team back when I was in Florida, because how those Florida athletes are, So, yeah, just being in those programs, a lot of winning culture around there. But still, I mean, I know what it is to give a lot of effort, though, and to go out there and try to shine. So I'll give you that. And so right now we're going to see Kellen Mond go out there again for the Vikings as we go to commercial. Let's see him. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I actually experienced something similar like that back when I was in high school. A friend of mine couldn't play basketball for a similar reason, but definitely I understand how tough that can be. So definitely hoping that things improve for your friend and that it's not too hard for him. So I definitely do understand that. And so right now we have early in the fourth quarter, still a good amount of time here for guys that are trying to make the roster. These are the guys you're going to see right now. And quite frankly, yeah, so we'll still see the Vikings go out there, play hard, as well as the Broncos. The guys are still going to be evaluated regardless of what the score did. The team may be doing great, but you got to grade each player on an individual level and see just what exactly they can produce. So we'll go out there and see. Well, they will go out there and see, how if they can finish with some type of positive stuff here for the Vikings. But yeah, definitely this is a thing in which the Vikings are going to be looking to try to forget this game when it's all said and done. And yeah, being a water boy, that's definitely a great way to stay involved in the game. I mean, you can that's one option. Another option for guys that are trying to stay involved in the game that cannot be on the field is also looking into coaching, being some type of assistant coach and learning early. So that way by the time, you're, later in your career, you do have some coaching experience as well. That's another way as well. But it really starts off being that water guy or the equipment manager. Those are great opportunities to still be a part of the team, around the team, and enjoy all kind of aspects of it. Because, I mean, as much as we don't really talk about them, I mean, they're very important. I mean, someone has to be there to make sure that the team is hydrated and stuff, and, equipment guys as well. So those guys play an important role. You see them at college level. You see them at the pro level. Very important. So definitely. And right now, you look at the Vikings right now, and you should see a lot of serious faces right now, given how the score is looking right now. So yeah, there's a lot of serious faces being looked that's right now for these teams. Yeah, I know the coaching staff at the very least they're not happy with the performance of these Vikings tonight. Well, today. And so, but yeah, as I mentioned earlier, definitely do stay tuned because, well, for tomorrow, because I will be streaming tomorrow when Carolina plays against the Indianapolis Colts. That's going to be a game that I think it's going to be a fun one. So I'll be looking to stream that game. So that's definitely something that you're going to want to make sure that you guys, if you're not subscribed already, do consider subscribing to the channel so that way you guys will be up to date, when I do go live for future preseason games. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to streaming that game tomorrow between the Panthers and the Colts in that one. But yeah, Rose Jr., he's been getting a lot of carries here. That's definitely a positive right there. 20 carries, 93 yards. So let's see if he'll finish with over 100 yards. In this one, he's also got, reception for like 18 yards. So let's see what he does here. All right, he's able to get the first down here for the Vikings. And for the Vikings, you really want to get into the end zone. You really want to get Kellen Mond to get into the end zone. Rose Jr., he's been carrying it hard. So you really want those guys to be rewarded with a touchdown offensively. At the very least, you don't want to end the game and be in a position where you're like, man, our offense gave up more points than they gave us. Like that's negative, and you don't want that because this Vikings team is way better than the way that they have performed today. And so, yeah, it would be nice to end on a positive note for these Vikings. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining me for this stream. Really, I mean, this is the second game today that we have streamed through, and would not have been able to make it this far without you guys being here as a part of the stream. Especially you guys that are here in the chat section. I really appreciate you guys. And those of you that are watching through YouTube, even Facebook, really appreciate you guys so much. Third down and 8. So let's see if the Vikings will be able to convert here in this fourth quarter. Again, we're just trying to find some positive stuff here. But yeah, the Broncos, they took care of business from start to finish. We saw some great stuff here. Drew Lock really lit it up. Teddy Bridgewater, he looked nice as well. So let's see. Kellen Mond, he's looking, he's on the run. He's scrambling, and he's tackled. He gained about 2 yards off of that scramble. But yeah, let me know, guys. Which game are you guys looking forward to that's about to come on once the 7 o'clock games start coming on? Do let me know which of these games are you guys looking forward to the most. Let's see. Carmichael says that he was an offensive lineman. Okay, yeah. So definitely that transition, to being a water boy. I think that'd be a nice move right there, honestly. But yeah, being on the offensive line, being in the trenches. I know he definitely misses that. But yeah, just still being able to be involved in the team in some capacity. I think that's a major win right there, and that would be great for him, honestly. So let's see. But yeah, definitely do let me know, guys, in terms of which game are you guys looking forward to that's going to come on later tonight? Which game are you guys looking forward to watching later on? Let's see. All right. So we have a response here. Let's see. So Carmichael says that he can't wait to see the Saints play. Yeah, that's a game that I'm really looking forward to seeing, honestly, in terms of watching the Saints go out there, watching that quarterback competition. That's going to be important. And aside from the quarterback competition, I want to see how this defense looks, particularly in the secondary, and then also at the receiving position, knowing that Michael Thomas is going to be hurt for some time. I mean, it shouldn't be too long, but still for some games he's going to be missing. I need to see this receiving core and see how they're going to look as a unit. So there's a lot of things that I'm going to have to really watch when it comes to this Saints, because they're a team that I know they're going to be competitive. But in terms of getting a better gauge for what a realistic expectation is for this team, that's going to come down to this quarterback competition ultimately. And I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Let's see. But yeah, nothing like a Saturday filled with a lot of football. It would have been nice, though, if they had some more games that we could have checked out on it. That's on at this time, though. Just saying. This game's already a wrap. Let's see. My favorite cornerback that's in the league right now. There are some good cornerbacks there. And me being a Patriot fan, my personal favorite cornerback is Stephon Gilmore. He's my favorite cornerback right now. I really like J.C. Jackson as well. But outside of my Patriots, I like Jalen Ramsey. I like what he represents as a cornerback. If I'm drafting the team from start, I want a Jalen Ramsey in my back in my defensive backfield, honestly. So he's my personal favorite one. I just feel like the skill sets that he has is perhaps the best at the cornerback position. Now I know that, in terms of statistically speaking, is it always going to show up as the best cornerback? Probably not. But we know that he's very competitive. He matches up well against just any receiver that you put him out there against. He's a great matchup against them. And so I like Jalen Ramsey as well. So I go Stephon Gilmore, Jalen Ramsey. Those are my two cornerbacks right there. It's a good question, though. Who's your favorite cornerback right now? Let's see. Okay, good run stop defense right there by the Vikings. It's better late than never, right? So they made a little stop there, going to get the offense a chance to go back out there and hopefully put something together to at least be able to say that we won this fourth quarter, if nothing else. And I mean, small victories, they start to add up over time, but something to get that confidence going for the offense right now. But yeah, I mean, overall, the Broncos they're gonna be very happy with what they did so far. And I know it's a preseason game, but this right here is the kind of game that really makes you think, okay, are we overlooking the Broncos here? Because the Broncos, they look really good today. I mean, they look really good today. So they've definitely given me a lot to think about in terms of just how this team could be this upcoming season. But really excited about that. And Bronco fans should be really pleased with what they saw so far tonight at the quarterback position. I think it's safe to say that regardless of whoever wins the quarterback competition for the Broncos, in which I'm leaning heavily towards Drew Lock right now, I think it's safe to say the Broncos offense is going to be better than the 28th ranked offense that they were last year. I think that's a pretty safe bet, honestly. So that right there should be encouraging for the Broncos. Now, just how good are they going to be? Obviously, it's just one preseason game, but they're going to be good. All right, so Carmichael's got three favorite corners. Okay. Let's see. Jalen Johnson. Okay. Marshawn Lattimore. Hey, Marshawn Lattimore. That's a great one right there. Great one right there. J.C. Jackson and also Joe Hayden. Hey, you just listed four great cornerbacks right there. You got a case for either one. I really love J.C. Jackson's ability to be that interception type of cornerback. He does a tremendous job. It's just obviously, and I like the pairing of him with Stephon Gilmore because Stephon Gilmore's more of that coverage type of cornerback that you're looking for, lockdown, best receiver, prevent him from scoring type of cornerback, where J.C. Jackson's that get in front of the ball, intercept that type of guy. So if he knows the pass is most likely coming at him as opposed to Gilmore, then he does a great job at being able to jump in there, get interceptions, all that stuff. So that's really, really big right there for him and what he's able to do. So yeah, we've still got 8 minutes and 5 seconds to go in this one. And yeah, the Broncos, well, the score is pretty evident itself, but they've pretty much dominated this entire game, like from start to finish. All right, so here we go. But yeah, I'm very excited to see how things are going to continue to transpire throughout the rest of the games later tonight. We're going to have some good ones. We're going to see a lot of quarterback competition still, particularly teams like the Saints and stuff. Get to see Zach Wilson in his first time, as well as Trevor Lawrence and the Jaguars, in their matchup. So we're going to get to see some more rookies tonight. We're going to get to see some more competitive football. And so I know that this game right here was very one-sided. And I'm sure if the NFL took that into consideration, they probably wouldn't put this game second, but it was still a great opportunity for us to witness what Drew Lock, what he showed early on in this one, as well as Teddy Bridgewater. He looked pretty good too, but Drew Lock really stood out in this one, and that's going to be the takeaway from this one. Drew Lock really went up there and lit it up. 7 passes, but that was enough to show me that, yeah, he should continue at least throughout this week to be quarterback number one. He showed out this game. Him and Hamler, they have a nice connection together. And then when it comes to the Vikings, we're still taking a look at Kellen Mond. So that's a positive, is that you're getting to see how he actually looks, in this situation. I wish the offensive line would have given him more in terms of pass blocking, so that way he can make, better decisions rather than always being so pressured. But yeah, there's a lot that they're going to have to work on between now and the regular season. But we noticed the starters for the Vikings were not in the game. But yeah, I appreciate you guys here. You guys are still here on my stream. I know this is the second game. I transitioned over from the Dolphins and the Bears into this game with the Broncos and the Vikings. But you guys, tuning in, I really appreciate you guys. Thank you guys so much for the support. And hey, do make sure that if you're not subscribed already, that you do consider subscribing, so that way, you guys will be alerted whenever a stream happens or when there's sport news, you guys will be notified. So if you're not subscribed already, do consider subscribing, and definitely do consider being, joining the chat as well. It's always fun when you have you guys inside the chat here, just to hear what you guys think, in terms of who you want to win, who you're rooting for. I know you see the Vikings background here, but, I'm a Patriots fan. But hey, I welcome all NFL fans here on my channel. My channel is based upon, all NFL teams, all NBA teams. So definitely, and you'll start to see some college sports as well trickle in as well. But yeah, definitely all fans are welcome on this channel. So really appreciate you guys for tuning in for some football here. And that we're dedicated. If on a Saturday, we're here watching the fourth quarter of a meaningless preseason game in which it's already been decided. It's not even close in this one, but we're still out here watching each and every snap when it comes to my man Kellen Mond, hoping that he can score a touchdown or something. And yeah, you just look at the pressure that he's getting right now. It's really tough out there, really tough. Let's see. Carmichael says that he thinks that TJ Watt is the best rushing linebacker in the league. Hey, TJ Watt, that's something fierce right there. He's something serious. He's definitely, I feel, as good as he is, he still is underrated. And so, yeah, TJ Watt, he's extremely, extremely good. So I'm really excited about the future. I feel like he hasn't peaked yet. He's still going to continue to get better. But all of this is just going to be motivation, because when people mention the best pass rusher, he's probably like, his name comes up like second or third usually. And I know he hears that, so he definitely wants to show that he is the best. And hey, you definitely want to have a guy like that continuously motivated. So there you have it. Let's see. Old Man Mob says he's back. Glad to have you back here. He says Vikings back up. Defense looked like this game after the 80-yard touchdown. Hey, all I can say is that it's been a long night for long day for the Vikings, really. I know that they're ready to just go in there, take off these pads, rest up, get ready for practice. This is just this is a wrap. This is a wrap. We're getting an extended look at Kellen Mond, but it's hard to evaluate him because the offensive line has done such a bad job at pass blocking. Now, run blocking, they've been pretty good. Rose Jr., despite everything that's going on, he's got 24 carries for 101 yards. So if we were talking fantasy football, that would be something that would be of interest right there. But that aside, from his individual performance tonight, it just hasn't been there for the Vikings. Has not been there. And Lewis is saying that he said on the 9 points would be enough to win. All I can say to that, Lewis, is that, hey, there's still 7 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock, so who knows? Maybe, just maybe, the Vikings can get another field goal or something on the board. You never know. But right now, it's looking like you're right, honestly. It's looking like you're right, unfortunately. Let's see. Lewis says there's no overtime in preseason. There should not have been a fourth quarter. Should not have been a fourth quarter in this game. You know what, Lewis? I did slick think for a second. I was thinking to myself, I was like, you know what? There should be some type of rule where there's an understanding that, okay, if we're in a preseason game and it's just completely one-sided, we at least keep a running clock or something. I get it. For evaluation's sake, it's very important that we continuously just, allow these guys an opportunity, those who are fighting for a roster spot, to go out there and compete. I do get that. But yeah, this one this one right here, I'm telling you, this has just been one of those in which it's like, okay, what are we doing here? What are the Vikings really doing? But hey, if you're the Broncos, you're enjoying this one. If you're the Broncos, you're enjoying every moment of this. Nice pass right there on the money. And you get the flag too. Yep, that flag's going to come in. But that was a nice pass and completion right there. And that is by Brett Ripien. Right now, he is 1 of 4. So I believe this is one completion. So let's see. According to the NFL Network, which game are they going to transition to next? That is the question. And I will take this time once again to thank, each person that has joined me for this stream. I do see that I have gained a couple of subscribers here. So I do appreciate you guys so much. Really, really means a lot as I continue to try to grow out this channel, get even more sport fans, because the more sport fans that we have, it's going to be just even better whenever we're watching actual football games, basketball games. It's going to be a fun journey. And the more people that we can share that journey with, the better it'll be. So I really appreciate you guys for subscribing to the channel. Let's see. So Lewis says, with those uniform colors like the Bears pounding the Vikings, he's not going to let up on these Viking fans for sure. But, I mean, after tonight, though, I mean, it's not much Viking fans can say right now, honestly. But, yeah, that was a nice-looking deep pass right there. You have to think if he had a little bit more speed to him, probably could have adjusted a little better and make that reception. But a guy who's trying to make the team here and impress the coaching staff, that's one that you really got to make a play on. That's the kind of catch that can catch somebody's attention. All right, so it's 3rd and 7, 4 minutes and 26 seconds going. And that's an incompletion. So the Vikings makes the stop right there. It's going to be 4th and 7. And so we expect to see the punt and give the Vikings another shot on offense to try to do something. Yeah, let me check real quick and see which game are they going to be broadcasting next on the NFL Network. All right, so we've got the fair catch there By the Vikings. So let's see if they can put a drive together here. Let's see if they can. I mean, if for nothing else for Viking fans, I mean, let's see if they can get enough points to where they can exceed 9 points here before this game is over. Just for Lewis's sake. Let's see. Okay, so the next game that they're going to broadcast on the NFL Network is going to be the Browns and the Jaguars. That should be a fun one right there. Get to see Trevor Lawrence as well as Gardner Minshew and see that competition of how they're going to be playing out there. That's going to be a fun one. And then get to see, obviously, the Browns. You know, I mean, there's a lot of people that's really hyped up on the Browns. You know, I'm one of those people. I like what the Browns have, you know, and so it'll be real nice to see them put it together, you know, again for another season. And then when it's all said and done, they're very well a team that can be, you know, at that AFC championship game competing. You know, they have that type of talent. This guy, he says that he's enjoying this game more than the Bears game. Come on now. Come on now. At some point, you gotta let up on these guys. You know, you can't go out there and just continue to just, you know, run over these Vikings like that. Come on now. It was really nice, though, being able to watch Justin Fields out there and see him go out there and, you know, score some touchdowns. That was really fun. You know, I enjoyed personally watching Mac Jones with the Patriots. I thought that was a great game as well. And then anytime, you know, the Steelers have played, watching Dwayne Haskins, that's been pretty fun as well. But there's been some really nice guys to watch all across the league, honestly. But there's nothing like watching these rookies in their first debut and just seeing how they do at the NFL level. Now, for Kellen Mond, 5 of 15, you know, well, actually 6 of 16 now, 53 yards. You know, he's been seeing pressure in his face pretty much all day, so he's been seeing a lot. Yeah, Vikings are not happy right now. Oh, man, too many bodies around in football, you would think. Yep, that was bound to happen. You know, that was bound to happen. Let's see what possession it is now. Yeah, I was about to say, they should just give it to the Vikings. Just give the possession to the Vikings on this one. Let's not do that. Well, Mike Zimmer's going to challenge that one. Oh, man, we've got a challenge, 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and we're about to challenge this one. I guess he wants to get another look at Kellen Mond, and every snap is valuable. I get that, and you still got to coach. But, man, my goodness. My goodness. He says pick 6 coming up. Well, I will say this, Lewis. In order for there to be a pick 6 in your favor, it would require for okay, so it seems like they have changed it over to the Vikings ball, but I mean, come on, the Vikings have been through so much. Can we not give Kellen Mond one touchdown? Just one. Or at least give him a field goal to tie it up. Well, to get that 9 points that you alluded to earlier, to where 9 points would be enough for the Broncos to win. These guys are fighting for their NFL jobs. But yeah, this is my first stream in which I have streamed back-to-back games. Normally, I just stream one game, and then from there, you know, that's typically it. Now, Fridays, I typically will spend more time probably on Twitch or something like that in terms of streaming on Twitch. But yeah, today I saw an opportunity. I was like, you know what? let's go ahead and try to stream multiple games and see how that works out. Let's see. Lewis says Jets and Giants next. Is that what the NFL Network lineup has lined up next? Because yeah, it would be. I mean, whether or not we get to see Trevor Lawrence or Zach Wilson, it'd be fun to see either or of those quarterbacks. But I really personally, I want to see what Zach Wilson's got, with the Jets and how he's going to look with that offense. I'd imagine that they'd have to play him a good amount of time, make sure that he's ready, for the regular season. So yeah, that's something that I would definitely want to see right there, the Jets and the Giants. Now, me being the Patriot fan that I am, can't say that I'm, rooting for these two teams to go out there and, bring home a Lombardi trophy or anything like that next season. Definitely not hoping for that. But it'd be nice to see them square off in the preseason. Just anything. Just let this game just, go ahead and wind out. We've got this one. We know what's going to happen there. Okay, but the Jets and the Giants, they still got about another 30-something minutes before they start playing. The next game up will be the Browns and the Jaguars, it seems. Yep, and so we're still surviving here the last 2 minutes and 15 seconds of this game between the Vikings and the Broncos. But yeah, what a day it was for Drew Lock and company, and for the Broncos in general. I mean, you saw a lot of good stuff on offense, a lot of good stuff on defense. I mean, all across the board, you've seen some good stuff here for these Broncos. And so that was very encouraging. That's the kind of stuff that really lifts the team, morale in terms of when you go to practice, you're out there competing, playing hard, and then you see a performance like this pay off. That builds confidence within the locker room, the offense and the defense. I mean, the defense, first of all, they have some added respect for the offense, especially, Drew Lock, after seeing a performance that he's had. And so especially if he can consistently do this throughout the rest of the playoffs, then yeah, I mean, that's going to bode extremely well for the confidence of this team and just what this team will be capable of, honestly. And for the Vikings, well, the good news is hopefully you'll have more starters play at some point soon. Obviously, the preseason, so we knew certain guys wasn't going to play, but yeah, you need you guys that are out there to play a little bit better than that. Let's see. Lewis says that this game got ugly since the first drive with the safety. Yeah, when the Broncos defense went out there and set the tone from there, and then they followed up with that with a touchdown by Drew Lock. That was when things really just fell apart for the Vikings, when they gave up those back-to-back things. And it was completely done when the Broncos defense, Patrick Surtain, the second, he was able to run back that interception for a touchdown. Then, yeah, that's when things really got ugly, honestly. But that was really great for Patrick Surtain. I mean, first round pick, you hear the rumbles, a lot of people saying that the Broncos should have went quarterback there. So that didn't just affect, Drew Lock. That's also when it comes to Patrick Surtain as well. He's like, well, I'm going to have to show everybody that I was the right decision. And hey, with that interception, if he plays like that throughout the regular season, then yeah. I mean, yeah, they made the right call. But you can only say that if Drew Lock, does what he did early in that first, quarter for the Broncos. And And yeah, the Broncos, the Vikings, they've got a lot to talk about after this game. A lot of adjustments, a lot of coaching, a lot of things to work on in practice. They're clearly not happy with what's happened so far. Yep, and you can see the frustration there on their face, particularly their head coach. He is not happy. I do hope that the next game is going to be a lot more competitive, though. I really do hope that the next slate of games will be very competitive from start to finish. All right, 3rd and 5. Let's see if they will actually pass the ball or if they'll run it. All right, so they ran it. See if they can get the first down and maybe melt this clock. Lewis says that Bronco players are going to enjoy their dinners no matter what they eat. Yeah, everything tastes better after a performance like this. I promise you that. So they for sure will be enjoying it. Matter of fact, speaking of food, yeah, but they're gonna be enjoying that. This is gonna be all great and stuff, but then they'll be refocused by the time the next practice comes. But yeah, this is really big for them in terms of just making a statement out there in this game. And so, yes, we watched this clock meltdown. We can't help but feel happy for Viking fans that this game's about to be over. And so just go ahead and end it. I know it's the preseason. So just take it as that. It's just a preseason game. It's not a regular season game, but still, if you came hoping that Kellen Mond was going to light it up, yeah, it wasn't this preseason game. This preseason game wasn't the game for that to happen. Yep. And so there we have it. That's going to be the game there for the Broncos with the victory 33-6. All around great performance there by the Denver Broncos. They just had control of this game from start to finish. There's no other way to put it. They just controlled this game from Drew Lock to Teddy Bridgewater, the quarterback position. Had Crockett in the backfield, Royce Freeman, all those guys. And so they just went out there on offense. They looked great. Hamler, he looked great. And then the defense, they did their thing. They controlled the line of scrimmage really from start to finish. And wow, what a statement game this was for the Broncos. What a statement game. Yep, but there you have it. That game is wrapped up and in the book. And so, yeah, that's going to be a game. If you're the Vikings, you're going to want to forget that one. But then again, they didn't have their starters out there on offense in terms of your skill positions and stuff. So that played a role as well. But the way that the Broncos looked out there, they were very impressive. Very impressive. Let's see. All right, so it's looking like on my end that the game that's going to be next is the Browns and the Jaguars here. Let me see. Trying to see if I have the energy for another stream or not. Let's see. All right, so I tell you what, I think that I'm going to go ahead and call it a day when it comes to the stream and all like that for now. I will be streaming tomorrow again for the Colts and the Panthers. That game, really going to be looking forward to that. But yeah, definitely got to go ahead and give me something to eat here. And yeah, I will be streaming again tomorrow. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for the stream. It's been great. Really appreciate you guys. Do make sure, if you haven't already, that you do consider subscribing to the channel. Best way to stay up to date with all kind of sports news, all that great stuff. Whether we're talking football, basketball, both at the professional and even college level, you'll start to see more of the college content coming on. But yeah, guys, definitely appreciate you all so much for joining, whether you're watching from Facebook or YouTube, and then, you guys in the chat, really appreciate you all. And so now that the game is concluded, I will go ahead and end this stream. But thanks again so much for joining, guys, and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow as we watch the Panthers and the Colts. So do stay tuned for that tomorrow. But with that being said, hey, enjoy the rest of your day. More football to be watched, and look forward to seeing you guys next time. Let's see. Yep. Hey, appreciate you, Lewis. Thank you so much for coming through. Really appreciate you, and see you next time. All right, signing out.